This is a complete custom build that will fit your every...
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gerber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, we got an armed cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gerber. It is Monday, the 4th of August. Let's get to the day's top stories. Thank you, as always, for tuning in to Real America's Voice. We truly appreciate your time spent here. Quite the situation we're seeing in Texas as House Democrats are seemingly fleeing the state in order to derail a redistricting vote that would be beneficial to Republicans. And they're hiding in Illinois, the most gerrymandered state in America. I'll tell you what Governor Greg Abbott of Texas and AG Ken Paxton have to say about all of that today. Also, the Senate recently confirmed two of President Trump's nominations for Veterans Affairs positions, Sam Brown and Cheryl Mason. Despite Democrats trying to slow roll the process again, it seems the confirmations are still coming through, albeit a bit slower than they should. More on that as well. And then later, Democrats are losing their minds over the recent American Eagle ad featuring Sydney Sweeney, as well as the revelation that the model, actress, and mechanic is indeed a Republican. And she can shoot a gun, too, by the way. All the details coming your way. But first, let's start here. Because I cannot move off the biggest story of my lifetime. That is the calculated conspiracy to take down the 45th president of the United States by the 44th and his team. And all of whom were aided by a cheerleading and compliant national media. Of course, that man is now the 47th president as well. What we know for sure and without any reservation is that the entire Russia-Trump collusion fairy tale was originally concocted to create a diversion from then Democratic candidate for President Hillary Clinton's very real email scale. She paid for it through Perkins Coie. She had a home server. It was illegal and vulnerable to foreign hacking. 33,000 emails that were subpoenaed were intentionally destroyed. And her rightful prosecution was blocked by the FBI and its disgraced former leader, James Comey. You know, the same guy that prosecuted Martha Stewart for not committing a crime. Comey is a genuine dirtbag, the real McCoy. More on him later. We've all seen the intel community assessments that all came to the same conclusion prior to the election day in 2016. Russia didn't really care who won. They figured it was going to be Hillary, but they didn't really care. And more, they didn't have the technical capability to pull off any meaningful damage to the U.S. elections. Of course, then came out one of the biggest upsets in U.S. political history, as Pennsylvania went first, and then Wisconsin, and eventually Michigan, too. The blue wall collapsed in dramatic form, and Donald Trump was elected the 45th president. That's when Barack Obama, who'd been briefed on Hillary's ultimate dirty trick months earlier, ordered the intel community to fabricate an entirely different assessment. And anyone who couldn't do that was excluded from the process. They were shut down. They were silenced. It was all bogus. And it was cemented on December the 9th, 2016, in the Situation Room when James Clapper, John Brennan, Susan Rice, Andy McCabe, and a host of other co-conspirators got together. They made a plan to destroy then President-elect Donald Trump and anyone in his circle if they could. Michael Flynn was the first target, of course, but that was just the beginning. And Obama and his minions recruited willing members of the national media, compliant as they were, to trumpet that false narrative over and over again and report breathlessly on the whole matter, as if every new crumb was the proof that Vladimir Putin was the guy running the White House of President Trump at every turn. None of it was true. None of it. But I want to show you some things from the vault, early 2017, that really demonstrate how tight they had pulled the strings. We're going to go to January 2017, before President Trump has even been sworn into office. Here's Barack Obama lying blatantly to another Democratic operative, George Stephanopoulos, who plays a news anchor on TV. Of course, he's not. But they did this to continue laying the groundwork for the entire conspiracy to take down President Trump. Listen to this.
Bottom line, this time, Vladimir Putin got what he wanted.
Well, look, I think that what is true is that the Russians intended to meddle, and they meddled. I'll be honest with you, George, one of the things that I am concerned about is the degree to which we've seen a lot of commentary lately where there were Republicans or pundits or cable commentators who seem to have more confidence in Vladimir Putin than fellow Americans because those fellow Americans are Democrats. That cannot be.
Does that include the president-elect?
What I will say is that, and I said this right after the election, we have to remind ourselves we're on the same team. Vladimir Putin's not on our team.
We're on the same team? Yeah, that's when he's laying the groundwork. He wasn't on any team but his own. And here's one I found floating around on the internet while researching for today's program. And I have to tell you, this one made me stop and ask myself if senators were willing to turn a blind eye to blatantly illegal and frankly dangerous behavior from inside the intel community, then who the hell was looking out for the folks? Who was looking out for you and me? Senator Chris Murphy admitted in February of 2017, the intelligence community was actively undermining President Trump. And he knew it and bragged about it. Listen.
There is a war being waged between President Trump, who, after the election, accused our intelligence services of politicizing the report about Russian interference in our election to hurt him. And now, clearly, members of the intelligence service are pushing back by releasing information to news services about these contacts between the Trump campaign and the Russians. And if these reports are true, perhaps withholding information from him. Listen, this is not good for the United States, but clearly the intelligence services are watching Trump and his advisors withhold information from the American public. They watched for 14 days as the Trump administration did not reveal to the American public what they knew, which was that Michael Flynn had conversations with the Russians, and they are taking matters into their own hands.
Taking matters into their own hands. There you have it, Democrat Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, openly admitting February 2017 that he was quite aware that the FBI, CIA, NSA, and God only knows who else were taking matters into their own hands. Good God. And he was not just okay with it, he was glad it was happening. He was watching in real time an actual bloodless coup taking place, and he was all for it. The crimes are many. And one has to wonder, did people like Senator Murphy commit crimes in the name of Trump colluded with the Russians and he must be stopped? Did he? I'm waiting for the federal strike force to start executing search warrants. Hopefully they will. Hopefully they'll do it at dawn with dozens of agents sporting black boots and night vision. You know, like they did when they attacked Roger Stone's house at, 5 in the morning? Which, by the way, never turned up any evidence of any crime. Not that I'm aware of. No, it was just the kind of scare tactics jackbooted thugs like to thrive on. Oh, yeah, intimidate your enemies. So the crimes. Let's look at those. Conspiracy to defraud the United States. False statements to federal authorities. Violations of the Federal Election Campaign Act. Wire fraud, obstruction of justice, computer fraud, sedition, treason, and FISA violations just thrown in for fun. And this is nowhere near a complete list of possible charges that could be coming sometime soon. Look. We don't need some long, winding special prosecutor nonsense. We need a federal grand jury seated someplace like, say, the free state of Florida to start hearing evidence and then start meting out justice in big doses. Stephen Miller, he lays out the case against all the co-conspirators involved in attacking President Donald Trump. He did this yesterday. Pay attention.
The Russia collusion hoax against President Trump remains the single greatest hoax and the greatest assault on our democracy in the history of this country. There's no comparison, there's no parallel to anything else. It was a coup. And I'm using that term literally. It was a coup to overthrow a democratically elected government, a coup carried out by the intelligence apparatus of this country, by the deep state, by Hillary Clinton and the Democrat Party. The new information that has been revealed by the Director of National Intelligence and by the FBI eliminates any scintilla of doubt about the intention, the premeditation, the planning and orchestration of this conspiracy. It meets all of the criminal elements of a seditious conspiracy against the United States. It meets the criminal elements of an insurrection. It meets the criminal elements of a conspiracy against the government and the criminal elements of a conspiracy to deprive citizens of their civil rights under color of law.
Stephen Miller, brilliant laying out the case. And then he explains why this is such an easy case to prosecute against all of them. Listen.
And because it is a conspiracy, as demonstrated by the forethought of realizing and documenting that they understood that this was fake from the beginning, meeting the mens rea standard in law. Because of that, because it is a conspiracy, every single individual actor is now part of that conspiracy. So that includes Brennan and Clapper and Comey and Hillary and Schiff and everybody else who knowingly and willfully perpetrated this plot, this coup, this conspiracy, this scheme against President Trump and the government of the United States. And now is the time and the hour and the moment for accountability so that we can reclaim this democracy, Maria.
What a brilliant case he's laid out there, Stephen Miller. Stephen, you come on this program anytime. We'll lay it out for the folks step by step, detail by detail, blow by blow. People need to see it, and they need to hear it over and over again so it becomes embedded in their minds that Barack Obama orchestrated on the 9th of December a change in narrative, and not just a change in narrative. He repurposed a fraudulent assessment by the intelligence community from Hillary Clinton that had been dismissed as not likely, not possible, not plausible, and then said, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. I want an intelligence community assessment that says that Russia did get involved with Donald Trump, that Russia did meddle in the elections in a way that was purposeful and impactful. And then, in fact, Vladimir Putin is calling the shots now. That's what they laid out on the 9th of December. By early January of 2017, as you just saw, they were out there on national television, laying the groundwork carefully, putting the bricks in place. This speech here, this appearance there, by all of them. It wasn't just Barack Obama, it wasn't just Senator Murphy, it was all of them. Working in coordination, and of course, the compliant news media, Chicken Noodle News, MSNBC, the New York Times, the Washington Post, who went and earned fraudulent Pulitzer Prizes for their work of a fraudulent case, fairy tale as I called it, a work of fiction to bring down the lawfully elected, duly elected, 45th president of these United States. And I'm telling you this right now. I, for one, am not willing to sit here while they skate through again. We must see something happen here. We must see people held accountable. They attacked not you, not me, the entire country. It wasn't just about Donald Trump. It was undermining the entire country. There's no peaceful transfer of power here. They poisoned the well. They poisoned the well intentionally and then tried to impeach Donald Trump twice. Anything they could do. And then, of course, they raided Mar-a-Lago and the attacks went on. No more. No more. The proof is here. And it keeps coming out. One damning piece of evidence after another. We'll take a break, and when we come back, Texas House Democrats have fled to the great state of Illinois, where just 15% of the congressional seats are held by Republicans, even though Republicans vote 45% or more in Illinois. Talk about gerrymandering, but they don't care about that. They only care when Republicans do it. We'll have the story when I come back.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow.
Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV t-shirt as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who serve.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25-minute speed train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25-minute speed train free at bodywithaneye.com.
All right, you've heard this, of course, in an effort to derail an upcoming legislative process of redistricting. Dozens of Texas state Democrat lawmakers fled to Chicago in order to attempt to block the redistricting vote that could benefit Republicans. Anywhere from 3 to 5 seats they could pick up in Congress as a result. Now, the redistricting proposal was introduced by Texas House Republicans last week and would likely net 5 seats, 3 to 5, in the U.S. House in the midterms. At least 100 members of the 150-member Texas House must be present under current numbers to conduct business. And it's been reported that at least 51 Democratic members have left the state. How convenient, right? They're just gone. Late on Sunday, Texas Governor Greg Abbott responded to this effort by informing House Democrats that he will have them removed from office if they do not return to Austin to vote by 3 o'clock Central Time today. Check your watches, or at the top of the hour, right? Check your watches. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton also responded by threatening to arrest them for violation of their civil duties as lawmakers. Here with me to sort it out is a former congressman himself, executive director at the American Constitutional Rights Union, Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, a citizen of the great state of Texas. Colonel, nice to see you here today. We're talking through this in the break, so if you would, walk us through this. They can be removed. They've gone to Chicago, which is, first of all, interesting. You know, they're yelling and screaming about redistricting in Texas. And yet they go to Illinois, the most gerrymandered state in America. I think only 15% of the seats in Illinois go to Republicans, even though 45% of the state votes Republican, right? So they're underrepresented by 3 times. California, 17% of the congressional seats go to Republicans, even though California boasts a 40% or better Republican voting record. So they sit there and scream. The only thing they're upset about is that the Republicans are doing what they've been doing for years in Illinois, New York, California, Massachusetts. The list goes on. Can the governor really remove them from their seats?
It's great to be with you, Steve. And you forgot to add in the fact that it's the Democrat Party who had one of their policy agendas was to make D.C. and Puerto Rico states so they can do what? They could pad the numbers of congressional representation. So you're absolutely correct. They're upset that this is being done to them, which is something completely constitutional. Yes, the governor of the state of Texas can vacate their seats. It is something within the Texas state constitution. They have basically abandoned their positions because the governor called them back in a special session. And that means that they have, in the terms of the law, they have resigned their positions. And so he could easily say that these seats are vacated. They have until 3 p.m. Central Time there to come back. It doesn't appear that they will do so. And if that happens, then that number for the quorum goes down to 50, because you're taking the total number from 150 state house representatives down to 100 or 149.
So do you think he'll do it? Do you think the governor, he's rattled the saber, if you will, Colonel? You live there. You know him.
Yeah.
I think he's over it. I think that Ken Paxton, the Attorney General, who's also running for the United States Senate, is over it. They're done playing games here. They're going to do what they think is proper. And the left is screaming, it's all political. Yeah, it is all political. That's the way the game's played. And it's a contact sport, isn't it?
It is absolutely a contact sport. It's a blood sport. And he has to do it because if you recall, the Democrats did the exact same thing 4 years ago when there was election integrity legislation that was up for a vote. And they fled up here to Washington, D.C., where they were wined and dined by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and treated as heroes. There were no ramifications or consequences. No one had their pay docked. No one lost any type of chairmanship positions or committee positions whatsoever. So they have gone back to the well, and the well is dry. And Texans are upset about this. From what I understand, there have been some 20,000 emails almost have been sent down to the state capitol saying vacate the seats, do not allow them to come back. And guess what? They can run for their seat again next March, first Tuesday in the Democratic primary.
Yeah, so is it possible, let me just continue to game this out a little bit. Is it possible that the governor, because he called in the special session, doesn't permanently remove them from their seats, but says, hey, you're temporarily out of your seat, or does it have to be a permanent thing? Because I think he told me in the break that not only can he remove them, but he could replace them, put appointments in there. He could fill the whole place red. And I don't know, maybe that's a good idea. Maybe it says, maybe it's a good idea to say, look, you guys do this all the time. And again, I mentioned California, Illinois, New York. They do it all the time without any regret whatsoever. But when it gets done to them, they scream like smashed cats. What's going to happen?
Well, this is what should happen. If they don't show at 3 o'clock by 3:30, those seats should be declared vacant. By 3:45, all of the pay to those members and to their staffs should be taken away from them. By 4 p.m., we should have the vote on those redistricting maps with the quorum that is there. And sometime overnight, all of their offices should be cleared out and open. And then following and subsequent to that, the governor can make appointments to those seats in the meantime, or he can allow them to remain vacant until they run for election in the primary next year.
Right. All right. So what else could be done in special session? Anything else need to happen in special session this time, or is it just about this?
Well, this is one of the key pieces that they were looking to do. There are some other things about water infrastructure coming after the flooding that we saw and a couple other small ticket items. But this is a big deal. And I know that there's one person. It's such a big deal that Hakeem Jeffries came to Austin, Texas last week, the House Minority Leader. And I'm sure that he was one of those that tried to get them to go ahead and leave, which they do not have the moral high ground.
They do not have the moral high ground on any of it for the reasons I pointed out. I mean, you go hide behind Governor Pritzker. Of course, half the state of Texas could hide behind Governor Pritzker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said it. It's all right.
Yeah, you did.
I said it. It's all right.
I was thinking it, Steve.
Just hide behind. You'll never see him. Anyhow, Colonel, always appreciate you being here. I know you're in D.C. Keep your head down. All right, be careful up there.
All right, God bless you. Take care, Steve.
God bless you, Colonel. Yeah, I said it. Right, whatever. Don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue with more news after a quick break.
Thinking about Medicare? Think AMAC. Medicare can be complicated, but AMAC makes it simple. Our licensed agents provide free, unbiased guidance to help you find the plan that best suits your needs. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Medicare and so much more, think AMAC.
Mama, look. It's just like our new house.
Warranty! I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family.
Is that us?
Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Tired of the hassle and high cost of selling a home? We can help.
At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Well, the U.S. Office of Special Counsel, the OSC, has opened an investigation into former Special Counsel Jack Smith, alleging he unlawfully targeted President Donald Trump. You see, it's going forward. An email from OSC Senior Counsel Charles Baldes revealed that the Hatch Act unit has begun reviewing Smith's conduct. Republican Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas requested the probe to determine whether Smith, under the former Attorney General Merrick Garland, engaged in illegal political activity to influence the 2024 presidential election by targeting Donald Trump. Smith resigned 9 days before President Trump's inauguration, soon after Smith's security clearance was suspended over alleged weaponization of the judicial process. We'll keep you updated on that one. FBI Director Kash Patel is challenging the media to admit who's lying after discovering burn bags filled with classified Russiagate files inside FBI headquarters. Patel posted on X, "We just uncovered burn bags filled with hidden Russiagate files, including the Durham Annex. I released the prior FBI's own documents and exposed the truth. The same media is calling me a liar." Again. Patel said he was called a liar during Trump's first term when he exposed the Steele dossier as fake intelligence used to spy on Trump. He dared the press to face the facts. Maybe this FBI will release more docs so we can see who is lying. Wouldn't want to deprive the fake news of more bogus Pulitzers. See, he's on that same thing, too, these Pulitzer Prizes. It's a rub for me. It really is. It's a rub. Rampant mismanagement, corruption, and cronyism, all uncovered in a state audit of Maine's Office of State Procurement Services, which found over $2 billion, that's with a B, in contracts approved without required cost analysis or oversight. Bureaucrats allegedly used underhanded tactics to award lucrative contracts to family and friends. Senate Republican leader Trey Stewart said the money was distributed through unfair processes, rewarding cronies and insiders at the expense of taxpayers. Officials claim Democratic Governor Janet Mills' brother pocketed $22 million. $22 million. Hey, bro, got some cheese for you over here. Through a shell company funded by programs intended for rural towns. You mean these politicians are lining their own pockets and that of their family? Who would believe such a thing? The audit also found missing cost analysis documentation, a failure to provide required information, and approval of a 145-mile clear-cutting project through western Maine without local consent. You know, clear-cutting the forest. You know why? Democrats care about the environment. The manhunt for 45-year-old former U.S. Army veteran Michael Paul Brown, the suspected shooter in a Montana bar that left 4 dead, has entered its 4th day in Anaconda. It's about 20 miles outside of Butte. Bartender Nancy Kelly was 64. Patrons Daniel Edwin Bailey, 59, David Leach, 70, and Tony Palm, 74, all shot and killed at the Owl Bar Friday morning around 10:30 in the morning. Brown escaped in a stolen vehicle containing clothes and camping gear. KECI 13 reported this Anaconda press briefing yesterday. Listen.
And I'll go ahead and say this right now. We've got tremendous cooperation from Homeland Security, from our federal partners, the FBI, the U.S. Marshal Service. We want to find this guy. This is a dangerous individual who has committed an absolutely heinous crime against this community and these victims. We've got air assets, ground assets. We're going to catch this guy. This is still absolutely priority number one. Probably in the next 24 hours, you're going to see the law enforcement response shift a little bit. This is absolutely still priority number one to find this suspect. But we've got a lot of resources here in Anaconda.
Release the hounds. A $7,500 award has been offered for any information leading to Brown's capture. We'll keep you updated on that one as well to make sure you're updated. All right, a new administration in Washington, D.C., of course, has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. But the reality is this. There's only so much the government can do, and that if we want to help America be healthy again, that starts at home with you and me, all of us. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from TWC doctors right here on this network. You know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you are prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits. Kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. It can help you stay healthy, live a longer, more satisfying life. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part. Protect the health of you and your family. It's your responsibility. It's your obligation. Go to twc.health/voice today and order. That's twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE. You'll save 10% on whatever you find to make yourself healthier. Up after the break, the Senate recently confirmed 2 of President Trump's nominations for Veterans Affairs positions, despite Democrats trying to slow roll the process. I'll talk about Sam Brown's and Cheryl Mason's confirmation as Undersecretary of Memorial Affairs and so much more coming up next.
Lives are shattered in the Holy Land.
In an instant, these families lost everything. Elderly, children went from having homes to having everything destroyed. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is on the ground to provide food and shelter and emergency supplies.
Has God given you a heart for Israel? Your prayers and help are urgently needed. An emergency gift of $45 will help thousands of elderly and families with desperately needed food.
Zelda was here when the missile hit just a block away. Her whole body is bruised and wounded. And it's very clear that Zelda is in no condition to find ways to get food.
Call or go online now to let Israel know you're praying and helping provide emergency aid.
It's all for you.
Food is critical, and so is shelter from attack. The Israeli government has asked the fellowship to urgently place 1,000 mobile bomb shelters immediately.
You can place a mobile bomb shelter in Israel right now. All we need is for you to enable us to buy the shelters. Thanks, shelters that are proven to save lives.
This is our moment to take a stand, to show the world that Christians will not be silent. When we bless Israel, we stand against hatred, and we become part of God's plan to defend his people.
This is our moment when we can stand up and align ourselves with the Word of God to help to relieve the suffering of Jews who are under threat of attack even now.
My friends, now there are more needs than ever before. The destruction is unprecedented. Don't wait until tomorrow. Please act now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Sam Brown is the Undersecretary for Memorial Affairs. The job summary includes the oversight of burial and memorial services for veterans that have unfortunately fallen in combat. Another confirmation to note is Cheryl Mason, who was confirmed as the VA's watchdog, a position that is tasked with overseeing performance, alleged misconduct, and whistleblower retaliation on VA officials. The thing in common with these nominees has to do with the fact that they both received endorsements from President Trump, leading to a halt in the proceedings for confirmation, you see. Here to talk to me about this is a former U.S. Marine Corps major and CEO of Lovell Government Services, Chris Lovell. Chris, nice to see you here on the program. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for having me on.
You know, like a lot of folks, I had the pleasure to meet Sam Brown during the election season. Thought he was a terrific candidate. Think that they'd have been well served to be a United States Senator. He's not. But what do you think about this position for him? And we'll get back to Cheryl here in a minute. What about Sam Brown?
I think Sam Brown is a perfect appointment for the Undersecretary for Mortuary Affairs. He's a great patriot, served honorably, West Point graduate, a family man, a great man of faith. And he's an entrepreneur and an aspiring politician. And I think it's great. I think what was most disappointing, though, in this whole process was that 44 senators actually voted against him, which was shocking. How do you vote against a patriot like Sam Brown?
It's shocking and reprehensible. Look, they can't even get any UC votes, unanimous consent votes. The only person that got a UC vote, Marco Rubio. Other than that, Charles Schumer and the Democrats and the Senate are playing political games while they complain about Republicans playing political games in other areas. You know, they're so disingenuous and dishonest. It's politics, I get it. But never in American history has anybody, any political party, intentionally stopped unanimous consent of people like Sam Brown, who's completely qualified. Tell me about Cheryl Mason. I'm not familiar with her, but tell me what you know.
I know that Cheryl Mason is going to be a great advocate for accountability in the VA. I think the VA is a large organization. Well, it is a large organization, second only to the Department of Defense in terms of manpower. The VA has almost 400,000 employees, and there's been some concerns about fraud, waste, and abuse and how they report for bonuses and retention. And I think she'll be a great advocate along with the Secretary and his goal for bringing accountability to the VA system and the civilian workforce.
Let me ask you about Doug Collins, VA Secretary. Good man, member of Congress he was. Now he's the secretary there from the state of Georgia. He's been there now for about 6 months. He's been confirmed. He's running the deal. What do you make of his tenure so far?
What I observed right away from Secretary Collins is, well, one, he's a veteran. He's one of us. The veterans are 100% behind his goal to reorient and focus the care of the veteran and quality of life instead of the bureaucracy. So I think it's a great appointment. I think what he's done is, and what I've observed, is he's surrounding himself by capable veterans, entrepreneurs with experience to really bring the best of technology and the best of world-class healthcare and really focus on caring for the veterans, which is the primary mission of the VA.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, there was some rumor that he might join the race for United States Senate in the state of Georgia, where there's pretty good opportunity for a pickup. I think that we'd be well served having somebody like him as United States Senator, but I'm not sure that's going to happen, Chris. I do want to shift gears just for a moment here, because obviously Donald Trump has been in pursuit of peace in a variety of ways, whether it's in the middle of Africa or India and Pakistan, or trying to get Russia and Ukraine to stop shooting each other. But he has positioned a pair of nuclear submarines, two of them, because the former Russian president, Medvedev, started to say a lot of pretty reckless things. Just from where you stand watching this kind of unfold, any opinion on that? What do you think about that?
My opinion is that this is nothing new in terms of America's strategic triad for nuclear deterrence. Nuclear submarines are just, the one leg of that three-legged triad. You've got intercontinental ballistic missiles, and then you've got, capable strategic bombers, and then submarines always. And to say that he's repositioned them, I heard some of the comments that he made before taking off today. In the Gulf of Mexico, or sorry, let's say the Gulf of America now, there's a lot of sharks, and they say that anytime you jump into the water and you taste salt, you're near a shark. And so for those of us that know about how the strategic triad works, if you're in any body of water, there are going to be submarines. And so the U.S. strategically places these always. So no surprise that we have submarines strategically positioned throughout the globe to deter, nuclear strikes.
Yeah, the boomers we got 12 or 14 of those, plus you've got the Ohio-class ballistic missile subs as well, of which there's another 14 of those, give or take. Always somewhere. The thing about the nuclear-capable subs, the president doesn't usually know where they are. They maintain silence for months at a time. The president doesn't even know where they are unless it's an emergency. You know that, of course. So it's a bit surprising to me that he would announce that there are two coming that way, but maybe they are. Maybe they're not. Maybe it's just another head fake from Donald Trump, keeping people a little bit off balance. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's just a reminder to the Russians and to anyone else that would threaten the United States that we're not going to, we're going to call their bluff. We have the capabilities, most capable military in the world, and we'll remind you of that. And I think it's great the president does that.
Not exactly Teddy Roosevelt, speak softly, carry a big stick. No, he's speak as loud as I want and carry a big stick, I think is President Trump's take on the deal. Sir, thank you for being here.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, coming up after the break. Democrats are really losing their minds over the recent American Eagle ad featuring Sydney Sweeney, as well as the revelation that the model, actress, and mechanic is a Republican. She's also well-versed with the use of firearms. Yeah, she's like the epitome of what scares the hell out of them. We'll be right back.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25 Minute Speed Train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checker. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it. The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve. It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
Well, American Eagle, of all the brands, facing controversy, as you know, after an ad featuring actress Sydney Sweeney went mega viral. Actually, there's a little cluster of ads, several of them The ads, as most of you know, feature Sweeney clothed in a full denim outfit and also has a monologue in which she briefly explains the science of genes and how they are responsible for traits such as personality and, of course, looks, and ended with the clever catchphrase, Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Of course, she's wearing jeans from American Eagle. A lot of backlash after left-leaning critics suggested the ad had undertones of racism and Nazism. But amidst the controversy, American Eagle's stock has soared, especially after President Trump's endorsement, too, after reports indicated that Sweeney is a registered Republican. Besides an acting career, Sweeney has a wide variety of interests, such as love for classic cars, American cars, even has some skills on the gun range. We just learned this. Check it out. Yowza. Here to talk to me about this, Real America's Voice Chief White House correspondent Brian Glenn. Brian, she's good with a sidearm too, apparently. And boy, she is really, and I said this going into the break. Let's see. She's attractive. She's well-spoken. She's an actress. She's a mechanic. She can shoot the gun. She is everything that scares the hell out of Democrats, all wrapped into one handy-dandy reusable package to shove in their face. And the beautiful thing here is, Brian, American Eagle is not apologizing. They're not backing down. They're not taking it off. They're not doing any of that. They're saying, hey, come buy our jeans. Oh, sorry, we're sold out of those jeans. Brian, it is, I think we're watching woke die in real time. What do you think?
I think I agree. I think Madison Avenue got it right on this. They found someone that's very likable. Obviously, it's a beautiful young woman. They combine her with a classic American muscle car. They combine her with her Second Amendment right, goes to a firing range and lights it up and has a good time. This is what America is all about. And I take the skin color out. I take the gender out. I take all of it out. What I see is someone who loves this country. And by the way, her I guess love for guns bled over to Justin Bieber, which I saw on Instagram just yesterday. He went to an outdoor firing range, had some a fun time with some of his weapons. And I think we're seeing a trend here that Hollywood and mainstream America is waking up to the fact that they have been lied to about owning a gun and how it's maybe seen as demonic or any type of negative connotation to just simply owning a fire gun. But my goodness, I have a friend that was in an American Eagle store on Saturday and said it was packed and people were talking about the ad.
I was by one here a couple of days ago too. You know what I saw in the store? A lot of black shoppers. So this whole idea that somehow it's Nazi and it's, it's pro-white or white supremacy, well, they're not buying that. My wife and I went by and said, well, gee, the customers there don't seem to care much about the alleged controversy because there really isn't any. By the way, Dunkin', an East Coast company, Dunkin', coffee shop, donuts and everything else, followed suit with a young man saying, I don't know how he became the king of summer, an attractive young man. I don't know his name, but, a good-looking young man. He said, and, my jeans gave me this color, whatever. Here's the thing.
Great.
It's okay to celebrate good-looking people in this country again. That's the point. If you're an attractive person, it's okay. Victoria's Secret, note, Victoria's Secret. No more 300-pound models. We want the angels back. Look, that's what you want, right?
But, the advertising world went the other way when the Biden administration was involved, and they were pretty much pushing down all of these different narratives to our schools and to corporate America. And so all of a sudden, Nike had to look at someone that might be 300 pounds, extremely obese and maybe morbidly obese, and embrace that and celebrate that body type when simply we should be encouraging a different lifestyle. So it's nice that we've got some clothing manufacturers with people that are actually in shape and healthy, and I think that's a good thing.
That's right. Yeah, not poster children for diabetes and obesity and so forth. By the way, one other note on this. I just saw this a moment ago. Jaguar came out with their ad a while back with all these colors and, nobody was clear on who the men were and who the women were, whatever. Their sales are off 97% in Europe. 97%. Yeah. That whole woke thing, I'm telling you, we're seeing it die in real time, thank God. I'd rather see Sydney Sweeney, this guy from Dunkin', attractive people. Look, There's a reason people like the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. There is. They're attractive people. It's okay to like attractive people, Brian. I mean, you're a good-looking young man yourself. And darn it, I'm willing to tell people that.
I was just going to say, Steve, for our viewers at home, it's okay if you find Steve Gruber attractive and Brian Glenn attractive. We're okay with that. Thumbs up on that. Like and follow us. We're not going to call you racist or Nazi. You're just someone with good judgment.
Nothing like that, yeah. Yeah, like and follow us on all those social media platforms. Brian, always good to see you, my friend. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve.
Is the continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Well, can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? What does this mean for your money, your savings? Consider diversifying with gold through Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold to keep in your safe. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free information kit on gold. Just text America to the number 989898. Again, text America to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead of the curve for yourself. Birch Gold. Think about that. All right, after the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of just how wonderful America is. We do it every day. Plus, answers to the America's Voice question of the day. Why do you think the left is losing their minds over that American Eagle ad? Your comments when we come back.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can scan and hack your information without you even knowing. Worse yet, it's bulky and so disorganized. But not anymore, because Slim is in. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash truly protected. And now may be your last chance to get it for a low price. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from scanning your wallet and stealing your info.
Having your information stolen is a nightmare, but with Slim Mint, I know I'm protected.
With money clips, cash can easily fall out, but with the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. Then just press the button to release the lock. Slim Mint is ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to securely fit your additional cards and your extra cash. Even with everything you see here in the Slim Mint, it's still ultra-thin. Bulky wallets are uncomfortable, but the Slim Mint is so compact it fits in any size pocket. Plus, it keeps everything easy to access.
Slim Mint holds everything from pictures to credit cards, my driver's license. Yeah, it's still so thin.
Say bye-bye to bent cards and damaged magnetic strips. Slim Mint keeps them protected. It's crush resistant and can really take a beating. Similar wallets sell for over $100. But call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. You still have time to get your very own Slim Mint wallets, but you must act fast. Don't wait, order now.
Call 1-800-608-6630. That's 1-800-608-6630. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-6630 now.
All right. Well, what makes America wonderful? We do it every day in the hopes that you leave the program with a smile on your face, as if you're not smiling after this program already. But if you're not, here we go. Today's story comes to us from Columbia Heights, Minnesota, where a pizza shop owner's compassion led to a tangible impact. Chris Kolstad, he's the owner of Pizza Man. It's pizzeria, knows a troubling development happening in the alleyway of his business, and that had to do with scattered trash and pizza boxes near the dumpster, which led him to the conclusion that Those less fortunate were subjecting themselves to eating out of the trash in order to get food in their stomach. Instead of getting frustrated, Kolstad took to Facebook to extend a helping hand and insisted that if someone was looking for food, all they had to do was ask. Or if they were too embarrassed, he would personally see to finding a way in which a pie was left outside the back door, as nobody deserves to eat out of the dumpster, he said. Ultimately, the post and the genuine urge helped those less fortunate gain traction, and the community rallied around the pizza shop and garnered a massive donation, $1,100, which Kolstad uses to make pizzas to set aside for those who, don't have food tonight. Additionally, he paid it forward, donated groceries to 2 local food banks. Action became reaction in this instance, as the combined efforts of Kolstad and the community made for a genuine impact for those who were just struggling. And stories like these remind us of just how wonderful we are as people, how compassionate. It's what makes America wonderful. Got that smile, didn't you? All right, let's go to that question of the day. What do you think the left is losing their minds over? The American Eagle ad was Sydney Sweeney. What do you think of that? Tim Paul says, beautiful, blonde, physically fit, employed, heterosexual, Republican. She's everything the left hates. That's what I just said. This is a brilliant post by Tim Paul. Brilliant. Cheryl Farley, the left hates America. Everything America stands for, from American values to American spirit, even down to its core, including America first. Pamela Cooper, because they love to whine and cause turmoil. Bill Swearingen, I believe there's just some jealousy involved. Well, there is that. Jealousy. Debbie Williams writes, they found out that she is a registered Republican. What a heartbreaker. Cassandra Treat, it's obviously an issue for someone who is white, beautiful, and a Republican to have a wonderful effect on capitalism. All things the left hates. See, right on the money. Trish Hicks, every week the left thinks it has to make a new TikTok of diagnosing everyone's problem with a label like racist or Nazi to stay relevant. Of course, it gets old pretty fast. It's real old. And Crystal Ober-Paulson, because it is a pro-America company and she is a pro-America model, they can't have that. Good answers, my friends, good answers. It's everything that scares the hell out of them. It really is. There you go. Beautiful people supporting a beautiful country with beautiful ads. There it is. What a great day it's been. Glad you're here to spend the Monday and get the week started right. Don't forget to join me tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. for the Steve Guru Shows. We kick off live programming here in Real America's Voice. We do it every Monday through Friday. Like Brian Glenn said, follow us on all those social media platforms. It's a movement, friends. It is. And then I'll see you right back here for America's Voice Live tomorrow afternoon.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Now ring the bell, guys. Ring the bell. West Ultra. West Ultra. Here we go. Ring it. Well, someone forgot. There you go. Remember to ring the bell. Market's closed. Wall Street. We're open here. Good day on the street, pretty much across the board. I'll go through it. Dow Jones looks like it's going to end up around 580 points. So everything on Friday, I think, was down 450 on Friday. Dow Jones made it back. And then some. NASDAQ also up 400. Again, more higher today than it lost on Friday. S&P up a bit. Gold was in the midst of everything else. Gold up also, guys. Gold's up to $3,430 an ounce. Here's the good news. Oil back down again, down $1.24, right around $66 a barrel. That's all good news. And then the one we always talk about, crypto, Bitcoin up. At one point, it was up 2,000, up to 115.5. It looks like we're going to finish around 114,700 to the Bitcoin. So that's good news. Basically, good news across the board, not a negative thing flashing on the market. So a lot of things going very, very well for this economy right now. And our first guest is the Congresswoman from the great state of Georgia, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who we love having on the show today. Congresswoman, really, really good to have you on the show. Thank you for coming on. You posted to X. You posted a very interesting comment to X, and I'm going to let you tell us what it's all about. I also read an interview that you did with the Daily Mail. It's very fascinating because I think you are tapping into something that a lot of people, especially the MAGA folks, maybe are getting a bit confused about. But the floor is yours, my dear Congresswoman.
Well, thank you, Eric. I'm not sure which post you're referring to. I've posted a couple of them in the past few days. But I think the interview you're talking about is basically my feelings, and many others that I'm talking to, is how we voted in this historic election in 2024 that was really a referendum on establishment Washington and the Republican Party on the changes that we wanted. We want America first, and we really sincerely meant it. And that means a departure from the neocons running Washington and sending our tax dollars over to foreign wars. That means a departure from sending our hard-earned tax dollars in all types of foreign aid. Because the reality is, Eric, my kids are 22, 25, and 27. And it's that generation that I unapologetically care about more than anyone else on this planet. And these kids today, or young adults today, they can hardly afford rent. They don't think they're ever going to be able to buy a home. They can't afford car insurance. Health insurance is extremely expensive. And the cost of living is very, very high. And they're looking at the job market right now, where many American jobs are replaced by H-1B visas. They're looking at the job market today, coming out with expensive college degrees, not knowing where they can find a job or what kind of career they can pursue. But yet we're seeing Washington, D.C. and the Republican Party being completely tone deaf. We're out on August recess right now. And we have a $37 trillion debt. We have a September 30th government funding deadline, and we're nowhere near finished with appropriations. And they're telling us we're going to get another CR, which is unacceptable. And I'm just asking, I'm like, wait a minute, what is happening to the GOP?
So you're touching on something I think a lot of us in MAGA world are a bit confused about, right? And it's this whole idea of America first. I believe, I'll speak for myself here. I believe America first means enough of the foreign wars, enough of funding, backing Ukraine, enough of sending money to a Middle East conflict between Hamas and Israel, enough of all of those things. Let's bring it back to the United States. Some of the things that the administration has pivoted on. I mean, I believe Trump said he was through with all those things before he was elected. Seems to have changed. Now, I also read in that article, in that interview, that you don't blame Trump, you blame the party. As the leader of the Republican Party, doesn't the buck stop with Donald Trump?
Well, for one, it seems to be all the people that did not support him during his campaign. I was one of the loudest people that supported him during the campaign, but it's all the others that came on after he won the general election. Those seem to be the people that have the red carpet rolled out to them to the Oval Office. And I think that has a lot to do with who the people are in the White House. Also in Congress, it's interesting how I have all these Republican colleagues of mine who were hardcore never-Trumpers, hardcore anti-MAGA, but yet all of a sudden they're running around wearing MAGA hats and boasting about every time they talk to the president. And so I don't think the president is listening to the right people who are his true supporters, people like myself and others. It seems to be everyone else has, establishment Washington, establishment Republicans, the people that the base is absolutely sick of are the ones that have the president's ear. And I find that very frustrating. And I think that's why we're seeing the results that we're seeing. But Eric, you're completely right. We said no more foreign wars. And here we are, we are continuing to fund Israel's war, basically against whoever they want to go to war with. And Republicans will never back off of that. At least they showed that when I introduced an amendment to stop funding it. There were only 6 members of Congress that voted for my amendment, and that includes myself. They're running back into providing weapons and funding for Ukraine, which is absolutely ridiculous. Americans across the board do not want to have anything to do with that war, and we don't want to go to war with Russia. We aren't interested in that at all. But I think what is bothering so many people is to see the America First president and the party that's supposed to be America First making it what seems to be a departure from being actually America First. And I love the president. I support him, but it's the right thing to do to call this out when I see it. And when I'm hearing it from my constituents and hearing it every single day from people all across the country.
I'm going to agree with you on some of this discussion we're having here. There's no bigger supporter to Donald Trump in 2015 and 2016 when he ran the first time. I was at Fox. I was fighting with co-hosts on the 5 in favor of Trump. I was one of the first people. And for that, I was very much rewarded during the first presidency. I interviewed him 7 times in the 4 years, person to person. I've never varied from that. I'm still MAGA. I'm still America First. I'm still pro-Trump. But there are a lot of new people, not new bros, so to speak, that he's spending a lot of time with and maybe has his ear, and maybe he's getting some, maybe not so traditional, original gangster OG MAGA advice from. And I'm trying to figure out who it is. I don't know that MAGA would be thrilled with a Mike Johnson speaker or a John Thune, Senate Majority Leader. If we had our druthers, obviously we don't. Trump gets to decide who those folks are. But I think there is. But where do you think it stems from? I know Trump, his true north is MAGA. Steve Bannon, MAGA North. And this is some variation of that. Now, is it because he wants to have a bigger tent, so to speak? Is that maybe one explanation?
Well, I'm not sure, and I certainly can't speak for the president. I'll never try to do that. But I think it's who he's talking to constantly, day in and day out. And those are the people, I think, that were the biggest donors in the 2024 campaign. We're definitely seeing the tech industry get their way. We're seeing the AI industry get their way. And we're seeing the crypto industry get their way. And this is all happening before we're seeing major changes that affect the everyday working American, retired people, and especially my kids' generation. And that's where you're seeing a major pull away. You're seeing a pull away in primarily people, I would say, anywhere ranging from 40 to 50 and under, and then drastically, especially under 30, because these are the people that are getting hit the hardest. And they're saying, we're never going to get to be able to buy a house. And it's not just interest rates are the reasons, it's the cost of housing and the availability. I mean, when you've got companies like Blackstone buying up all the houses and turning them into rental homes, and no one in Washington, D.C. is willing to do anything about it, well, you have 20 and 30-year-olds who are frankly pissed off, and rightfully so. And I'm their mom. And Eric, when it comes to my kids, there's nobody I'll fight harder for. And I hate the term mama bear because I don't really think of myself that way. I was never one of those helicopter moms. But I am fighting in Washington, D.C. to affect the policies and the direction of the Republican Party because I want it to serve my kids' generation. And I think that's the right thing that we should be doing. Another thing is there's a big difference in the uber millionaire and billionaire class of people, which is a much smaller percentage of Americans that may be constantly talking to the president. There's a big difference in how they think versus how someone like me and you, Eric, how we think and how we're looking at what needs to happen. And here's how I see it. The Republican Party is going to lose voters drastically. I'm giving out the warning right now, and I can't make these sirens sound loud enough. The Republican Party is going to lose people drastically unless they get with the program and get on the America First train. And that's what President Trump has always been about, is America First. But yet I think he has people tugging him and pulling him. He's got neocons like Lindsey Graham, Mark Levin, you name it, this whole crowd pulling him to support these foreign wars, probably telling them that it creates jobs in America. The defense industry, those are the kind of jobs we need to stop creating. We can create a lot of other jobs in America instead of building weapons to destroy and kill people. But I think that's what's happening. And it's the lobbyists in Washington, D.C. and the major industry players. And his phone is ringing off the hook from foreign leaders from countries all over the world, begging and pleading and demanding this and that from Donald Trump. Well, you know what? The American people are the ones that matter the most. And that's who he should be talking to. And that's where we need his interest to get redirected back to. And Congress, you can't say enough about the House and Senate. Eric, it is a pathetic mess. And it's Republican controlled, and I have a lot of criticism. That's where most of my criticism lies, is there needs to be a lot of changes in Congress.
Indeed. And one thing that should not be changed is Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene staying MAGA, America First. We know you will. We're right there with you. We support you every single step of the way, MTG. Stay tough. And yeah, hopefully the powers that be in Washington realize that MAGA is what got him there, and he'll come back to it at some point. I'm not saying he's varying from it, but he certainly listened to some people that may not have America First MAGA in the best interest of their heart. Marjorie Taylor Greene, great having you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thanks, Eric.
All right, folks, we realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every single American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms, while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all three of the major main networks. Don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you. Call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/RAV. Use promo code RAV for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today. All right, folks, before we head to break, I'm not going to do anything other than tell you this. I've been working on something behind the scenes. It's big. It's going to be very big. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to tease you a little bit. I'm going to unveil more of it as we go, but just understand it's going to be big. We'll be back 2.5 minutes more of the show.
Thinking about long-term care? Think AMAC. Rosemark Advisors, the financial division of AMAC, specializes in alternative solutions for long-term care planning. We help AMAC members prepare for future healthcare needs without compromising their retirement goals or financial security. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization. So when it comes to long-term care and so much more, think AMAC.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America. And get this, did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
Tired of the hassle and high cost of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
All right, folks, let's bring in our next guest, our own RAV correspondent, Oscar L. Blue Ramirez, who's currently in Mexico bringing us information on, get this, a new migrant caravan, and get this part of it. It could be as high as 2,000 people who are walking from Mexico's southern border to cross into the United States. Oscar, people are still trying to cross our border. First of all, describe where you are. I've been to that location. It's a fascinating location. Tell us about where you are.
Yes, Eric, thank you for the invitation. We are in the commercial line that is the international crossing into the United States of America to the truck drivers. This is the consequence of not putting your country first. And I'm saying Mexico. This is because of the Trump administration that's pushed Mexico to do this. And this is the whole line. It is about 2 to 3 hours to cross every time, every day. Meticulous inspections by the U.S. Customs. This is good. It is pushing the country of Mexico to invest more in their security, and ultimately pushing the international investors to also push the government to put their country first. So, yes, we're located right here next door, right here to the border wall area.
And we'll get to the caravan in 1 second, but I think the folks need to understand this is a long line, a caravan line of commercial vehicles that are loaded up with everything, whatever, produce, chickens, who knows, just loaded in the back. And they pull into an area and they x-ray the whole 18-wheeler all the way around. They see if there's anything funky going on, and if they have to pull them, but it takes time. And so that's why, when you talk about the supply chain, it does bog down the supply chain somewhat, but they find a lot of drugs in some of those vehicles, right, Oscar?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And just for that, right here behind me, there is a canine station right here. Actually, the canine, it is right now on the move. If you see it right there on the back, and it's a canine that is going directly to the truck driver, inspectioning the truck right there, doing meticulous inspections. This did not happen under the Biden administration, Eric. This was not occurring under the Biden administration. You're actually seeing a canine doing the work, inspection in vehicles, inspection in motor, truck drivers and their loads, 53-foot trailers, 48-foot trailers, everything that is crossing the United States of America. This is the threat of a tariff. This is the Trump administration pushing Mexico to do better inspections, to lower down and cracking down the crossing of fentanyl and illegal migrants into the United States of America, Eric.
Yeah, I've seen the drugs hidden in fake gas tanks, so those big monster gas tanks on the side of the 18-wheelers. Sometimes they'll put gas in them. Sometimes they'll put gas on the outside, drugs in the middle. It's fascinating how smart some of these criminals are. Oscar, tell us about 2,000 strong caravan making their way to the border.
Yeah, just a month ago, we visited the south of the border and we interviewed the leader of the caravans, which I have walked with under, covering for RAF, more than 10 caravans to them. And ultimately, he told us that there's a big bottleneck of migrants inside of the border between 20 to 25,000 in the lower states of Mexico, then the speculated 30 to 35,000 in the middle parts of Mexico, then the hundreds of thousands in the north border that connect to the United States. This basically, tomorrow, there's going to be a caravan that is going to leave the south border into the central parts of Mexico. They have already said that their intentions is not to go to the United States, but establish and assimilate themselves in the middle parts of the country. This basically exposes the lies of the Mexican president that she told Kristi Noem that she already has returned more than 500,000 migrants into the country. That is a complete obvious lie. The border is still open. Caravans are still being formulated. And ultimately, it tells you that this is continuing, that a lot of the migrants are waiting to see if the border is going to be reopened, if CBP-1 app is going to be activated. And this is why it is so critical and important, the midterms and the next elections, Eric, for the future of the security of the United States.
Where are they coming from, Oscar? Because if it's anywhere outside of Mexico, technically they're not allowed to demand asylum in the United States because, as you know, asylum means go to your next safest country. And if they're coming from Central or South America, that would mean that they would have to stop in Mexico rather than coming into the United States.
Yeah, sadly, under the Democrats, that particularly what you said, it is not what it needs to be happening. It is a third safe country. A lot of them, they come from Honduras, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Venezuela. Those countries, they have other countries that they can establish themselves. But under the Democrats and under the Biden disaster border crisis, nobody had no restriction. You had to, you can cross through a non-port of entry, through a mountain, through a desert, through a river, and you will be admitted, embedded into the United States. I think that has been completely changed drastically. The numbers have dropped, enormously in terms to crossing illegals and through the United States of America. And the majority of these people, they understand that there's no possibility whatsoever right now to cross illegally to the United States of America. But they have on their mind, Eric, that if this thing changes, it is a ticking bomb. I will tell you, if this thing changes into a Democrat president or into some kind of policy in the Senate or in Congress that it will reopen this possibility of them entering, it is a ticking bomb, and you will never going to see this massive flow arriving to the borders of the United States like you've never seen before.
It's like everything else. They're held back right now. They're waiting to see if a pro-Trump Republican wins in 28, and if he doesn't, if it's someone else, it's called pent-up demand. All that demand to come into the country is being pent up, held back for now, and if they open up that border, it will be a monster. It'll be an absolute tsunami of illegals coming across the border. Oscar, stay safe, my friend. Thank you for reporting, as always. Oscar El Blue Ramirez, folks. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
folks. Take a look at this.
With the 555, I've lost 17.4 pounds.
Oh!
When I started this, I could barely move or even get myself out of bed. Frankly, you were my last hope. I didn't want to wake up in the morning anymore. Yesterday, no fatigue. This is the first time in years I'm sleeping. I am starting to dream in vivid color. It's the first time I haven't felt sick in over 2 years. I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. This literally has given me my life back. I think every part of me is smiling.
Many people feel like they've lost themselves to stress, fatigue, weight gain, or chronic health issues. John Jubilee, founder of Energized Health, says you can reclaim your energy and feel better. Welcome back, John Jubilee. John, for those who've tried everything, diets, pills, workouts, everything, but still feel stuck, what's likely going on at the root that's keeping them from getting the real results they want?
Well, Eric, first of all, I just want to say to everyone, that's my story, guys. So if you are that person, we are one and the same. We're in the same family of eternal frustration, beating your head against the wall. I tried every diet for 10 years. I spent a fortune on supplements and medical program, everything that money could buy. And it was so frustrating, Eric, because everything is what I would call false hope for sale. So does anyone else feel like that? Like, you were so desperate, you bought it because you're just desperate. People ask me, Eric, they said, John, you're a smart guy. Why would you buy all that stuff? Because I was so desperate, at that point in my life, I was bone on bone in my knees, hypertension, the lack of energy, all the same frustrations. I had about a 10-inch belly on me. So frustrating. But the great news is, I just want to encourage everyone is, what if I told you there was a way that is scientifically proven? What if it had a 28-year track record of a 99.1% success rate? What if it has already transformed tens of thousands of lives of people just like you and me? What if I told you that you could do that? Well, that's what we do at Energize Health. And that's why, I left a big life in banking and, I was managing several hundred bank branches, before I made this big shift, because this became the passion of my life, Eric, because I found something that was real. It was simple, it was scientific, but most importantly, sustainable. I did this 28 years ago. I'm happy to tell people in just a few weeks here, I'm going to turn 65 years old. Yep, I'm a bona fide senior citizen, but I don't need Medicare or Medicaid because I haven't had a medical doctor visit for 28 years. But more importantly, you could have the same thing that I have, that tens of thousands of others have, if you'll do the same thing that we did.
Yep. John, so you teach intercellular hydration. How long before folks can feel the positive effects of intercellular hydration when they start the program?
Well, look, you guys just heard, that's a real client. So she felt it in 5 days. Now, look, not everyone feels it in 5 days, but most do. Most feel it, Eric, just in the first 5 days. And I'll just quickly give people a personal invitation. Come and join us for this 5-5-5 challenge. It's up on your screen. If you just go sign up on there, guys, it's the price of a cup of coffee. Now, if you want to find out where you're at, if you want the value of a full-blown health assessment and benefit for $99, guys, just sign up for the VIP, and we will FedEx you a device that measures your skeletal muscle, your subcutaneous, your visceral fat, but most importantly, it measures your hydration, which you probably have never known that measurement your whole life. And you get a free consultation. Well, it's not really free. You're paying $99 for the consultation and the device, but you'll get to talk to one of our health experts. They'll go over all of your numbers with you. And guys, it's a $99 investment to find out, where am I in my health? What's inside my body? No one would buy a car without knowing if it has an engine or brakes or a transmission. Well, value yourself the same. Know what's inside your body. And again, this is a simple investment, guys. You can do the $5. You can upgrade to find out what's in there for just $99. And it's just my555challenge.com. And you can have the same result, which you heard this lady. Look, she lost 17 pounds of fat in 5 days.
Right. And listen, this is a great idea. My555challenge, 555challenge.com. John Jubilee, thank you for your time, my friend.
Thank you, Eric.
All right, folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free and will even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
This is it. This is how they're going to try to disguise their party's full-blown lead into blatant socialism. A documented socialist is about to become mayor of New York. It's going to happen, folks. The guy's leading every single poll against every single combination. And several members of the Democrat Party are reveling in that fact. And here comes, wait for it, drum roll, please, the classic Democrat reframing. Watch.
Zoran Mamdani, he's the Democratic candidate, Democratic Socialist candidate there. Democratic leaders are not supporting him. Is that a problem? Do you support him?
So you and I are going to have this conversation, and I'm going to say to you one day, I told you so. This is not a left-right issue. It really isn't. It is an authoritarian versus people who want pragmatic government that makes a difference in the lives of American people. I'm one of these people that says the lines that divide us in America are not nearly as strong as the ties that bind us. Big corporations, people want to keep our eyes on the screen, want to pit us against each other and tell us how much we should hate each other. I'm sorry. The left-right lens is not the right lens to look at this right now.
Oh, come on, Spartacus. We don't like socialists. We don't like communists. That's why we fought wars over that, didn't we? So if we go too far left as a party, which Mamdani clearly is, well, then you shouldn't look at it as left versus right anymore, because then we will surely lose. Now, they want you to believe that it's just an issue of authoritarian versus everyone else. And guess who they're calling authoritarian? Trump, which is exactly what the communists said during the Russian Revolution to win over the people's opinion. You know, Cory Booker may be useless, but he's not that useless. He still knows how to deliver propaganda, the party propaganda. And there it is. I would call that he's a useful idiot. That's where communism comes from. A whole bunch of useful idiots spewing communism. What you see is not what you see, they say, but I'm about to expose it all. Remember when inflation was just transitory? Remember that? Janet Yellen? Remember when they redefined what transitory even means?
We would see a specific number of months or quarters where there is a transitory increase. The impacts of our proposed investments are transitory. These are a number of these are transitory, or they're impacted by other factors. And this is still foreseen as a transitory impact on prices. Well, the Federal Reserve and the OECD and others have also said inflation is expected to come down. They continue to say it's transitory. Over time, as the economy is turning back on, we'd see some of these transitory effects. We do anticipate that gas prices and energy prices will go up. That is something that the president has conveyed very clearly to the American public. We also believe it will be temporary and not long-lasting.
Sure, Jen. Or should I say Jen? Suddenly months and then years of hyperinflation are just transitory in order to try and trick Americans into thinking that their suffering will be short-lived when it actually lasted all 4 years of the Biden presidency. That's not transitory. It's called Bidenomics, and it sucked. Democrats have now spent years redefining words and phrases to suit their agenda and their needs. That's called propaganda. By the way, something employed in totalitarian regimes. Think Soviet Union, think Cuba, China, Venezuela, and in terrorist regimes. Think Iran, Gaza under Hamas, Afghanistan under the Taliban. The list goes on and on. Suddenly, they're not pedophiles. No, they're minor attracted persons. They're not illegal aliens. They're undocumented migrants. Joe Biden doesn't have dementia. He's got a cold or COVID for the 17th time. Oh, and he just got back from a long trip 14 days ago. It's not what it is. It's not is, unless you think is something else.
With Ms. Lewinsky, the statement that there was no sex of any kind, in any manner, shape, or form with President Clinton was an utterly false statement. Is that correct?
It depends upon what the meaning of the word is. Yes.
Oh, yes, the classic is not what you think it is, and the rest is history. But what is actually true is this. Democrats are so hungry for power, so thirsty to be back in charge, and everything they claim President Trump to be authoritarian, fascist, well, it's them.
This is not a left-right issue. It really isn't. It is an authoritarian versus people who want pragmatic government that makes a difference in the lives of American people.
So in that, we couldn't agree more with Corey when you think about what he just said. And President Trump has enacted the most difference-making pragmatism in government, maybe ever, eliminating racial quotas and DEI practices, no men in women's sports, or, God forbid, men in women's locker rooms, stopping people from coming into the country illegally and enforcing the damn law to deport those who are here illegally, establishing tariffs on foreign countries equal to those they impose on us, keeping taxes low for middle-class Americans, cutting the USAID cord that has enriched the lives of Democrats and everyone involved except the ones it's supposed to enrich, like the needy. These people are desperate. Corey, Hakeem Jeffries, Jazzy Jasmine Crockett, Chucky Schumer, they reek of desperation. There's been more pragmatic change in America under Trump than any other president or leader in modern history. And instead of actually admitting that fact, Cory Booker is pretending that he opposes it. And in a sick, twisted 1984 fantasy, these people are latching on to some socialist dream, the New York momentum with Mamdani as their beacon of hope.
How is this not a unifying message, not just for Democrats, but for everybody in the working class and the middle class?
You got it, Joe. It is. And in fact, that's the mayoral race right now in New York City. That's Zohran Mamdani. How does this young guy come in, doesn't have the money to spend that Cuomo has, doesn't have the position that Adams has, doesn't have the backing of the billionaires? How does that work? He comes in and he talks about how to make New York City affordable for families.
And to be clear, that means government-owned grocery stores, removing the police force, government housing, and many illegals in government-subsidized housing, by the way, as well. They're gunning all in. All in. They've heard what he's saying, and they're all in for it. This is what they're going with, folks. This is their answer to President Trump. They're rewriting history as it's making things more affordable. Is that true? Well, who's paying attention? And by the way, Paul Cohantis, who's paying for all that stuff? But Americans couldn't even afford barbecues and Thanksgiving under Joe Biden. And all Kamala Harris told them when she was running for president was, it's not as bad as you think it is or it feels. And oh, by the way, I grew up in the middle class with a lawn.
When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
Are they better off now than they were 4 years ago?
Making life more affordable for people. What are one or two specific things you have in mind for that?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. I grew up a middle-class kid.
But now, after she embarrassed herself for 3 months on the campaign trail, Kamala is throwing in the towel. But is she? But not because she admits her failure, of course not. It's because the system is rigged against her.
Why is it then when we think we want to improve a system or change it that we're always on the outside on bended knee or trying to break down the door? Shouldn't we also be inside the system? And that has been my career. Recently, I made the decision that for now, I don't want to go back in the system. I think it's broken.
Kamala was just a puppet. Useful to them only when they thought she could keep them in power. Now Cammie finds out that she's useless to them. A nobody, a nothing who can't even make a run in California happen. And she takes to a canceled late night show last week to sell her sad little book with a political pawn for a host to complain about how the system chewed her up and spit her out. Pretty sad, isn't it? Lies, victimhood, all just a sad metaphor for a failed party. Moderate Democrats sit idle with nothing to offer other than scream, never Trump. That's all they got, while allowing the progressive left to make gains. Mamdani, that lunatic in Minnesota. The Democrats are in a dangerous tailspin. Nothing is going to stop them until they crash. And even loyal supporters can't keep them from this in the end. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Thinking about Social Security? Think AMAC. The AMAC Foundation takes the confusion and stress out of understanding Social Security's thousands of rules and regulations. Our nationally accredited advisors offer a personal touch that is unmatched. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Social Security and so much more, think AMAC.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Well, our good friend Jasmine Crockett's been on a roll lately, but she's also been in a downward spiral for months. Her toxic insults have gone from occasionally to daily, and her name calling has gotten more and more aggressive with every single day. This insane woman just dropped a crazy word salad about her and the rest of the Texas Democrats acting like political thugs. Listen to this mad woman.
There was a benefit to shining a light on what it was that they were trying to do in the dark in Texas. So unfortunately, we've seen our numbers fall now that they have these voter restrictions in place. But I do think it's important for us to have the conversation.
No, please. How about a little more from Crazy Crockett, who says the quiet part out loud more times than she'll ever realize she's even doing. She went on CNN and admitted that the Democrat support dropped in her state after voter ID was mandated for mail-in ballots. Take a listen to this nonsense.
I'm sick of the gerrymandering, but if Donald Trump is going to put
a criminal attorney general who absolutely is like wanting to be Trump 2.0 himself, and he wants to put warrants out for people, even though like he's the one that was under federal investigation for years, and he's the one that had felony indictments pending for years, and of course was avoiding prosecution for years. Yeah, because like that's what makes you real MAGA, is like you got to be about this thug life. You got to be like cheating on your wife. You got to at least be going to get impeached if you ain't been impeached, because he was impeached. He just wasn't convicted again. We've kind of seen this play out before. Anyway, but he got the nerve to talk about who should be arrested. Give me a break. Kind of like, you know, the orange orangutan, you know, the Timu Hitler. He on the same nonsense too. Bro, you the real criminal. Like, stop coming for people that's out here in these streets just trying to make this country really work by going to work, and so you grabbing them up at work. That's a whole other issue.
Do you think the political discourse in America is going straight through the toilet? Do you think Timu Hitler, Third Reich? I mean, how much? She's nuts. I'm thrilled she's leading their party. It's going to be a bloodbath if she runs in 2028. There's a difference between the political jousting that we've all come to know and blatantly attacking someone with profanity. Jasmine Crockett upped herself, her own heightened rhetoric. She had some very choice words for President Trump yesterday at a rally in Arizona. Be careful. Listen to this.
because the Supreme Court has paved the way for half the stuff that we see that's going on. Listen, Donald Trump is a piece of okay, we know that. Yes, he is.
That's where we are. How about Congress censoring her for saying that kind of thing about the President of the United States? The President of the United States, folks, called him, I'm not even going to repeat it. Cory Booker, remember that guy? When Cory Booker isn't whining on the Senate floor, you can often find him on CNN either spreading lies about Trump, talking in unrealistic absolutes, or defending the Democrats with sheer hypocrisy. Here's the latest from Spartacus Booker, who is sick and tired of all the gerrymandering, not just from his Democrat colleagues, though.
I'm sick of the gerrymandering, but if Donald Trump is going to push to gerrymander Texas, he's going to break the rules in order to win. He can't win by the rules they are right now, so he thinks you should break the rules. For Democrats to sit back and just say, okay, we're going to play by the Queen's rules, no. I'm telling you right now, we need to win in the midterm. We need to stop him from cheating, from lying, and from stealing the election. And if they're doing something to add their congressional seats, we need to look at our ways of doing that right now.
Guy's nuts. I mean, He's already talking about running for president in 2028. Unbelievable. Suddenly, Morning Joe Scarborough wants everyone to move on and forget all about that Russia hoax. Isn't that convenient? Check it out.
Need to believe Donald Trump's version of this event.
Yeah, but I agree, Mika, with what Kenny said. Like, why keep going back to it? Why keep muddying the water when you have Marco Rubio in the Senate Intel Committee, your own Secretary of State, saying Paul Manafort in the 2016 Trump campaign posed a, quote, grave counterintelligence threat to the United States of America. You have John Durham admitting that there wasn't a Clinton conspiracy, that actually the two emails at the heart of that, even though he spent the entire report trying to prove this, in the annex, he hides it in the annex. And, well, yeah, the two key emails were actually most likely products of Russian disinformation. Like, move on. Get past it. The only people talking about Russia right now are Tulsi Gabbard and others.
Yeah, I don't know. I just heard Jasmine Crockett talking about something that happened with Trump 4 years ago. Please, Joe, quit being a total freaking hypocrite. How about it? But this guy, remember him, Senator Alex Padilla, hasn't been right about anything, especially immigration, never once. His latest mind-numbing take is that illegals who broke the law to come here should be considered residents because, well, they've been here long enough. I guess they want their vote that badly. Listen.
My focus has been on the people who have been here, millions of long-term residents of the United States who happen to be undocumented, that have been the target of this administration's increasingly aggressive and cruel arrest, detention, and deportation policy.
So if you commit murder, Alex, in California, your state, and get away with it for 3 years, is that enough to be, you're all right. You're a murderer, but you've been here long enough. I guess we'll just let that law you broke pass by without throwing you out of the country, throwing you in jail. You're wrong again. Liberals are still doing the most insane things to blow off a little Trump-related stress. In Minnesota, a bunch of deranged freaks smashed televisions and watermelons in a smash room as a way of standing up to President Trump. Watch these extremely mentally ill people do what they do best. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. They're really freakish. Folks, these people are really, really nuts. Does that make you feel better? Anyway, all right, let's come out of this. Let's come out of this. We got some important stuff too. Let's see. First, let's do this. Does this work? Does that work? I thought we'd be able to get the thumbs up. How about this? Does that work? Come on, Mad Dog. I thought it was going to work. All right, folks. When we come back from this break, guess who's up? Mr. Stephen K. Bannon.
Thinking about Social Security? Think AMAC. The AMAC Foundation takes the confusion and stress out of understanding Social Security's thousands of rules and regulations. Our nationally accredited advisors offer a personal touch that is unmatched. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Social Security and so much more, think AMAC.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already call CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
All right, folks, we said it before, we'll say it again. The favorite time of the show when I get to speak with Stephen K. Bannon. Mr. Bannon, some news that I think you said you were very interested in. The Texas, well, you tell us. Texas State has decided to track down some lawmakers that have broken the law. Tell us about it.
Well, I think they gavelled in at 4 o'clock our time and immediately gavelled out. The House, the Texas House guys, the bulk of them are up in Illinois hiding. Pritzker's hiding them. There's some in New York and some in Boston, but the bulk of them are in Illinois, the most gerrymandered state in the union. The Texas House, and that'll say they're going to play hardball. We're going to have Brian Harrison on to talk about this, but I think they're going to send out arrest warrants. I think they're moving very quickly and very dramatically to sort this mess out. But it's a massive victory for Republicans, I think, Eric, any way you look at it. Because
can they proceed without him?
There's so much other bases.
Yeah. Go ahead. Can they just
if they're looking at right now about vacating the seats. There's all types of different alternatives they're looking at. If they vacate the seats, they may be able to go ahead. They have a quorum. I think there's a lot going on right now. We're going to get Brian Harrison to break it all down for us. He was on CNN this afternoon, and let's say this. Directionally, this is great. We got these guys on the run. We're going to get this redistricting done, and it just shows the nation, and particularly shows Texas, how cowardly and feckless the radical Democratic Party is in there. So it's a big win for us.
Yeah, it's a huge win in getting redistricting. Elections have consequences, folks. I mean, that's really at the end of the day, what this is all about. Democrats don't want to admit that. How many seats could Texas pick up if it's properly, if it's redistricted the way Republicans would like to see it happen?
The new map has 5. And here's the interesting thing, Eric. 2 of these are in the Rio Grande Valley. One of them's Crockett's seat, I think outside Houston. Another one I think is outside San Antonio, but 2 of these are in the Rio Grande Valley. These are principally Hispanic-oriented districts. A lot of them, they're refocused. President Trump won the Hispanic vote in 24. We did very well in 22, so I think it's that momentum, and we got to keep delivering for working-class Hispanics, particularly on border security and on jobs. But they think if done properly, this is a 5-seat pickup, which could be everything. Also, DeSantis has announced 5 seats in Florida. A lot of this is about the demographic shift post-pandemic. So that's why it wasn't captured in the 2020 census.
And therein lies the other question. take the census again, eliminate, exactly, just count American citizens, that House makeup could dramatically shift to the right.
You nailed it. I think if we do, I was very involved in the 2020 census when the Commerce Department really didn't back us up. Stephen Miller and I had in there we would not count illegal aliens. I think the courts would have backed us up too. The Commerce Department at the time was full of rhinos, kind of botched it, so they did get counted. But I think now if you took out illegal aliens and looked at the demographic shift to the South and the Southwest, and even in some of these states, I think you'd pick up 20 seats. That's how dramatic. That's how dramatic it is, and that's why. Or 30, math. Could be 30.
If there are 20 million illegals in this country, which is probably a low estimate, 20 million divided by 320 million, whatever that number is, about 8%. You take 8% more seats, move them to Republican, you're pushing 33 seats if I'm doing the math right. And that really would be the redistricting of by just counting American citizens.
Yes. You know, this is going to happen. A big part of this is going to happen anyway in 2030. But, Eric, it doesn't say you can't have multiple census. It just says you have to have one every 10 years. I think it's after we get this done now, I would call upon a mid-decade census right after this. You know, get Texas and Florida done. The Democrats are in total meltdown. They're threatening to go change the constitutions of California and New York, and Hochul came out today. So you have Newsom and Hochul firing back on this. But it's a fight. Let's have this fight now. If we have this fight now, let's put these seats away. So really proud of what's happening down in Texas.
What you know, I hit Marjorie Taylor Greene earlier on the show. She's upset. She did an interview with the Daily Mail, and she's upset with Republicans. Let's put it this way. She said Republicans are moving away from America First MAGA. She talked about some of the people whispering to President Trump. Do you agree with her?
I agree that President Trump's doing an amazing job, but I think you see this weekend, this fight. I mean, we should be in a real recess right now and not some phony pro forma recess. And President Trump this afternoon should be putting forward 160 names for confirmation, principally the second and third tier and very important jobs in his cabinet and in the agencies, also U.S. attorneys. This was all done. You saw this over the weekend. This is classic. Standard stock Republican establishment. What's happening in Texas, the reason we're so happy, if it was not for the War Room and other Real America Voice shows and people like Brian Harrison, nothing would have gotten done. The Bush establishment did not want to do this 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago. They wanted just this opportunity just to kind of pass on. They didn't want to bring it up in the special session. They waited, they dragged their feet, but it was pressure being put on them. So no, I think there's a lot of truth in what Marjorie Taylor Greene's talking about. There's tons of policies that we have President Trump's back, and the establishment Republicans just want to have the same kind of Chamber of Commerce policies they've ever had and not really get to the heart of it. So I think that, and you know, President Trump came up today with this, you know, you don't get emergency aid if your state is not buying from Israel or something. It looked very convoluted, and people are questioning like who's advising him on these things. So I think Marjorie Taylor Greene has a tendency to kind of be very close to her constituents and you know, kind of channels the truth. She channels the grassroots.
You know, she, well, let me ask you this. So whatever this is, this recess, rather than being a true recess where Trump could appoint who he wants to, the judges he wants to, there's this gavel in, gavel out process that happens, not allowing him to do that. So is it Johnson? Is it Thune? Is it both? Who do we point the finger at for this? And both. Why isn't Trump leaning on this?
Well, they lied to him over the weekend. I gotten very involved with the Mike Lee. Polly Pockets Johnson lied to him about having to bring the House back. You didn't have to do that. Thune kind of tapped him along with, because remember, Thune's just the spokesmodel for the McConnell apparatus, right? It's the McConnell apparatus, the McConnell's operatives. They hate Trump. It's absurd. If you're the party in power and you have the Senate, you always go on recess and let the executive branch do what they do. If you're out of power, I have no problem with the Democratic Senate doing, or what we did during Obama's time or Biden's time. It's absolutely logical that party out of power, you don't want to give them recess appointments. But if you're in power, you're essentially saying you don't trust the president. I mean, that's what it is. Not essentially. You're saying we do not trust the president on recess appointments. Therefore, we just do the pro forma. It's a humiliation. It's terrible, and they lied to him.
It is. It's. So what is he? I mean, he seems to have a Svengali control over these folks on some of the policies he wants to push through. But when it comes to these judges, appointing judges is one of the most important things a president can do, a party can do. This one seems to be a big one. Steve, final thought. Your show's coming up in 20.
Yeah. Final thought, we're going to start with John Solomon. The great John Solomon today called shot on the Pam Bondi announcing this grand jury. Huge news on the seditious conspiracy, the treasonous conspiracy. Eric, this is going to keep us in business. This is going to be the top A block, I think, for a while. I think this is so important.
Got it. We will follow your lead tomorrow. Steve Bannon, thank you so much for your time.
Eric Bowling, always a pleasure. John Solomon's with us. We've got a great cold open. Let's go ahead and hit it. We don't have a moment to spare. We're packed. Christina Bobb, Brian Harrison, Kurt Mills, just in the first hour. Second hour is packed. Let's go ahead and let it rip. If we don't stick the landing on this, and when I mean landing, I mean some indictments, right, and some perp walks, you're going to lose 5 to 10% of the hardest core of the MAGA base, and I'm talking about the people that canvass, that walk these districts, that knock on doors, the Scott Pressler crowd, right? You're going to lose them, and if we lose them, I don't care if we've redistricted 12 seats. We're going to have a tough time hanging on because people, they on this one, they think it's egregious enough, and they agree with you, and they agree with the President of the United States. This is the greatest political crime in the history of the nation, sir.
Yeah, well, listen, I think it all rests with making sure that the Justice Department sticks this, that it resources it right, that it gets the right people in here. The great thing about the strike force, you don't need to have Senate-confirmed people on a strike force. Get the best prosecutors, the best agents they can find. The roadmap has already been built. Kash Patel wrote the roadmap, the grand conspiracy case. But there's lots and lots of work that has to happen very quickly. For instance, you've got to, if you're going to bring the case in Florida, like what some people have been thinking about, you got to create the research work to see, was Jack Smith looking for Russia collusion documents when he went to Mar-a-Lago? Everybody says it, including Devin Nunes and Kash Patel. But you got to find those documents and put them out there. You've got to assign a grand jury. You got to start bringing people in. You've got to do like what Jerry Dunleavy did this morning, which is, all right, Hillary Clinton's out there the last 5 days on a propaganda thing. This is Russian disinformation. I never approved any plan. She admitted to proving a plan. Go through her book. Go through her speeches. Go through the op-eds her staff wrote. They were so proud of what they did back in 2017. They bragged about it. That is impeachable material. That takes time to do. We have an 8,000-word story today, basically the signed confessions of all of the Clinton team admitting they did this, even though now they're claiming they didn't. But that's what prosecutors also have to do. We have to demand that Pam Bondi give us regular updates so that we can not just hear that a strike force has been named, but who's on it? Where's it being worked? Where are the first subpoenas? If we don't see action, it isn't just losing 5 to 10% of the MAGA base short term, which I agree with you. You might even lose more than that, Steve. But long term, if we don't punish the behavior that we now know exists out there in its most egregious form, the temptation to do this the next time Democrats are in power is going to be enormous. You are going to handicap the future of this country and destine it to be a banana republic because the Democrats got away with it this time. That's the stakes are even higher than losing the MAGA base.
That Jack Smith was violating the Hatch Act when he was investigating Donald Trump. When you investigate political people, your work is going to become necessarily political, and it is going to perhaps affect political investigations or political elections. That is not what the goal was here, as is obvious from the indictment that was handed up by a federal grand jury. But I think the risk to Jack Smith is that he gets accused of criminal misconduct. And even though I am confident that there are checks in the criminal justice system to prevent his ultimate conviction, it is very unpleasant to be investigated for a crime. You have to use resources to hire an attorney. Your reputation is harmed. You might become the target of threats or harassment. Your family can be harassed. So all of those things can make life very difficult for Jack Smith, and it seems to be exactly what Donald Trump said he was going to do when he campaigned on the theme of retaliating against his rivals.
And it can be very expensive as well. Jack Smith is not a government employee anymore. So, Barb, does the OSC even have the authority to investigate him at this point?
It really doesn't, but it doesn't seem like that's going to stop things. Now, I suppose to the extent there is anybody in Jack Smith's office or elsewhere who does remain a government employee, that could give them the hook to hang their hat on and say that there was some aspect of this office that was is still in office. The other thing that I think is always a possibility is a referral to the Inspector General's office. The Inspector General, of course, looks into claims of fraud, waste, and abuse. And if there is some discovery here that there was an abuse of power, that could open the door to an Inspector General investigation. All of these things just leave Jack Smith exposed to what seems to me to be baseless investigations.
Adding to the pile that we've seen, we've reported that the FBI is now investigating James Comey, John Brennan. Those are two more officials who, of course, investigated Trump. We also saw the firing of the Commissioner of Labor Statistics. And what does all of this say to you about just how far Trump and his allies will go to prosecute, discredit the people who stand in his way?
Well, I think there are two things that are happening. One is an effort to rewrite history, to suggest that these investigations into Donald Trump, even findings against him, were all part of a disinformation campaign. They were all political interference, and they're all false. That is an effort to rewrite history. Even this episode at the Smithsonian to remove references to Donald Trump's impeachment, I think, are all very disturbing efforts to change the narrative, right up there with the pardoning of the January 6th defendants. But I think another long-term consequence is the chilling effect it might have on government employees to do their jobs. If you know that the wrath of Donald Trump and his supporters might be directed at you, I could see federal agents or prosecutors shirking their responsibilities to bring cases against powerful people, whether that's Donald Trump or other people in power, for fear that they could be next.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Monday, 4 August, year of our Lord 2025. Thank you for joining the late afternoon, early evening edition. John Solomon joins us now. John, I don't know if they're watching clips over at DOJ, if you've got a pipeline, but you're on quite a roll on coming on War Room and say, hey, I think, if this logic continues, this is what's going to happen. Tell us what happened today between this morning when you called it and this afternoon when it became a called shot.
Yeah, so it's today the Justice Department informed some people that have critical evidence important to the weaponization grand conspiracy case that there is a prosecutor named and that there will be a grand jury impaneled and that a real investigation will be underway. That's a very important moment. It's a normal moment when you're about to do a grand jury investigation. People, particularly in the government, agencies that are cooperating, they get notified, hey, we're going to send you a subpoena now. So there's a chain of custody for this evidence. Send it over now. And they usually will tell you the prosecutor you'll be dealing with. So that began happening today. And that is a sign, as we were talking about this morning, that this is getting serious now, that the steps are being taken to take that grand conspiracy investigation that that the FBI and Kash Patel sort of drafted out and put it to a prosecutor and start getting evidence in the mill and start letting jurors hear what really went on.
Why did they, all MSNBC and folks this afternoon, focus on Jack Smith? It's broader than that, but why did they, was there any hint or any leak that this had something to do with Jack Smith, or they immediately jumped on Jack Smith and the Hatch Act?
Yeah, I think it's the announcement on over the weekend that the Office of Special Counsel has a Hatch Act violation. And by the way, that's the sort of thing that could eventually get rolled up to a special prosecutor, an all-encompassing prosecutor. If there is evidence of a politicalization of Jack Smith's investigation, which, by the way, is in the statute of limitations now, because Jack Smith wasn't even appointed until late 2022, that falls in the statute. That could become
part of this larger conspiracy case, what we call the grand conspiracy case of weaponization. So I think MSNBC and CNN are able to put two and two together and realize, hey, Jack Smith's investigation was launched by pressure from the Biden White House and NARA. We know that from the National Archives. He raids Donald Trump's home. That's in Florida. This looks like the wash, rinse, repeat cycle we've been talking about. So they understand that all of these players are going to be brought before a grand jury now, and panic has set in. And I find it hysterical to see MSNBC worrying about the legal bills of people now, because they didn't seem to care about that the entire time Donald Trump's people were rolling up tens of millions of dollars of legal bills for what we now know to be a bogus allegation called Russia collusion and everything else that followed it.
So the news is a criminal grand jury has been impaneled and is off to its official business of reviewing evidence.
Yeah, I don't know if it's fully been impaneled yet, but people have been told that Pam Bondi has made the decision. Here's the prosecutor. The grand jury subpoenas are coming. Whether a grand jury gets impaneled on a Monday or it might take a Tuesday or Thursday when you meet with them. Typically, they meet Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays in the various districts. Whether it's impaneled yet for this purpose, we don't know, but the intention is to do that, and the parties that own some of this early evidence have been informed of that.
John, make us smart once again. You did a great job this morning. What should the audience be looking for?
I think a series of subpoenas starting to go out now, and subpoenas will start with federal agencies, intelligence agencies, and the FBI won't need a subpoena. They can turn it over. But other agencies like the National Security Agency, the CIA, the Director of National Intelligence, any whistleblowers who've come forward that might have possession of private information, all of that is likely to be the next round. You'll see a blizzard of subpoenas to start the gathering process of the evidence. And then once the physical evidence is in, you'll start to see people be asked to appear before the grand jury. If they won't do so willingly, they'll also be subpoenaed. So it's not unlike what you see in Congress, except that it happens in the secrecy of a grand jury in a federal courthouse. The big mystery to me, and I haven't been able to get it confirmed yet, is where is this grand jury going to be impaneled? Will it be in Florida? We just had a Miami U.S. attorney finally confirmed. People are very high on him. Does it go to Florida? Does it start in D.C. and transfer later? We don't know that level of information yet, but we're working on it.
John Solomon, I know you're getting ready for your show at 6 o'clock at the top of the hour. Thank you so much. Where do people go to get all the news on Solomon Report, Solomon Investigates, Just the News, all everything, sir?
Yeah. Thank you. JustTheNews.com is all one-stop shopping, and then Jay Solomon Reports on all social media platforms. Thanks, Steve, for having me on tape. It's great.
Great. You got that lead story today. It lays it all out. So thank you very much. We've pushed that out hard all day. Thank you, John Solomon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Grace, if we can put that in the chats again and let the chat, all the people in all the various chats push that hard. Monumental day, folks. Pam Bondi's announced they're getting ready for a grand jury, hopefully impaneled tomorrow. But the wheels are turning, and I think they're turning rapidly. Christina Bobb, is she up? Christina Bobb is not up? Okay. Want to thank, first off, Birch Gold for being our sponsor. Birchgold.com/Bannon. Lula, I think we'll play that clip maybe in the second hour. Lula came out over the weekend, the Marxist CCP puppet down in Brazil. President Trump and Lula are going back and forth. There were the turnout in Brazil of these over the weekend of these marches and protests for Bolsonaro were absolutely massive. I mean, I think it blew anybody away that was watching. Millions of people, right? And they wear that green and gold of the Bolsonaro colors. Lula came out and said, hey, it's time to destroy the U.S. dollar, that if you own the U.S. dollar, you're empowering America, and so you got to get off it. This is why more than ever you need to read The End of the Dollar Empire. It's birchgold.com/Bannon. Make sure you go read it and check it out. We'll get you up to speed on everything you need to know, particularly the relationship of gold and precious metals to fiat currency like the U.S. dollar. It talks about the BRICS nations, deficit, debt, all of it. When people come back after Labor Day, it is all going to be consumed by debt, deficit, CRs, omnibuses, minibuses, all of it. So get up to speed now over August. Put your time to work. Birchgold.com/Bannon, End of the Dollar Empire. Talk to Philip Patrick and the team about the ownership of physical gold, the benefits of it. Okay, we're going to take a short commercial break here. Christina Bobb is going to join us. I've got Brian Harrison down in Texas. Also, the great Kurt Mills is going to join us. E.J. Antoni, whose name is being mentioned to be the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics after he outed that scandal that President Trump took action on the other day. Johnny Kahn with American Heart is going to take us out. We'll be back in a moment.
The greatest innovator, liberator, cultivator, freedom knows. So I suggest you take a look inside. 'Cause I think you changed already. You went and lost your pride. But I'm American made. I got American heart. I got American faith in America.
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system. Don't worry, be warranty.
Thinking about buying a new cell phone? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special pricing on talk, text, and data plans for as little as $10 per month. It's one of the many ways joining AMAC can save you money on everyday things. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on cell phones and service, think AMAC.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little bee.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to number 1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Still America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
And I thank them so much for making this journey. You are on the right side of history. And you're not alone. Thank you. We are in solidarity with each and every one of you and your colleagues in another state hosted by my great friend, J.B. Pritzker, who welcome you as well.
As I said, history will judge us on how we respond to this moment. But here in New York, we will not stand on the sidelines with the timid souls on the sidelines who don't care, will not invest their heart and soul into this battle. This is a war. We are at war. And that's why the gloves are off, and I say, bring it on.
For voters here, if this Republican plan goes through.
Well, Democrats will say unequivocally that it is unjust, that it draws lines in a way that are not consistent with the census, that is not consistent with how redistricting has always been done in Texas. And so they say that voters lose, that this is a patently political effort. And that is against what democracy is about, what America is about. And that is the reason they say they are taking such a strong effort, leaving their homes, leaving their families, leaving in some cases their jobs in the private sector to come here to Illinois for at least the next couple of weeks.
Government, as you can see, has become much, much, much more polarized as a result of these gerrymandered seats becoming more prevalent. But that's not the time to talk about that now. Eric Holder was right in trying to make this a nonpartisan issue, but not when you have one side that's doing everything possible to try to game the system. If one side is doing it, as the Republicans are in Texas, Democrats have to follow suit. They have to take the gloves off. They have to save our democracy. This is truly them understanding that they cannot win the elections next year. The president's numbers are in the tank. Their numbers are in the tank. Nobody supports Republican policies right now. They're doing this because they can't win, so they have to cheat. And if they want to cheat, then Democrats have to play them, meet them on the field where they are.
Okay, just issued moments ago. We're going to cut it right now. Governor Abbott orders Texas Department of Public Safety to arrest delinquent House Democrats. Dateline, Austin, Texas. Governor Greg Abbott today ordered the arrest of delinquent Texas House Democrats. Quote, Texas House Democrats abandoned their duty to Texas, said the governor, by fleeing the state. Texas House Democrats are holding hostage critical legislation to aid flood victims and advance property tax relief. There are consequences for dereliction of duty. Speaker Dustin Burrows just issued a call of the Texas House and issued warrants to compel members to return to the chamber to ensure compliance. I ordered the Texas Department of Public Safety to locate, arrest, and return to the House chamber any member who has abandoned their duty to Texans. The order will remain in effect until all missing Democrat House members are accounted for and brought to the Texas Capitol. We now bring in Brian Harrison, who's been one of the leaders of this movement to make it happen. Pretty short session today, Brian, but I think we're getting some action. People all around. Governor Hochul's come in and said New York is going to do this. Newsom said California is going to do this. MSNBC, I don't know. Their heads blowing up for two reasons. Number one, this down in Texas in the House, and also a grand jury. The indication a grand jury is being set up even as we speak, a criminal grand jury on the seditious conspiracy against the President of the United States. In Texas, can you give us an update, sir?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of bold action and rhetoric, which I guess is better than not bold action or rhetoric. But what I care about is action. What the voters of Texas deserve is bold results. And here's the reality: for all of the bluster about the call of the House, that's what you're referring to. Nobody knows that term, so people don't use it. It's a motion called a call of the House. That's what authorizes the doors to be locked. That's what authorizes these civil arrest warrants to be signed. And, okay, that's fine. I voted for it. But here's the reality. If Texas Republicans were serious about this redistricting effort, they would have locked the doors, I don't know, before the Democrats fled the state, and which would have been, they could have done it yesterday as the Democrats were fleeing, or more appropriately, just 4 days ago. We had the maps on the floor. We had the Democrats on the floor. We had the quorum. That would have been time to do a call of the House and say, we're going to maintain the quorum. So unfortunately, and I hate to prepare the posse for this, just prepare for a lot of performative bad kabuki theater. We didn't even, in terms of tangible results, they didn't even take away their parking spots today. Okay, so the arrests are good. They're proper in this instance. But the reality is the Democrats are fighting much more aggressively like the future, like they understand the stakes, which is the future of this great republic. They're fighting much more aggressively than elected Republicans in Texas. So I want bold action. I want every option to be being explored right now to bring them back, extricate them, arrest them, bring them back here.
Your recommendations to the governor then to ratchet it up tonight, since they've gone through kind of, moment by moment, here's what they got to do to make it proper, to ratchet this up to the level that the Democrats hiding in Illinois have taken it. What would be your recommendations to Attorney General Paxton, Lieutenant Governor, and the governor, sir?
Well, I'd be doing everything to explore, and I know there's lawyers on both sides of this issue, but I mean, the governor's, strongly worded letter last night, which basically said he'll have the attorney general ask the courts if we can, declare a vacancy. I'd be wanting to push the bounds of this and make sure that there's no actual avenue for him to make this declaration himself. I know lawyers are looking into that, but let's move about this. And then also, the speaker, the governor, these Democrats could be told, if you get to keep your seat, which you shouldn't, you should be vacated. If there's a bill that's got your name on it, it's never going to move as long as I'm the governor. It's never going to move as long as I'm the speaker. The staff should be stripped from them. Their budget should be stripped from them. Actual actions that would make them think twice about staying away for any extended period. But I can't make the point enough. The time for bold action has come and gone. We need to pursue bold action going forward, but there was all the tools available to stop this. And if I were the White House has every reason to be furious about this. Republican voters in Texas have every reason to be furious about this because it wasn't a surprise. Steve, how many times have you and I been on the air for the last week or so talking about this in advance of them fleeing the state? So elected Republicans in Texas, this is just a catastrophic failure of leadership.
We have, by the way, I assume that Abbott's going to continue to call special sessions until he gets these guys back and makes this happen. Now, this is an international event. You would agree that this is going to happen. It's probably going to be quite tough for the next couple of weeks, but this has to happen. You can't back down from this, can you?
No, absolutely not. No, the governor should call a special session every day until this is finished. And if that's all the way into next year, if that's into the primaries in March through the general and elections, I don't care. Whatever it takes, we have to do this. I heard the clip that you guys were playing before you brought me on, these Democrats screaming and crowing. It's all the selective fake faux outrage about, Texas is cheating. So then, you mentioned California and New York. They're going to step up and counter this. What are we talking about? Where were all these Democrats? I've got the numbers right here. Right now in the state of California, Republicans get 40% of the vote, but the California General Assembly gives Republicans 17% of the congressional delegation. Let's look at New York. 42% of the vote in New York is Republican. How many Republican seats do they get in Congress? 26.9%. Let's talk about Illinois, where the Republicans get 40. This is why, by the way, where the Democrats are hanging out behind Governor Pritzker. Governor Pritzker knows that his voters, Republicans, make up 45% of the vote in Illinois, but Governor Pritzker only gives Republicans 15% of the congressional seats in the state of Illinois. So the reality is Democrats have been gerrymandering the hell out of their districts for the last 10 years and at a much more aggressive rate than Republican states have. So quite frankly, Texas is behind the curve, and other Republican states need to be fighting as aggressively as the Democrats are. This is lawful. It's constitutional under both the federal and our state constitution, and the Supreme Court has said we can undertake redistricting efforts like this. The state of Texas needs to get this done. I don't care how long it takes.
We're going to get Attorney General Paxton on here, but not tonight, tomorrow morning. I have a technical question. Can the Department of Public Safety, can the Texas Rangers actually go to Illinois and bring these Texans back? Is that within the realm of possibility?
It is a legal question that I think people are fighting about as we speak, but even the liberal New York Times made reference to the possibility that the governor may have authority to work with federal law enforcement partners to undertake an arrest and an extradition. But the fact that we're in this problem, again, every question you're talking about, I hate to keep going back to it. This is why the posse needs to not let off the pressure on the governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker, because we should never have been in this situation in the first place. Because within the borders of the state of Texas, there's no question whatsoever. They should have been arrested before they were allowed to leave the border.
And this is why the posse will continue. We understand if you take pressure off, they'll go back to our ways. We got about a minute for this. We had a 9-minute clip of Brian Harrison, I guess your maiden voyage, at least on this topic on CNN, and the host was absolutely in shock. Give me a minute on your trip to CNN today, and an absolute beatdown of this host. Were they up to speed on the subject matter, sir?
No, I actually really enjoyed my time on. I have been on CNN before, but yeah, first time on this topic. You would have thought that the state of Texas was the first state to ever contemplate partisan politics when drawing their maps. And he's like, Governor Pritzker, holding him out as this bastion of wisdom and sage governance, and how dare the state of Texas be undergoing this stuff. And I was like, well, what did you ask CNN? And actually held it up. Let me see if I've got it here. I was like, did CNN have Governor Pritzker on and scream and yell at them when they undertook maybe the most gerrymandered map in all of the country? Look at this pinky-sized district that runs all the way east to west in Illinois. That's the only thing Governor Pritzker is good for, is he's got a PhD in gerrymandering, but CNN didn't want to be confronted with those types of facts.
14-3, I think, the delegation. Brian, what's your social media? People are following you. Where do they go?
At Brian E. Harrison on X, at Brian E. Harrison. Just so appreciative of you and the posse. Keep the pressure up. We've got to get these maps voted on. We've got to save America.
Thank you, sir. Short break.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone is more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers your full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
President's most persistent targets, former special counsel Jack Smith, who brought multiple criminal indictments against then-candidate Trump, is now under investigation for alleged violations of the Hatch Act. That law keeps federal workers from using their jobs in government to engage in political activity. Stake here for Jack Smith.
Well, at this stage, probably not much. But as Lisa points out, once you begin investigating somebody, if you unearth any sort of evidence that can morph into a different kind of investigation, a civil case or a criminal case, that puts great exposure on the person who is the target. It is absolute and utter nonsense to suggest that Jack Smith was violating the Hatch Act when he was investigating Donald Trump. When you investigate political people, your work is going to become...
To see these people on MSNBC squirm, they should all be indicted as accessories before the fact to the crimes. It's much more than the Hatch Act. Much more than the Hatch Act. Christina Bobb joins us now. So now we know it's been leaked coming out of the Justice Department. They're set up to form not just the strike force, but now they're setting up the entire apparatus. They're getting ready to impanel a grand jury, a criminal grand jury. We don't know the part of the country it is, but I think most people can guess it's probably somewhere in South Florida. This is really starting to ramp up and be quite serious. Christina Bobb, you were inside the ropes for a lot of this. I don't want to give away anything that could be used in testimony later, but it's got to be a pretty good day for you, ma'am. Right?
Oh, I am so happy. I am so happy. I was getting ready to come on your show and explain why they needed to open a grand jury and why it was so important that they moved quickly on this. And before I could even come on, it had already happened. So yes, this is very much needed. I had looked at the timeline before to see when Jack Smith indicted Donald Trump the first time. That was in Miami in 2023. It was June of 2023. And he didn't even come close to finishing his case. I hope that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel have their case wired pretty tight. Knowing both of them, I suspect they probably do. And they need to move this along because they could run out of time. So let's go.
Yeah, let's give them some inside baseball. After John Solomon was on today, John's had a pretty good track record of called shots. Christina and I talked, and she was going to come on and open the show and kind of, hey, we got to expedite this. And in the interim, is actually the leak came out that something's happening. Go back to that time, because what they try to do of everything else is humiliate the president and make such a big deal about this. You and I talked about this so many times of the Warren and everything that happened. There was no need to even do this. But part of this was a humiliation for the president at the time, and to make sure this was another throwing some dirt on his grave to ensure that he would never come back as president of the United States. Ma'am, your thoughts?
100%. They wanted to make sure that nobody could challenge their political power, because at that time, Democrats were a lot more popular than they are now, and Donald Trump really was the only one that could challenge them, and he was doing it quite successfully. And so they were trying to take him out. But one of the things that I think is so important about this, and what I hit on in my book, is that they came after us, too. And Steve, you know it better than most of us. But they came after staffers who just happened to be working for the president. And they really went after ordinary, everyday Americans who were actually doing good work to help Donald Trump accomplish what he wanted to accomplish. And the Democrats didn't like it. So, yes, this is a great day for, to have some sort of revenge for Donald Trump. But it's not really about that. It's about the rest of us and our ability to speak freely and support the candidates that we want to support and do the work that we want to do. So this is a good day for freedom.
No, this is what the lawyer that's on, the attorney that's on MSNBC all the time, she's sitting there whining, oh, this is terrible. You got to go get lawyers. You're running up a huge cost. They put people nearly in bankruptcy. You're absolutely correct. They came after staffers. They came after secondary players in back of President Trump. President Trump, first off, ran up, I think, over $100 million of legal. But many people around him, they tried to put in bankruptcy. They had no feeling whatsoever of crushing people, using the power of the state to destroy people. And now they're whining because they're going to be held accountable for their weaponizing the government apparatus, ma'am.
Totally. I had done nothing other than report the truth as a reporter when I was with One America News, and then support the president as an attorney when I worked with him as a staff attorney. And I mean, if you Google me, you got to go 100 pages deep before you find a true article. They used what the government was doing as a way to defame their political opponent, because, of course, if the government says something is so, then it's not defamation, right? And so they make these accusations, criminal charges, throw people like you and Peter Navarro in prison, try to do it to me and my colleagues. But it's hugely defamatory, and it ruins lives, and it has to stop. It absolutely has to stop. And the only way that it stops is if they go to jail. And so I cannot be more happy. I can't be happier about the way that this appears to be playing out in good time.
Let's get the, from Dan Fluett, my producing partner, let's get the cover of your book. It's absolutely amazing. The book itself is pretty darn good, but this cover is incredible. Talk to me about the book, about what's in the book. That's people, if they want to get up to speed on what's happening now, this is one of the books to get, correct?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, President Trump himself did the foreword to it, which I'm so excited about. And it is just the play-by-play of everything that went down between my conversations with the president's defense attorney, as well as the DOJ and the FBI. And it's my story. I mean, I walk the reader through everything that I experienced as his staff attorney, as the custodian of records. I signed the infamous certification at this point, and as well as the warrant. And I take you through the whole thing. And it really lifts the cover off of the corruption within the Department of Justice, because everybody knows the story that the media has been telling. And then when you see what actually happened, it just doesn't match. And so I'm excited for people to read it, and just your mind will be blown at how different the story actually is from what the media told you for years.
Since they were making it up, you made a point about the timing. It took Jack Smith because he didn't really have anything, so they had to kind of scramble. We have all this evidence. Cash has been able to put this together. I think it's incumbent upon Pam, but obviously you got to be professional. You want to make sure these indictments withstand, the pressure that's going to come on, because, folks, we're starting into one of the most important legal situations in the history of the country. Right? President Trump has already said he thinks it's the biggest political crime in the country's history. I think I would agree with that. Right? Maybe Kennedy's assassination, which I think is a political crime, would top it. But in the history of this republic, pretty damn high. The seriousness, this is going to get global. Things that went on years ago are going to be put under a microscope. But I agree with you. I think it is very important for Pam's, whoever she selects here, and it looks like it may actually be someone in justice or an existing U.S. attorney, since they can get around the confirmation process and get on with it right now. If they have somebody in Maine Justice or somebody. So I think it's incumbent upon them, Christina, to move with alacrity. Would you agree?
100%. And of course, I would not want to time a criminal case based on an election. You never want to do that. We were screaming about it when they were doing it to Donald Trump. That's not the way the criminal justice the system is supposed to work. That being said, I also think it would be foolish for us to ignore that if this is not completed, or not, at least not completely exposed to where we have reality again, if they get a chance to get out of this through doing some sort of craziness in the next election, they will. They've done it before. So let's not give them that opportunity. So you have to hold both in tension, make sure that you're working through the criminal justice system appropriately, legally, and in a way that does protect the accused. Their rights need to be protected. But that said, we can't pretend like there isn't this looming opportunity for them to get out of it if they play games with our election.
Christina, Bob, social media so people can keep up to speed with you, and plus, where do they go to get this amazing book?
Yes, the book's available on Amazon. It comes out September 9th, and you can find me at Christina_Bob, B-O-B-B.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you. Christina Bob. Talk about serendipity. We talked after the show this morning because of what John Solomon said about getting Christina on, and she was going to make the case of how we had to move and expedite this. And guess what? It got expedited with people working very hard, as they are. Is EJ? Do we have EJ yet? We're tracking him down. Okay. There's so much going on. Let me just go back for a reset. Number one, John Solomon. John Solomon will be on 6 o'clock tonight. He'll be going some more details. There has been a leak coming out of the Justice Department. It looks like a grand jury, criminal grand jury, is being put together. It looks like they've designated, the strike force is now designated, I think, some prosecutors to lead this. I think they've a part of the country. I don't have any inside information on this, but I would assume to the degree possible this will probably be in South Florida, since some of the activity took place there. They may start, as you know, many of these grand juries, they start with one thing and then they build over time. I think the MAGA movement, and particularly the Warren Posse, should take this as a major inflection point about how serious this is getting. And Brennan and Clapper and Hayden and all of them have known, from the Comey, from the McCabe, all of that crowd, from the very beginning, that the American people are going to, in their righteous indignation, demand accountability here for what went on. And what it was a coup against an individual who won the presidency. I was there and saw it up close and personal. This thing is egregious. And finally, after years, and this talks about the hard work this audience has done with the precinct strategy, with everything, the canvassing and all of it took to be the infrastructure and the backbone of President Trump's comeback. This is one of the reasons President Trump came back, because he understood that if you do not get into and adjudicate this in an official capacity, then you've lost this country. We can never let this happen again. And you have to clean out all of the scum in the deep state and deconstruct the deep state so it never can happen again. This is very important. At the same time, and this audience gets a hat tip because the Bush faction down in Texas did not want to deal with this. Quite frankly, they're not that. They would love, given everything, the tax cuts or anything like that, if Trump gets impeached starting at 27, that they like that. They welcome that. They didn't want to do this redistricting, although for the good of the citizens of Texas, you have to do it because there's been huge demographic shifts within the state. They didn't want to lift a hand to do this. This was this audience putting stink eye on them and saying, hey, we're going to expose you unless you get on with it. Today, another huge event that the Texas governor is now in the business of issuing official documents about the arrest of this. You heard Harrison, they're in discussion with federal agents, which I have advocated for many, many days now, that why are they talking to the federal agents about guys just can't scamper and leave their duty station, particularly when you have situations there about the flooding, situations about property tax, so many other issues, just going to leave their elected representatives. One, in addition to vacate the chair, hell, send the Texas Rangers out or notify federal authorities and round them up and bring them back. Another huge win for the Warren Posse, and action is going to be taken. And as Brian Harrison said, whether they have to go another special session, this is going to get done. You're going to get 5 seats redistricted in the state of Texas, and that is enormous. When you talk about the margins here in the House, that is enormous, and Hakeem Jeffries understands that with that, if we put our shoulder to the wheel, it's going to be very, very difficult, if not impossible, for Hakeem Jeffries to become Speaker of the House. In addition, something we've argued on this show month after month after month in the Biden regime, when we have E.J. and Tony on here, that the Bureau of Labor Statistics algorithms are wrong, their numbers are wrong. We said this for years. This just wasn't something that came up last week. It was most egregious with a 250,000 job change, I think, to make President Trump look bad in the face of all the tariffs starting to kick in. And we advocated that EJ came on here, and voila, the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics is gone. We're trying to get EJ and Tony to join us. Kurt Mills is going to join us. Big news coming out of the Middle East. Stick around. You're in the late afternoon war room. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hey there. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right, hey, well, come on in here. I'm just gonna hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery. Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness, how's it going? Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us,
But we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your. Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Tired of the hassle and high cost of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
We have breaking news out of the White House. Natalie Winters. We're going to try to get Natalie up at 6. So there's a lot going on. We're producing this as we go. So much stuff happening. EJ's here, going to get him seated, hooked up, and we're going to have him in a minute. Mike Lindell. Before we get EJ and Tony, this audience deserves something special. As hard as they've been working and making things happen, because they're bending the arc. They're bending the arc of history. What do you got for us? What exclusive do you have for us, sir?
This is actually the end of one of the big exclusives, everybody. Tonight's the last night for the free shipping on your entire order. We've set up the website, mypillow.com/war room. And we got all the products there with the towels and stuff. Well, there's a surprise. So you guys, I'm going to put that up early. This was what was coming tomorrow morning, but we got up the employee pricing sale. So you guys can get both the free shipping and the employee pricing, the $19.98 on MyPillows. So there's a surprise for you. You get the best of both worlds for the next 8 hours. So take advantage of this right now. Go to mypillow.com/war room. Free shipping on your entire order. That's just for tonight. And then you get the employee pricing sale we're putting up with all our pillows. We've sold almost 85 million MyPillows now, and we're putting them on sale, the one that started it all. So you guys get the best of both worlds. Get those big ticket items tonight, the Made in the USA mattresses, the mattress toppers, the mattress pads. Get those tonight, those big ticket items. They ship for free. And then you have all the other stuff there for the War Room Posse, the bath sheets that just came in, these oversized bath towels, getting them on sale, 30% off, the bath mats, everything for the bathroom, everything for your health, everything for the kitchen, and everything for the bedroom. Free shipping, entire order, promo code War Room.
Mike Lindell, one more time. Give it to me. You got 30 seconds. Give that to me again. The audience loves it. They love these specials. Yep. Where do they go, and what do they have to do?
Yeah. You guys go to mypillow.com/war room. Go there now. You're going to get 2 specials that are colliding. Free shipping on your entire order. And we're having the employee, this is going to start tomorrow, the employee pricing sale. So you get it when our employees get the products for the MyPillows.
Wow.
And you get the classic MyPillows. I know these are the premium MyPillows where it all started with the gusset. $19.98 for the queens. and Kings are a few dollars more, but you use that promo code War Room, and remember, we have all these health products. We have over 250 products, including these towels just came in. These are they're towel sheets. They're oversized towels with our great towel technology no one else has that actually dry you. Bath mats, and then you got kitchen towels, all the stuff for the kitchen, from aprons to kitchen towels, to wash rags, all of that. All of it's on sale and with free shipping on your entire order. But you guys got to get the mattresses. It's the last night for that free shipping. The mattresses, the mattress pads, the mattress toppers. If you guys, there's two kinds of sleep. You got your REM and Delta sleep. If you've got the MyPillow, you need something for your body. Needs that great sleep too, and that's your Delta sleep cycles. We reverse engineered what sleep is. It's all about pressure points and temperature, and that's what MyPillow technology does for the mattresses and the toppers. They're all on sale, and they ship free tonight, promo code War Room. So, in these times, you guys have been doing all this great stuff for our country. It's time you do something great for your health and get the best sleep ever. Our great president, he doesn't sleep very much, but when he does, it's quality, and that's with his MyPillow and his Giza Dream Sheets and everything else to go with it. And we all need that great sleep during this fight we're in. Promo code War Room.
Mike Lindell, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow morning.
Thanks, Steve.
These specials are for the War Room Posse. Let's take advantage of them. All the hard work you're doing. I have a cold open for EJ and Tony. Let's go ahead and let it rip. I'm going to bring EJ in.
To control information, echo an authoritarian playbook. And in it, you write in part, quote, an old rule in Washington holds that you are entitled to your own opinion, but you are not entitled to your own facts. President Trump seems determined to prove that wrong. Don't like an intelligent report that contradicts your view? Go after the analysts. Don't like cost estimates for your tax plan? Invent your own. Don't like a predecessor's climate policies? Scrub government websites of underlying data. Don't like a museum exhibit that cites your impeachment? Delete any mention of them. Mr. Trump's war on facts reached new heights on Friday when he angrily fired the Labor Department official in charge of compiling statistics on employment in America because he didn't like the latest jobs report showing that the economy isn't doing as well as he claims it is. The message, however, was unmistakable. Government officials who deal in data now fear they have to toe the line or risk losing their jobs.
Okay, EJ, you've been on here every month, I think, virtually for 4 years going through this. They've made this trying to suppress data. It's the exact opposite. You've been going through saying, hey, these models, something's got to be wrong, because they would have a high number and then they go back the next month and you'd have like 2 or 3 months back. They'd be taking them down more and more and more. And you had said that this is getting outrageous. You got a minute here. I'm going to hold you through the break. Is Morning Joe totally incorrect about their analysis of what's actually happening, sir?
Well, of course, Steve, absolutely. Like they are pretty much every morning, quite frankly. What Trump is doing here, I think, is not an attempt to to fiddle with the numbers, but rather to ensure their accuracy. In the same way that when he talks about removing Powell, that's not to jeopardize Fed independence. That's to try to preserve Fed independence, because I think it's pretty clear at this point that Jerome Powell is not acting according to the data. He is not data dependent. He is not politically independent. And so, again, removing him would be not an attack on Fed independence, but an attempt to preserve it. In the same way, I think it is long past time you get somebody in to really clean up the BLS and to allow all of the good folks there to really do good work again and to produce good, accurate numbers. That's what we want at the end of the day. We just want the numbers to be accurate, full stop.
Yeah. EJ, hang on for 1 second. EJ Antoni's going to come back at 6. Breaking news. This FEMA requirement about Israel has been dropped. The White House just announced. Natalie Winters is going to join us briefly at 6 to announce that. Also, President Bolsonaro has just been placed under full house arrest by that demonic judge down in Brazil. We're going to have all of this and much more when we return in the War Room in just a moment. We're going to leave you with the right stuff. E.J. and Tony, Kurt Mills, Sam Faddis, much more next.
Are you disabled and can no longer work? This is an important message for you. Are you between the age of 45 and 63 and need help filing for disability benefits, or were denied by your insurance company or the Social Security Administration?
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Whether you're a first-time filer or filed before and were denied, you'll pay nothing unless you are approved for benefits. Thousands of disability claims are unnecessarily denied each month.
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Work with a team who will fight to get you the benefits you deserve, who understands the physical, emotional, and potential financial impacts, and will share their insider expertise. There are time limits to apply for benefits. If you are between the age of 45 to 63 and need help filing a disability claim, or filed previously and were denied, call our helpline now.
Every person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found 2 lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
Good evening, America. Happy Monday. Welcome to the latest edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you as always from the nation's capital, where the heat just got a little more uncomfortable for people like John Brennan and James Comey. Why? Just a few hours ago, we have confirmed here at Just the News that Attorney General Pam Bondi has given the okay for a grand jury to be impaneled to begin looking at evidence of the Russia collusion hoax, starting a 10-year conspiracy to potentially deprive civil liberties in America. People like Mike Flynn, President Trump, George Papadopoulos, and Carter Page, and many others caught up in it over the course of the last few years. This is a major development. We told you last week that Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, had given permission for a strike force to begin. That's a very specific tool the Justice Department uses on major conspiracies. And we told you then we would know it was getting serious when the grand jury jumped into action. We now know that a grand jury will be impaneled. Most likely, my sources are telling me, it could be in Florida, where the raid of President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home happened. So that is the very latest. You can check it out at Just the News. We're going to have a whole lot more on that over the course of the next few hours. In the meantime, it was announced over the weekend that the Office of Special Counsel, that's the whistleblower office in Washington, it also enforces the Hatch Act, that they have formally opened an inquiry into former special counsel Jack Smith. So there's 2 different special counsels. Jack Smith's the special counsel who went after Donald Trump. The Office of Special Counsel is something entirely different, so you don't get confused. If you remember, Jack Smith led the classified documents case against President Trump, the one that ended up leading to a raid on Mar-a-Lago, and eventually the case was dismissed by a federal judge for many grounds, including the fact that Jack Smith wasn't lawfully appointed as a special counsel. It turns out that the Hatch Act unit at the Office of Special Counsel is handling that investigation, and questions from a whistleblower and others about whether he was acting in a political manner when he conducted himself as that special prosecutor. That is a major question. The law is very clear about that. You can't mix politics and government business. We're going to get more on that over the next few days, but that's the latest two big headlines I know you're interested in. Great time to bring in my amazing co-host Amanda Head, who's had some great work all weekend long on White House coverage, and she's got the other headlines. What's on your headlines
Thank you, John.
today?
I got to say, though, that first headline gave me a little extra pep in my step, considering how long we've been covering it on the show.
It's a big deal. We're a long way from criminal charges, but they're following the process the way you're supposed to go. So.
Exactly. All right. So how about the drama unfolding in the Lone Star State? It all started over a redistricting vote that would see more Republicans going to the U.S. House from Texas, and Democrats in the state are basically powerless to stop it, except for one move. Dozens of Democrats in the state legislature decided to not show up for the vote. They fled the state entirely. The majority of them went to Chicago, Albany, and Boston. And because of that, Texas Governor Greg Abbott is claiming the group of Democrats absconded from their sworn responsibilities to the state of Texas and have forfeited their seats.
I just want to make sure I understand this. Democrats worried about gerrymandering went to two blue states that are famous for gerrymandering, right? Illinois,
yes.
You can't
exactly. And
that,
California members of Congress are up in arms about it. And I'm like, you guys are the chief offenders of this. But anyway, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton also released a statement saying that the fleeing Democrats should be swiftly arrested, punished, and face the full force of the law for turning their backs on the people of Texas. So this story has huge implications for the upcoming midterms because it has the potential to help Republicans keep their slim majority in the House of Representatives. Now, we also have some big news to get to involving the Summer Olympic Games coming up in Los Angeles. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services announced earlier today that they've issued new guidance around protecting women's sports in the Olympics. Now, if it sounds strange to you that USCIS would get involved with this and be dealing with the issue, let me explain how they're going to be doing it. So they have directed the Department of Homeland Security to stop any foreign men entering the country if they are going to be competing in women's sports. So we are going to get USCIS Director Joseph Edlow on the show this week to talk about that. So look out for that.
Yeah, pretty exciting. And listen, there's an executive order. It's the force of law.
Yes, indeed.
Why should someone get a visa if they're coming here to something that is considered an unlawful activity? So I guess it makes sense. The power of the visa, very powerful.
Indeed.
Not the charge card. The visa that gets you into
both,
the
really.
country. Yeah. All right. We're very lucky to be joined at the top of the show by a man who brings tons of common sense to a city in Washington that often lacks it. He represents a great state of Tennessee in the United States House of Representatives. He's our good friend, Congressman Tim Burchett. Congressman, good to have you back on the show, sir.
Great to be with y'all. Thank you.
All right, I want to get your reaction to the big news that is just literally shaking the ground in D.C. right now. We're moving from a strike force to a grand jury. Natural progression, but a big moment for those who may have deprived civil liberties over the last 10 years with weaponization.
Yeah, well, when my wife wears a white suit, we always know she's going to spill some tomato sauce on it somehow. When Tulsi Gabbard wears that white suit, you know somebody's getting ready to get gutted, and they did. Look, this is at the highest level of government. These folks have denied people their civil liberties, the entire nation, by their, we've talked about the deep state in the past, and that's usually just a conspiracy theory thing that they throw at us conservative folks, but it is real, and it runs to the highest level of government, and this proves it. Tulsi's brought as the young people say, Tulsi brought the receipts, and that's why this has been impaneled by Miss Bondi. So I think you're going to see a lot of people sweating in D.C. because it's secret, and you don't know who they're going to go after until they go after. And it could take a week. It could take months. It's taken sometimes even longer than that in the past. But I think they're going to get to the bottom of this. And America needs justice. We don't need this kind of nonsense. This was an attempt to subvert our country, to overthrow a sitting president, or to damage him in the future from running. So, yeah, I think this is serious. And I think if you favor justice in this country, you favor this. And the reason they're after it, the reason they're doing this is because of one man, Donald J. Trump. In the campaign, he said, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just standing in the way. And that's exactly what happened here. You've got a president who's promised to deliver on the economy, energy independence, military strength, our border, and just overall appearance around the globe. Our enemies fear us. We're not getting hit by terrorists. They know it. They'll end up in a body bag. And our friends love us again. So I think it's a great day in America.
Yes, sir. Congressman, how much does the venue matter for this grand jury? Because thanks to the Mar-a-Lago raid, it could be Florida, but it also could be D.C., which kind of seems to me like it's a lost cause if it's D.C.
Yeah, I think it matters, unfortunately, but I'm still idealistic. I'm realistic, but I'm idealistic, and I pray a lot. And I hope that these folks look at the facts and see what has just happened and not look at the political parties or leanings or anything, but just look at the facts.
That's so important. Getting back to evidence in Justice Department, not politics. That'll be a sea change from the last decade. So I want to turn to something else that Amanda mentioned at the top of the broadcast, and that is that the Homeland Security Department and CIS, its immigration services, will deny entry to any foreign male athlete who tries to come here to compete in a women's sporting event. That obviously has big implications for the Olympics in Los Angeles coming up. But it's also just building on the common sense that Americans have. Your thoughts on using the visa to enforce President Trump's executive order?
Well, it's science. Let's just face it. If you're a man, you're a man. If you're a woman, you're a woman. There's no differentiation. And if they apply with a visa and they're a man and they apply as a woman, they are committing fraud. And that is an official document. And to do that in this country anyway, it used to be a felony. So I would hope that they would uphold the law in all shape, form, or fashion. And shame on the Olympics for doing what they did. In that last Olympics, they showed our Savior in a very unflattering manner with a bunch of folks up there and a depiction of the Last Supper. And that was the last I watched of it. I saw about 30 seconds of that, and I didn't watch any more of it. And I forbid my family to do so as well.
Wow.
Sir, I'm sure that in your area of Tennessee and also up on Capitol Hill, you can hear the shrieking from Texas. They are trying to do exactly what the blue states that they fled to, Massachusetts, New York, and Illinois. They are trying to do exactly what Democrats are known for doing in those blue states, but they don't want Republicans to do it. It has huge implications for the Republican majority. Do you think the Republicans will ultimately win out?
We better. And this is what you do when you're in the majority. You start enforcing the law. Yeah. This is all this is. Quit playing footsie with these guys. Remember when George W. Bush played footsie with Teddy Kennedy over education issues and he compromised and did all these things. He ended up with a terrible piece of legislation and he got taken advantage of, in my opinion. Let's start acting like we got the majority. The coach gave us the ball. Let's run with it.
Yeah, so important. And it does seem like this generation of Republicans are like maybe some prior ones in the last few years. This one is determined to exercise the power that the American people gave them. And I think it's really remarkable. You have a very important piece of legislation. I think it's so important because I've been writing about this issue for 30 years. Stock trading and lawmakers. I know you want to stop it because you want the integrity of the institution to rise. Tell us about it, and then also the momentum it's starting to get right now.
Well, it just kind of faltered a little bit. It's a very clean bill. I don't like long bills. I don't like a lot of garbage in them. It just basically says if you're in Congress, dadgummit, you can't own individual stocks. And the only way you can is, if you have a treasury, something that is not, that's not as shady as the rest of it. Right. Or if you own a mutual fund like I do, and, I got my $12,000 portfolio my buddy Tommy Seiler manages for me that I'll be cashing out here very soon because my daughter's going to school. And that's what I got it there for. But, and from here on out, the Merchant family's investment schedule will be baseball cards and comic books. And so that's about all I have left of any investment grade. So anyway, I think it's a good start. Let's pass a piece of legislation. Luna's my buddy. She's going to force our hand on it, which I think we should, because Congress basically is gutless. We're going to have some bill so watered down, and nobody believes anybody in Congress has the sense to make 300% return year in and year out. There's a website called Unusual Whales. I don't like plugging stuff, but it lists them. Yeah. It lists the top 100.
That's great.
Once again, I did not make the top 100. In that list. But it's Democrats and Republicans. When Joe Biden gave our missile defense system to Ukraine, and then we had to replenish ours, Republicans and Democrats guess what, owned stock in that missile defense, those missile companies. And it was a no-bid, multi-billion-dollar contract. And some of them, I believe, had bought it within 2 weeks of the president making that announcement. Washington is crooked as a dog's leg, folks. Quit trying to pick little pieces out of the trash can. Turn it upside down. And let's put the garden hose to it.
I like it.
Sir, I want to switch over to a topic. So we are at, $150 billion in tariff revenue by now, but the jobs numbers were revised downward. I hear a lot of people who have mixed messages on the economy. How do we make sure that the American people feel that heading into the midterms and they know exactly what's going on so they can vote accordingly?
Well, I wish they'd turn off the so-called Big Four, I guess, because in the media, they're just, all they do is the Democrat National Committee has a focus group, and then whatever sells to them, they send it out to that group. And that's why they immediately shifted from attention to their number one candidate in the country, the mayor, the guy running for New York mayor, who claimed he was everybody said, you're a Marxist communist. He said, oh, no, I'm a socialist. And that was their selling point for weeks. So, they've got to come up with something. The economy's picking up steam. The $160 billion is actually surprised even President Trump. I was with him in the White House when he was talking about the numbers that were coming in, and they were even surprising to them. You got to remember, when we were under the tariff system in this country, we didn't have an income tax. We had more money than we could spend, and it put it on the other people overseas. And all this, and what this will do actually is drive American jobs back home. It's crazy that we have defense systems that could literally be turned off by the communist Chinese because we buy our computer chips from them. That's the kind of thing you got to watch. The K Street lobbyists are in bed with these folks. Let's take our country back. Let's become a sovereign nation again. Let's get control. That's why labor loves Trump. It's not because of the union contract. It's because it's going to bring American jobs home. Yeah. And America ought to be excited about that. Dadgummit, every time I go to the store, I flip a label over and it says made in China. And it just makes me sick to my stomach. But yet we're compromised there. And it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt for a little while. And people are going to lose their jobs and they're going to lose revenue. But dadgummit, we're going to get our country back. And I think that's a little sacrifice to make for a big, huge gain.
Yeah, time for rebalancing of power in the economic world. It's something you've been arguing for. Sir, it's a great honor. You have a lot of well-wishers on the show. They always appreciate your time on Real America's Voice. Everyone's worried about you. You okay? You healed up okay from that horse kick?
It only hurts when I breathe.
Oh, no. We will not make you laugh, I promise you. We're not going to do that. Well, a lot of people think of you, and I know you didn't miss a beat. You went right back to work, even as injured as you are. That's pretty impressive. So,
thank you. I missed one meeting, one Boy Scout, Eagle Scout ceremony. I'll probably end up taking to a pizza buffet or something.
That's a good plan. That's a good plan. Well, we're wishing you a speedy recovery, and thank you for being available for us today. Great to have you on, sir.
Love you guys, and always pray for our country.
Amen. Yeah, that we will. Thank you, sir. All right, folks.
Thank you, brother.
Wow, what a good interview. Always a great interview. All right, after the break, one of my lawyers who worked on me to sue the government to get all those documents we got in Hunter Biden and Russia collusion, Kimberly Herman from the Southeastern Legal Foundation. She's going to tell you the story of how these new revelations from Tulsi Gabbard at the Unite came from one of our lawsuits. It's quite a yarn. We're going to have that next, right after these messages. Hey folks, if you're a homeowner like me, you need to listen to this. In today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles and your equity is their target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee with your county, and boom, just like that, your home title has been transferred out of your name. And that's when the problems begin, because they start taking out loans using your equity and even sell your property. And you're not even going to find out it's happened until you get a collection or foreclosure notice months later. That's a nightmare, right? So when's the last time you checked on your home title? Well, if you're like me, the answer is never, right? You need to do something about that right now. That's why I've partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com, and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes that might happen, and if fraud does happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. That's a good deal. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Go to HometitleLock.com and use the promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com. Promo code JTN.
1 in 3 U.S. consumers have been a victim of identity theft, even when they did all the right things to protect their personal information.
I thought we did enough, to keep a nightmare like this from happening.
Even if you take steps to protect your personal information, banks, hospitals, employers, and many government agencies all have your personal information too. And when they're exposed, careful monitoring of your accounts and credit won't be enough.
It's scary when you think about how easily this kind of stuff occurs.
And you might not find out until the damage is almost impossible to fix. LifeLock alerts you to the widest volume of threats others could miss, far beyond what you could possibly monitor on your own. And if you become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed. Plus, all plans include identity theft restoration, guaranteed, or your money back. Call now or go online and use promo code NOW35 to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to Just the News, No Noise. It seems like every day there's more news breaking out about scandals in what the media has deemed the scandal-free Obama White House. Case in point, all the declassified evidence related to the Russia hoax. And it seems that then Vice President Joe Biden played a role in the Russiagate scandal, too. And there were a few other scandals during Biden's time as vice president. One of the reasons we know more about them is because of the work of our next guest. Joining us now is the executive director at the Southeastern Legal Foundation, Kimberly Herman. Kim, great to see you.
Great to be with you.
I actually want to start with an update on the email scandal, because from the information that you got back from NARA, and of course they were holding on to it for a long time, saying, oh, there's nothing of interest in here from President Biden's pseudonym emails. But these were Situation Room meetings. These were briefings with then President Obama. These were not like Clinton classified her emails as about grandchildren and yoga. That's not what this was. Any update?
No, it was not. Just to kind of remind everyone, we're talking about 82,000 pages of emails where President Biden, at the time, Vice President Biden, used pseudonym emails. So he used fake email addresses, Gmail, emails and stuff to hide things from the American public. And so we FOIA'd all of these records, and we've been trying now for years to get them out. Just recently, we did a quick calculation, and about 99.7 of the documents they've reviewed, they've withheld from us, which means that they are now being withheld from the American public. It's been a slow walk, even under the Trump administration. We're getting all of these other releases of documents, but for some reason, the holdovers at NARA keep digging in, and they don't want these emails out for some reason. And we are determined we are going to get them and see what were they actually talking about. Because as you know, and as you said, it wasn't about grandchildren. It wasn't about cookouts, right? This was key information, government business being done over unsecure email servers.
Yeah, so the National Archives gets these records because Joe Biden thinks the things he transmitted on his email account were government business. And you're saying 99% plus of the documents are being withheld from us in the reviews. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct. And for months, we actually just recently learned that they were subjectively reviewing these, which means that the people, at NARA were looking at them and going, nope, even though this is between, Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, and it hits all of these key words, right? Maybe it talks about Ukraine. It talks about, some of these other key government entities and government transactions that were happening, that they don't think it's relevant. And so they're just going to withhold it. And until the litigation reaches an end, they claim they don't have an obligation to tell us what they're withholding. Normally, you'd have to at least say, it's an email email between this person and that person, and it generally dealt with this topic. They're saying they have no obligation to do that. And so we're going to have to go back to the judge here and bring this all to her attention, because the American public needs to know about these documents before it's too late. What damage was done? What national security secrets were possibly disclosed in these? What classified information was disclosed? If we don't see the emails, then we can't actually fix the problems that they created.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And the court system can obviously move this along, but the problem originates with recalcitrant people over there at NARA. If President Trump called you and said, hey, how can I help with more disclosure? How can I increase the transparency? Are there key positions that need to be replaced? What could he do to help?
Yeah, I mean, it's the archivists, right? And so we need to see these, the people that are at NARA, where, this is the agency that is responsible for holding our key documents in this country. They need to agree with President Trump's take on transparency. They need to actually get in line with what this administration is doing, which is to tell the American public what the government is doing and was doing, so that we can all make those proper decisions for ourselves, and that they can also know, right? What secrets are actually being withheld from this administration? What is it that they're trying to hide in these documents? And so if I were President Trump, I'd want these documents out just as quickly as possible, because he may need to step into action, right? He needs to know what was emailed about through these pseudonym emails.
Kim, when you look at the behavior of the government, does it feel like an ongoing cover-up is occurring at the archives right now?
It's hard to say, right? But I mean, 99.7% of documents being withheld. I don't want to make any accusations, but I think the numbers here speak for themselves.
Yeah. And by the way, Joe Biden thought these were relevant. That's why he sent them there. Right? He didn't think these were personal emails. Correct. He was only obligated to sell the ones that were government related. So just remarkable. Yeah. Remarkable.
Kim, I want to move into another area where you guys have been hugely protective of the American people. White farmers in this country who have been targeted for the color of their skin by the USDA. Give us an update on that, please.
Yeah, I mean, what we've uncovered here is really just absolutely amazing. Our work in this area started about 5 years ago, when we saw that there were programs coming out of USDA that these expressly exclude American farmers if they are white males. So it started with a loan forgiveness program that we saw. We represented an American farmer, sued the USDA, and the court there immediately says, no, you cannot do that, right? We are a colorblind society. Our Constitution demands that we treat everyone the same regardless of their skin color. And so it slapped down that from the USDA. We then uncovered 9 more programs. We represented American farmers in those and got a preliminary injunction halting those programs. And as we dug and dug, we found dozens and dozens of more programs. And so we've brought that to the attention of the USDA, and they are taking action under President Trump. They are rescinding every single one of these regulations that they possibly can. Our fight isn't over, though. There's still quite a few that were mandated by Congress. And so you can expect to see us back in the courtroom challenging all of those that USDA may not be able to actually get rid of on its own.
Wow. Amazing. Such impact. And what a unique idea. The Agriculture Department's going to go back to awarding money based on merit. What an amazing idea. Yeah. Well, congratulations for that. I want to turn to another very important role you played. Over the years, you've helped me expose the Hunter Biden grift scheme, a lot of the Russia collusion stuff. One of the things we did was file a FOIA together back in 2019, trying to find out if the Steele dossier was implemented into the intelligence community assessment that concluded that Russia was trying to help Trump win the election, something that we now know to be disputed. Recently, that lawsuit played a major role in prompting the DNI to release information. It turns out that when we put our request in, and SLF did it, it got to the career people, and that's what triggered some whistleblowing. People realizing, hey, wait a second, there shouldn't be a Steele dossier in this intelligence community. The main revelation is that the career people disagreed with allowing the dossier into the intelligence community was a direct result of a lawsuit. When you look at those documents, what comes to mind?
What comes to mind is more of what we were talking about before, right? The intentional hiding of documents. As you mentioned, we asked for any of these communications where they were talking about the Steele dossier between the CIA, between DNI, between the FBI, and we were told that only 2 pages existed. We now know in this recent release that not only did they exist, but it's very suspect as to whether or not they were intentionally hidden from us. And so, this raises big flags of, was there bad faith? Who should be held accountable here? And that's certainly things that we're digging into. And you can expect to see us back in the courtroom, because these people need to be held accountable. The people who were behind Russiagate, the people who created these falsehoods and then hid them from the American public. And so we might not be able to do a whole lot at SLF on the first piece of that, right? We need Congress to hold all of them accountable. But we can certainly hold the people who hid this from the American public accountable through lawsuits, through bar complaints, ethical filings. And so just like we did back in the Bill Clinton days when he lied under oath, we continue to see this all the way through to the end and get not only the truth out, but hold the people who've hidden that from us accountable, because we need people to stop doing this. And until punishment happens, they're going to keep doing it.
I just want to follow up real quickly. It seems as though you might be looking at two things: sanctions under the FOIA law, under the Freedom of Information Act law, and then possibly referring people who hid things, refer their bar licenses. Are there those two possible paths for Southeastern Legal Foundation?
Yeah, absolutely. And so, we're going to go back to the courtroom and then also refer these out to whatever agencies we need to, whether it's, the bar admissions, or whether we're talking about to Congress, and let them do whatever it is that they can do there to hold these bad actors accountable. Because when you go into court and you swear to a judge that no documents exist, despite all of these searches that you did, and then we flat out see that they did those searches and documents were actually responsive and that they should have been released, that can't be allowed to stand in this country.
Yeah.
That's going to get a lot of people's attention when those get filed.
Yeah, Kim, I think about President Trump and his pursuit of weeding out corruption and discrimination, and it must feel like a game of whack-a-mole to him. But thank goodness he has people like you and organizations like yours to root this out. I mean, the USDA programs, he might have never known about this if you had not rooted that out. And there are probably hundreds of those across a dozen agencies in Washington. So you are doing yeoman's work. Kimberly Herman, the executive director over at Southeastern Legal Foundation, thanks for being with us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, we've got much more after these messages.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Thinking about travel? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special money-saving discounts on hotels, car rentals, cruises, and more, so you can save money on every adventure. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on travel and so much more, think AMAC.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Welcome back, everybody. If you've been watching and reading Just the News, you know there's been a real large string of victories for those who fight for the defense of life, to fight the abortion industry. A tremendous run, including in the last few days in Texas, where there's some big announcements. Joining us to discuss all those developments and the enthusiasm in the pro-life movement is the president of 40 Days for Life, our good friend Sean Carney. Sean, good to have you back on.
Good to be back. Thanks for having me.
All right. Planned Parenthood has had quite a few strikes in the last few weeks, but perhaps none more symbolic or impactful than the decision in the heart of Texas for a Planned Parenthood clinic to close. Tell us about it, why it's important.
Yeah, it's the largest abortion facility in the Western Hemisphere. Planned Parenthood bragged about that. It's 78,000 square feet. It's in Houston, Texas, where I live. I was there in the early days trying to prevent the sale of that building to Planned Parenthood. And we delayed them opening about a year and a half, but they opened. They averaged about 6,000 or 7,000 abortions per year, at one point doing abortions up to 24 weeks when it was legal here in Texas. And they are closing. They can no longer keep that open. And this is on the cusp of them closing their flagship Planned Parenthood back in the spring in Manhattan. And that building is now for sale for $39 million. That was almost more shocking than this. So to have this happen within a couple of months is amazing. There have now been 38 Planned Parenthoods to close in 2025.
Wow.
That's just jaw-dropping.
Yeah, and I know you keep your finger on the pulse of others that have not yet closed, but that are possibly facing closure. How many others out there? Where are they?
Oh, they're everywhere. We just had 4 Planned Parenthoods close in California. There have been 6 that have closed in the last 12 months in the state of New York. What we're seeing is it's not just the red, sort of predictable abortion-free states or states where they highly regulate abortion. Planned Parenthood is closing abortion facilities in places where abortions are on the rise. And the reason for that is because they cannot keep, well, in some of those places, abortions are on the decline, and that's why they're closing. But in other places, it is the defunding and their dependency upon tax dollars. And 80% of all the abortion pills are still distributed brick and mortar. And so that's one of the reasons why we finally start to see the number of abortion pills going down from 78% of all abortions to a year ago to 68% of all abortions. And so these closures are having a tremendous impact. I think we'll see about 25 to 30 more Planned Parenthoods close before Christmas.
Wow, that is a huge number. Sean, you mentioned that some are in these blue states that have robust abortion industries within the state, under the state regulations, but there seems to be some generational stuff. It does seem like Gen Z, there's a lower demand for abortions from Gen Z, a more family-friendly generation. What are you seeing just culturally that may also be driving? It's not all just regulatory strikes. There seems to be some culture of life issues blossoming as well.
Yeah, I mean, women are choosing life. That's the good thing. It's the best reason for abortion numbers to go down. And part of it is you have the abortion leaving D.C., where Planned Parenthood really has had a stronghold for decades, and going into the grassroots where the pro-life movement is more powerful. You have things like 40 Days for Life, and Planned Parenthood has said that their abortion no-show rate goes as high as 75% when we're out there praying and offering alternatives. You also see the number of pregnancy medical centers, they're now outnumber abortion providers 7 to 1. So it's because we are providing the professional and loving options to abortions that women are turning around and hurting the bottom line of these local abortion facilities. Generation Z is by far the most pro-life generation at their age than any other previous generation at that age. And, all of them have a picture of their own ultrasound, and 40% of them voted for Trump. So it's really a phenomenal thing to see younger kids getting more conservative at a younger age.
Yeah. I didn't know that crisis pregnancy centers outnumber abortion facilities. That is absolutely incredible, and what a bright spot in this whole narrative. I want to ask you about the funding, though, because Planned Parenthood, they can obviously still reach out for private funding from organizations. You have so many liberals who claim that they support Planned Parenthood and the work that they do. Why aren't they showing up?
I don't know. I mean, last year, Planned Parenthood lost 73,000 individual donors. Ooh. They lost 73,000. Wow. So they had a 32% drop in donations last year. And that is unbelievable. Part of it is they have an incompetent leader. Alexis McGill Johnson is just, it's not her fault. She's just nowhere nearly as talented as Cecile Richards was. And Cecile Richards got sick and had to resign and eventually passed away. But she led them for 12 years. She got them more tax funding. She married herself to the Obama administration. She spoke at the DNC. She raised a lot of money when Trump was elected the first time. She was, unfortunately for us, a very effective leader of Planned Parenthood. They don't have that now. And now they have a lot of employment issues. They have HR issues. They have their staff trying to unionize. There's been a couple locations where Planned Parenthood workers have protested alongside us outside of a Planned Parenthood. So they're a mess at a time they can't afford to be a mess. And that is a tremendous advantage for the pro-life movement. It's one of the many reasons we're winning. We're offering loving and medical alternatives to abortion. We're changing hearts and minds. And that's why it doesn't matter, how pro-abortion California or New York is. You can still close abortion facilities in those states. And that's what we're doing.
Yeah. Winning the hearts and minds and the cultural argument, the faith argument is just so amazing. Real quickly, you mentioned abortion pills and other things going on. Texas is reaching its long arm into New York, and it's an interesting potential strike. Who would think that the Texas Attorney General would have some jurisdiction in New York? But tell us about that case.
Yeah, an abortion doctor in New York is mailing abortion pills into Texas. That's illegal. That's absolutely illegal. So they're going after the doctor, and this judge is trying to prevent that. But that case hopefully goes to the Supreme Court because Texas is enforcing our abortion laws. If you ship pills into the state, if you prescribe the pills, that is illegal. There's a guy who's going to face a murder trial because he slipped his pregnant girlfriend in Fort Worth an RU-46 abortion pill and killed the baby. And so they have real laws on the books. They're enforcing them. And I like these cases because it highlights that the pro-life states are taking this seriously because they see the unborn person as just that, the biological reality of the baby, and therefore he or she deserves protection under the law.
A little bit of science back on the table. How about that? Sean Carney, it's always an honor to have you on. Congratulations on all the work that you've been doing at 40 Days for Life. Good to have you on today.
Thank you.
Yeah, what a great discussion. All right, folks. I keep warning about this. Amanda keeps warning about this. Free speech may be revived a little bit here in the United States with Donald Trump's win. In overseas, particularly in places like United Kingdom, it is in grave danger. It's on life support. It's in critical condition. We're going to have an incredible story coming out of the United Kingdom in just a second. I'll tell you about that right after these messages. Hey folks, a new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much the government can do. And if we really want to make America healthy again, that starts at home with each of us. And that includes you and me. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from TWC doctors all the time on this network, and you know that the products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you are prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits. Kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of all these medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more that can help you stay healthy and live a longer and more satisfying life. Make America healthy again starts at home with you and me. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to www.twc.health/justnews today and order. That's twc.health/justnews. Use the promo code JUSTNEWS to save 10%.
Hey, just want to say thank you for your service.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure you've heard that before, but we want you to know that we understand the freedoms and liberties in this country are because of people like you who served and gave everything for the cause of freedom. We don't take that lightly. So thank you for everything you've done and sacrificed for us.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
We're ready for our ticket.
It's been paid.
People thank me for my service all the time. But I want to thank you for being someone
worth fighting for. You make it all worth it. If you really want to thank me and other veterans like me, go to helpdav.org and support disabled American veterans. That is the best way to say thank you and keep our promise to our nation's heroes.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by going to helpdav.org right now, or call the number on your screen and give your monthly support of only $19. Your support lets our disabled veterans know you appreciate them and everything they have sacrificed for us. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
When you support DAV, you're showing veterans like me that you were worth fighting for.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support in this moment honors our veteran service.
Welcome back, everybody. If it has not been made clear that Europe has a much different view about free speech than the United States does, then we have more evidence for you, unfortunately. A new law went into effect in the UK called the Online Safety Act, which requires anyone within the UK's borders, including Americans, to submit their secure papers to access lawful information online, and gives British bureaucrats broad, sweeping powers to determine what content they believe is harmful online. And we already know that just posting wrongthink in the UK can literally land you in prison. So joining us to discuss this is the Director of Policy for NetChoice, Patrick Hedger. Patrick, welcome back.
Hey, thank you for having me.
It also sounds like they are trying to or already have banned VPNs, which is kind of one of the only workarounds there. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so of course this sounds like a great law. Who could be against the Online Safety Act? But the devil is always in the details with legislation like this. And what we are seeing is that you are being forced to show your ID, your government ID, some of your most sensitive information, to be able to access benign services like Spotify, to be able to just listen to music online. You have to show your ID. And of course, all the proponents of this law say, oh, this is just targeting pornography. It's targeting other things we don't want kids to see. That's all well and good, but at this, what you have to, again, look at the details here. The penalties here are so severe that companies are putting in place these age gates because they're scared of the government. And it's really concerning because copycats of the Online Safety Act in the United Kingdom have been introduced at the state and federal level here in the United States. So, and yes, of course, the British are trying to take the step to ban VPNs, which is a huge attack on privacy, and having to show your ID to be able to speak online is, of course, a huge attack on anonymous speech.
And the synergies between Great Britain and those who would prefer a censorship industrial complex here are very close, right? GARM was in Great Britain and then clearly tried to insert its ideas into the American society. Obviously, the Trump era has given a remarkable reversible to that trend, but there's a lot of people waiting for the next Democrat president to do this here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We at NetChoice have been fighting laws like this at the state level that would force you to show your ID to use very common online services, like even doing a Google search. And you have to look at the underlying DNA of the UK's Online Safety Act and some of the bills that have been proposed here, even at the federal level. There's a federal bill called TPUSA, right? It's the Children's Online Safety Act, it is a bill that, of course, who could be against a bill that's called that? But again, you have to look at the details. The penalties are so severe that you're going to have web services that are collecting IDs. And we just saw how dangerous that can be with this latest T app that was on the App Store. It was collecting IDs to verify that its users were women, and all of those IDs were breached. And somebody created a map of where those users live. That's how serious the cybersecurity implications are here. Yes, we want to keep people safe online, but there are constitutional ways to do that that do not invade privacy.
Yeah. The names of these bills are always so deceptive. It's like a Sydney Sweeney skin suit on Rosie O'Donnell. It's just never what it looks like on the outside. I want to ask you about two competing political ideologies happening simultaneously in the UK. On one hand, they were the first before the United States to return to normalcy and sanity when it came to the gender issue, and yet they're going in the opposite direction on this. How do those two ideologies and those two, leftward and rightward directions coexist?
Yeah, I can't claim to be an expert on British politics or British society, but I think it's an important lesson for us not to just immediately graft ideas from the United Kingdom over here to the United States. We have a different, really underlying political history that's really important. Yes, we have some shared values like common law and things like that, but we have things here in the United States because we broke away from the United Kingdom. We have the First Amendment. These are things that we have to cherish here. And so it's really concerning to me when I see U.S. lawmakers at both the state and federal level saying, oh, well, this is a great thing that we're hearing from the United Kingdom. We just need to apply that here. That should be a non-starter.
Yeah, it should be. Real quickly before we let you go, there was a story on Just the News last week. The British London police have created a unit full-time to monitor speech online for any negative comments about migrants or illegal migrants in Great Britain. That looks a little bit eerily similar to what the FBI was doing with Twitter during the COVID pandemic. Your thoughts on this idea that police are going to become a bigger part of speech monitoring in the world that far left censors are envisioning in the future?
Well, ultimately, this is why we oppose having to show ID to speak online. Anonymous speech is a critical bedrock foundational principle in the United States. I mean, the Federalist Papers themselves, right, written pseudonymously. So the ability to be able to speak without a fear of threat or recourse. I mean, think back to the mid-2010s when we were talking about the IRS targeting people because of their political participation. So we see the value in being able to speak freely and being able to speak without being identified or threatened. And so that's why it is really so critical that we focus on things to help keep people safe online, like public education and resources for parents and law enforcement, versus having everybody put their ID and most sensitive information right next to what they're saying on their social media.
Yeah. There's something bad in the water in these Commonwealth countries because it's the UK, it's Canada, it's Australia to some degree. I don't know what it is, but it scares the stink out of me. I don't want to come in here. Patrick Hedger, Director of Policy for NetChoice, thanks so much for being with us tonight and shining light on these big issues, because you're right, they could come to our shores the next time a Democrat's in power.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, some final thoughts on the other side when we come back from this break.
Sometimes business travel takes you to Chicago, Amsterdam, Los Angeles, New Delhi, Tel Aviv, or Tokyo. And sometimes to Count of Air. Here at Book a Limo, we think globally. We think business, your business. It doesn't matter where you go. No place is too far. We're there for you!
What's your destination? Book a limo. Any car, anywhere.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to Date My Age. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Welcome back to our final segment of the night, John. You know, every once in a while there is a news story that seems to shift the sentiment in Washington. And I think that this story today about the grand jury being impaneled, look, we don't know what charges might come. And we won't know that probably for some time. But it feels like the American people are finally moving in the direction of getting answers.
I think that's right. I mean, I think the question was, would Pam Bondi follow the normal process? And so the first process is let the FBI open up the investigation. They did that. That's the grand conspiracy case. Then she applied the strike force concept, which is get your best stars and put them on one team, put them at this. That is something they use typically for a conspiracy case involving the mob or drug cartels. Now it's going to be used with the Obama administration and those who succeeded it. And then the next question is, are you going to empower that entity, the strike force, to go get the evidence, compel the turning over of evidence? And today we learned the answer is yes, grand jury. Now, here's what I think is going to be the next few things to be watching. People said, well, why was it today? Why today? Well, over the weekend, a couple of major U.S. attorneys got approved. Janine Pirro in Washington, D.C., and then the Miami U.S. attorney, who is, by all accounts, an outstanding litigator and prosecutor candidate, he got approved. And as we've been saying, one of the notions in the FBI case is to take this case in Florida, start with Jack Smith, the most current event, and work its way backwards. The fact that those two got approved this weekend and she did this today maybe tells you something. I think you should look for the following moves. And again, we're still a couple weeks off from this, but I think the most likely place will be the grand jury will be impaneled in Florida, maybe a place like Fort Pierce, where Judge Cannon used to reside, or where you operated out of, and to look at the primary crime, something that stretches from 24 back to 16, as the deprivation of civil rights. That you deprive people like Mike Flynn, George Papadopoulos, President Trump, Carter Page, their civil liberties by the way you conducted government business without a basis to intrude on their freedoms, their speech and other things. And then with that, you can take that to the censorship era. You can take that to the Ukraine era. You can take that all the way to the raid at Mar-a-Lago and whatever happened in the aftermath of that. I would be looking for a grand jury to be operating in Florida. And I think maybe the Senate finally burping up a couple of these nominations, getting them done. One of those being Miami, the other being Washington, D.C. Judge Janine would be an outstanding prosecutor as well. The jury pool's a lot tougher here for this sort of a case. So I think Florida is the place that I'm going to be watching closely to see if the first subpoenas come. That's what's next, right? Grand jury, then when the grand juries issue, they issue subpoenas.
Yeah. And, here in D.C., that would be, I guess, under Judge Boasberg's.
It's another reason Judge Boasberg has really asserted himself in front of the Trump administration, and he's the chief judge here in the district. So,
and the thing with Florida, because liberals are going to say, oh, if it's impaneled in Florida, then it's definitely going to go the direction of President Trump and against these who have been possible conspirators. But Florida is a fair venue. D.C. is not a fair venue. D.C., you know which way it's going to go. They're not going to.
And Florida's 55-45, and in some places it's the other way around. Miami did go for President Trump this time, but traditionally it hasn't. And Miami would be the chief district for a trial potentially. So it's just a more evenly split populace as opposed to a 90-10 populace in D.C., which we saw how that worked for John Durham.
Yeah. All right, I want to shift to something else that's cultural. So the Sydney Sweeney thing, you've all heard about this by now. We don't need to explain it. Border Patrol put out a video where they used a lot of the same language about having great genes and, it being passed down from generation to generation. And it was a recruiting ad. But gosh, I don't even know if they're going to need it because their acting director just said that they have 78,000 applicants for, now that's ICE, but still, I mean, people who are looking to protect the homeland in one way or another.
When you return agencies back to their core mission, you stop social engineering, you put the military back to just fighting wars. Look what happened. Recruitment went up. You put ICE back to and CPB back. People want to go and do those jobs. They're honorable jobs, but who wants to do them if you aren't allowed to do those jobs? And I think that is a really encouraging sign. It's a warning sign to the Democrats too that they continue to pick the wrong fights. I fear Mondami will be the next wrong fight they pick in New York for Democrats, but that's Democrats have to come to this on their own and realize they're running into a headwind of enormous common sense in America right now. I had a favorite story this morning.
Yes.
Because I watched the New York Times and everybody say, oh, this whole Hillary Clinton thing is Russian disinformation. Jerry Dunleavy went through every book written by Hillary Clinton and her staff, every speech, every interview they gave after 2017. He found their signed confessions that she did, in fact, order the Russia dirty trick, and in the same specificity, including getting the FBI involved. It is a devastating 8,000-word story. It's a long story, but if you want to see how easy it will be for the government to pierce Hillary Clinton's denials right now, this is a must-read story. I'm so proud of it. Jerry does great work. We have him on the show every so often, but such a great story.
Absolutely. All right, so we only have 35 seconds left.
Sorry.
All right, so jobs numbers got revised down.
Yep.
BLS is out.
Yep.
BLS commissioner is out. President Trump says he's going to hire somebody very quickly. Thoughts?
Yeah, he will, and then we'll see what the numbers do after that, and see whether there was political manipulation. There was a year and a half where the Bureau of Labor Statistics almost every time we give a number, then revise it substantially.
The thing.
Can't we get it right the first time?
Even if
I think it's a competence
Even if
issue.
it's not politically weighted, it's a competence. Yes, thank you.
I agree.
All right, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. We will be back tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern. Have a wonderful evening. See you then.
Are you disabled and can no longer work? This is an important message for you. Are you between the age of 45 and 63 and need help filing for disability benefits, or were denied by your insurance company or the Social Security Administration?
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Whether you're a first-time filer or filed before and were denied, you'll pay nothing unless you are approved for benefits. Thousands of disability claims are unnecessarily denied each month.
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Work with a team who will fight to get you the benefits you deserve, who understands the physical, emotional, and potential financial impacts, and will share their insider expertise. There are time limits to apply for benefits. If you are between the age of 45 to 63 and need help filing a disability claim, or filed previously and were denied, call our helpline now.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of.
You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini. I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Well, folks, good evening. Welcome to Stinchfield. The walls that now surround Obama's co-conspirators in this plot to take down President Trump, I believe these walls are closing in. Every day I get a little more hopeful that something will happen. And today we hear from our friend John Solomon over at Just the News that Pam Bondi has ordered a federal prosecutor to start presenting evidence to a grand jury related to this, treasonous conspiracy, as Tulsi Gabbard calls it. All of this comes after Tulsi Gabbard and John Ratcliffe and Kash Patel had worked so hard to start releasing the evidence that proves, in my mind, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Obama, Clinton, Clapper, Comey, the rest of them are all guilty of this conspiracy. This is John Ratcliffe on Fox News over the weekend.
But for the good fortune of me being able to find John Brennan's notes and declassify that secret may have been hidden forever, but I was able to provide that to John Durham, and you see some of that in his annex that was declassified this week.
One of the interesting things is that Russia had apparently gathered intelligence that Hillary Clinton and her campaign was organizing this plot against President Trump. The phony Steele dossier, this whole idea that they were going to take President Trump down, that he was engaging in treasonous behavior, when isn't it interesting? That's exactly what the Clinton campaign was doing under an Obama administration, with the DOJ and intel communities colluding with each other. So Russia had it nailed, okay? Listen to Ratcliffe again.
What you learned in John Brennan's annex this week was 6 days before that, Russian intelligence predicted that's exactly what would happen, that there was a Hillary Clinton plan and that the FBI would pour oil on the fire of a firestorm that would consume the country for the next 3 years. So think about that, Trey. Either the Russians made the greatest prediction or the luckiest guess of all time, or this intelligence was real.
Well, I believe that the Russian intelligence, they knew exactly what they were gathering, and they nailed it spot on. And so now we're starting to learn about all of this when it becomes clear this was a conspiracy that has never ended. The conspiracy to take down President Trump continues today, which is why I believe the statute of limitations should be thrown out. There is none here because the conspiracy never ended. This is John Ratcliffe again.
And as John Durham found, the FBI buried it. They didn't open a file. They didn't assign an analyst. They didn't investigate it all. They just spent the next few years, really, amplifying the lie of Hillary Clinton's Steele dossier and burying the truth of her plan to frame Donald Trump. It is the greatest political scandal that we hopefully will be the last that we'll see in our lifetime.
Well, let's hope so. I do believe when you weaponize government agencies like the CIA and the FBI and ultimately the DOJ against a political foe to take control of a nation as great as the United States of America, it is the greatest political scandal in our history. Now, Clapper and Brennan, you know, these intelligence clowns, they are trying to deny everything, but they beat around the bush, pushing back to, oh, Russia was trying to influence the election through social media and bots. And they don't want to talk about the real allegations, and that was the Steele dossier and how it was used, how it was weaponized, this total piece of fiction paid for by the Hillary Clinton campaign. Well, how do we even know about the Steele dossier to start? Well, that came from the Intelligence Committee going way back to President Trump's first term. The chair of that committee was, of course, Devin Nunes. He was instrumental in uncovering the Russian collusion hoax. Today, he is chair of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board. He is also the CEO of Trump Media and Technology Group. I want to welcome to the program Devin Nunes. Devin, great to have you back on.
Great to be back on with you.
So I was looking back through some of your releases, going back to, I think it was February of 2018. You talked about the Steele dossier when you unclassified a 4-page document, and it went directly to the FISA warrants. Can you tell me now, knowing what you know now with what Ratcliffe has released, how do you lay all this out for the American people?
Well, that's a long question because it goes back almost a decade, but let me try to decipher it down for your viewers. And that is that in early 2016, that is key, early 2016, Clinton and the DNC start to frame Trump and decide that they're going to tie him to Russia. The FBI is involved early in that. So are people within the Obama White House. The dates that really become important are the dates that John Ratcliffe was talking about there. Back in 2016, in July, the intelligence agencies discover that this plan is afoot. Then we know that Brennan tells Obama and Biden and others about this, and he informs the FBI. That's in around August 1st of 2016. Then we have plenty of evidence where the fake news is heavily involved and they keep going out story after story leading up to the election. But in 2016, nobody cared. Nobody bought it. It seemed ridiculous. But, you know, there are probably some 2 dozen outlets that were on this Russia conspiracy stuff, but it just fell flat. And then the unthinkable happens, and that is that President Trump wins in 2016. Now, it becomes relevant for us, or for me, and the Congress at the time, because we then are briefed by the intelligence agencies right around Thanksgiving of 2016 that nothing unusual had happened. The bad guys were doing bad guy things like they always do. But as you know, there's a reason that every country, or most every country, great powers, they have cyber capabilities, they have spy agencies, intelligence networks. So bad guys are always going to do bad things. And guess what? I would hope as, us working with our allies are also going to go after the bad guys too. So that all happens. We get briefed, nothing abnormal, Grant, zero. Okay? Then go forward just a couple weeks, less than a couple weeks. And this was put out by Tulsi Gabbard that we did not know. And that is that the Presidential Daily Brief, PDB is the acronym, had in there exactly, now that I've seen it, was exactly almost verbatim what we had received a couple weeks before. And that was that Russia didn't do anything. Russia didn't change the outcome. Yes, they were doing bad things, but they always do bad things, but nothing happened to change the outcome of the election. Then there's a meeting that occurs in the White House on December 9th. And that is when Obama directs the change in this new, never done before, ICA, Intelligence Community Assessment. That gets done in record time for government, by the way. In record time, here you have, election just occurred. It's December 10th by the time they get working on it. Government agencies hardly work around Christmas and New Year's, and voila, on January 6th, not of 2020, January 6th of 2017, Obama's still president. Trump gets briefed, we get briefed, and that's when they have the dossier in there, and they've changed within a month, including less than a month, including with New Year's and Christmas, all kinds of new intelligence miraculously occurred. The problem, Grant, it didn't occur. And what also was released in the last couple of weeks, which is what kind of buttons all this together, is our investigators on our committee, along with myself, Kash Patel, others, John Ratcliffe, Trey Gowdy, all names that you're familiar with. We took over 2 years and we went through every single piece of intelligence. We put it into a report. And that's what you're referring to. When you refer to that the Clinton plan was out there, that Putin knew about it. We also knew Putin didn't care about it. Putin didn't think Trump was going to win. If anything, the intelligence that we looked at in its entirety would show, if anything, that Putin wanted Clinton to win, which, by the way, I believe he did. Now, I can't say that definitively because we don't have, you would need 2 or 3 different sources of intelligence that with Putin actually saying he wanted Clinton to win. But when you look at the entirety of it, there wasn't 1 ounce of evidence that said Putin, when I say evidence, meaning intelligence, because we went through all the intelligence. We put that all into a 40-page report. We released it. We asked publicly. We said, we're ready to release it. We asked President Trump in 2018 to declassify it. He did. The deep state hid it from us, Grant. For 2 years, we fought and fought and fought. Finally, Trump loses. He again said it was declassified. Voila, it wasn't declassified for whatever reason, never shows up at the archives. Okay. Now, why am I saying archives? It becomes important here because by the end of 2020, now President Trump is out of office, and then this report never gets out. I'm still in Congress, and we're saying, where the hell is this report? It should have been declassified. It was declassified. And of course, there's a mountain of evidence in there that just now got out in the last couple of weeks because it was finally declassified by President Trump and Tulsi Gabbard. Now, I'm going through all of this because you asked, you talked about conspiracy. So that document, I believe, is the one or one of the ones that caused the raid at Mar-a-Lago in 2022. They were looking for that document because that document is deadly to John Brennan, Clapper, all of them, because that was obstruction of our committee, of Durham, of everybody involved that looked at this over the last 8 years. So what happened in Florida, the raiding of Mar-a-Lago, that was started by the archives, making a criminal referral that documents hadn't been returned. And I believe putting all that together is because we thought that information had been put to the archives. We call the archives and say, where the hell is it? They desperately didn't want that information to come out. They do a criminal referral, and then they raid Mar-a-Lago, Jack Smith and company. So you got a couple different investigations going on here. Pam Bondi says she's going to convene a grand jury. You have an investigation of Jack Smith. Sorry for that long explanation, but that in a nutshell are all the important dates, and there's a lot of stuff in between.
Coming from you, Congressman, of laying that out is so important because now you see the conspiracy start to unfold. The raid on Mar-a-Lago literally to collect evidence that would be damning against President Trump's political foes is the height of the greatest political scandal of all time. And I'll ask you this. You're investigating the Russian collusion hoax while you're in Congress. President Trump's first term is going on. You don't ever see John Brennan's notes that Ratcliffe talks about that he just found and some of these other documents. Are these all new to you as well, or were they classified and you couldn't talk about them?
Well, we didn't find out about those until January or December of 2020. Late 2020 is when those notes were found. So, but we knew that, but look, everybody knew except for Trump and Republicans that this was a grand conspiracy in 2016. Everybody else knew. The FBI, the CIA, Obama, the DNC, every fake news media out there in America, they were all in on it. Okay, so those notes are basically Brennan's get out of jail free card, because I think he knew that this was scumbaggery or whatever you want to do. That's why he immediately took it there and said, hey, everybody know this is a Clinton hoax and DNC hoax. Everybody know. He conveniently writes that down, puts it into a safe. Now, the problem for Brennan is about those that he was never held to the account by Durham is that was kind of critical for us to know in 17 and 18 and 19 when we should have known. I mean, he was brought before multiple times. Do you have anything else to tell us? Do you know anything about this? No. Or I don't know. Comey, 250 times said, I don't know, or I don't remember. So I think that, when you look at this, it's not just about, the obvious people. We made a dozen criminal referrals, but the obvious people are the ones running the intelligence agencies at that time that went along with this. But there's many, many others that include people that were in the Biden DOJ. So, who appointed Jack Smith? Why? It's one thing to go after Jack Smith on the Hatch Act, but what you'll find when you peel this back is the same people that were way back in 2016, all the way through, back into Biden, back behind Jack Smith, same people, all the same. There's probably, look, I would seriously look at probably 24 people is what my investigation would look on or look after. And I would, convene the grand jury, and based on, they have to collect all the evidence that Durham, that our committee, that others, you put all that together. I mean, you're going to have a grand conspiracy case that I think is, then it just depends on, do they obstruct justice? Do they lie? Those are the types of things I think that would matter ultimately to a jury, if this is ultimately prosecutions are brought.
Congressman Nunes, I tell you, you make my job so easy because I don't have to ask a lot of questions as you lay this out for us. I'm grateful for you doing this. It sounds to me, and really just in 15, 20 seconds if you can, because I've got to get to the next guest, it sounds to me like this is just the beginning of all of this.
Yeah, look, there's a stockpile of evidence. The question now becomes, and I say this, Grant, as I'm not an attorney. I just, used to work with a lot of attorneys, still work with a lot of attorneys, and ran a lot of investigations in my day. But what this is really going to come down to is once you start to then go and ask people questions, follow up on what Durham has done, does anybody come clean? If you look at what Durham did, is he found some lower level people. He brought those prosecutions in D.C., I think they were good prosecutions. Clearly, a jury in D.C. found that they weren't. So, jurisdiction's clearly a problem. Building off of what Durham did, building off this new information, this is ultimately what a prosecutor will have to come up with. But in terms of there's a bulk of evidence. It just depends on what what road do you want to go down, and then I think critically important is, what do you discover about the raid at Mar-a-Lago? In my mind, I would start there if it was me.
And that is going to be a big key. Devin Nunes, I always appreciate you coming on. Thank you for spending some time with us. And
thanks for
good luck to you, and we'll talk soon. Thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right. All right, folks, I want to turn now to the redistricting plot. I mean, this is all connected because we have to keep control of Congress. One of the ways we do that, Texas is about to redistrict 5 more Republican seats in a wildly Republican state. Well, we know that Democrats have fled to Illinois, New York, and Massachusetts. They're now ordered to return home. I'm not sure they will. This is Governor Greg Abbott. Cut 13. Roll it.
Our fellow Texans are being let down and not getting the flood relief they need because these Democrats have absconded from the responsibility, and I believe they have forfeited their seats in the state legislature because they're not doing the job they were elected to do.
All right. So what can we do to bring them home, to get the redistricting plan done, to get flood relief in place? I want to bring in now a good friend of mine, Republican Texas Attorney General. He is now a Senate candidate running against John Cornyn, has my full support in that role. Ken Paxton is here. General, it's great to have you back on the program.
Great to be back. You're going to have to ask me a few more questions than you did your last guest, I think.
Well, you know, he's great at laying it out. So, like I said, he makes it easy. Here's what I'll do. I'll ask you one question. What do we do to get these Democrats back home? Can you have them arrested? Is that an option?
So, yes, we could have just shut the doors while they were there. That was an option I suggested. While they're there, to shut the doors. We did that in 2003, and it worked. Everybody got shut in, and we spent the night there voting on redistricting. We could also arrest them. That is a case that I took to the Texas Supreme Court in 2021. The courts clearly said, Texas Supreme Court clearly said we can arrest them. The challenge is they've left the state. They're in liberal jurisdictions. We're not going to get any help getting them back. So what can you do? You can either wait them out, which Governor Abbott has done in the past, Governor Perry has done in the past. They always come back because ultimately they live in Texas and they have jobs here and they have families here. Or we can do this thing that we researched a few years ago, which has never been tried, which is this quo warranto action that would potentially allow us to take them out of office. That's what we're looking at considering right now. We may go forward with that very soon. We're just trying to figure out what our best option is in dealing with that particular issue.
All right, that would be interesting, to remove them from office. Governor Abbott talked about doing that. Certainly, they're shirking their responsibilities. This is clearly against Texas law, right? We put laws in place fairly recently anyway to stop this from happening. Are they just ignoring the law?
Yeah, this is political, and clearly there are other issues that are very important. You said flood relief, and there are numerous other issues on the call that they should be here voting on. But this is the only issue that they've ever left on. Over the years that I've dealt with them, this is the only issue that they've ever left on.
All right, the way I see it, there's going to be a new Hispanic district. I think there's 2 new majority black districts, which we hadn't had before. But Texas is made up of Republicans. Elections have consequences. This is how you redistrict. We've gone through this process. We know the other liberal states do it, and yet they're screaming and yelling as if we're doing something so out of line, General.
It's amazing. They're going to states that have clearly done the same thing. Look at the lines in Illinois and how gerrymandered those things are. I think Kamala won by 4 points, and yet 82%, I think, of the representatives there are Democrat. So, I mean, and New York is no different. So the states that they're going to seek refuge in have done the very same things, except probably a lot more egregious if you actually look at the maps.
All right, I'm going to ask you a tough question because you're in Texas, obviously, like I am. I have been very critical of some of the leadership at the Texas State House level, speaker, positions of power. I know they side with Democrats often. Is there something Republicans could have done at the State House level to keep the Democrats here that they failed to do and put us in this position?
I mean, as I suggested earlier, I suggested this a week ago. Lock everybody in. They came back. Everybody was back for the first part of the session, and then they waited for the maps to be passed out of committee, and they left before they came to the floor. Lock them in early so that everybody was already here. That was our best shot to not have to go through a more long, arduous process of getting this done. We're going to get this done. We've done it in the past. We've done it over the last 20 years. The Democrats have tried this. This is the only issue they ever leave the state on, is on the political issue of redistricting. And that's because they want to control it. They want the PR out of it. They want to raise money out of it, whatever they're trying to do. But we could have stopped them if we'd locked them up early. We just decided not to do that particular method.
General, before I let you go, if there are Texas Democrats watching this right now, taking part in this walkout, what's your message to them?
Hey, look, our message is you're ultimately going to have to vote on this, whether you do it the hard way or the easy way. If you want to spend your next couple of months in Illinois or New York, it's going to be a lot harder on your family, on your job. Come back, do the right thing, represent your constituents, fight it out, represent your views. You have every right to speak on your position. Come fight it out like we do on every other issue, and represent your people. Don't walk away from your responsibilities and do the right thing.
Well, it's totally anti-Texas. I don't care whether you're a Republican or Democrat. I always remember Texans as standing up and taking on a challenge. Whether you agree or disagree, this walking out thing is crazy. No one knows about fighting better than you do, Attorney General Ken Paxton. We appreciate you coming on, as always, sir.
Hey, thanks a lot. You're right. Texans fight, and I wouldn't leave the fight if I had been them.
I know that. That's one reason why you got my support, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate it, as always.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, folks, I want to bring in real quickly Michael Quinn Sullivan. He's the publisher of Texas Scorecard. We went a little bit long with Devin Nunes, but I want to get Michael Quinn Sullivan in real quickly for his reaction to Democrats walking out. You just heard the Attorney General there, MQS. What do you say?
Look, the Democrats, it should not escape anyone's notice in Texas. The Democrats left Texas to go to the failed states, the most corrupt states in the Union, Illinois and New York. Massachusetts ranks in there also. California's been cheerleading them. These are failed states, states that people are leaving, productive people leave, but Texas Democrats are fleeing to. These are states that oversample for their Democrat congressional representation. So look, everything the Democrats do is performative. As the Attorney General just said, they don't leave when it's issues involving other people. They leave when it's things that are going to change their political advantage. That tells you what the Democrats' main reason for existing is. That's to have power. Look, I'm very encouraged by Governor Abbott saying that he's now willing to do the thing no one has done before, which is order the vacating of their seats and have emergency elections to fill them. If these folks don't want to be in Texas, let's let them stay out of Texas.
Yeah, that would be a drastic measure. The left would go crazy. But quite frankly, it seems to me to make sense. If you're not going to do your duty, then I think for the people of Texas, we have a right to remove them from office. It'll be interesting to see if that plays out. Do you want to make a prediction before I let you go?
I'm not in the prediction business, although I will say I'm also encouraged by the fact that Speaker Burrows, for all the criticism you have of him, that I have had of him, here on day one, he signed arrest warrants to bring those who the Texas Rangers and the DPS can get to bring them to the Capitol. That's something that we didn't see the last speaker do. So that's encouraging. It's encouraging that at least Mr. Burrows is on the right path right now on this issue.
Well, in many respects, Michael Quinn Sullivan, I give you, the people who read Texas Scorecard, many people who watch the show, some credit for that, because maybe he's getting the message that real conservatives want conservative leadership from Republicans in the Texas House of Representatives. Michael Quinn Sullivan, as always, thank you, my friend.
Thanks, Grant. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. All right, folks, we'll continue to follow that story. And before we get to our next little segment here is the continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again. Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold through Birch Gold Group. If you have an IRA, an old 401k, you could convert that to a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold to keep it in your safe. First, educate yourself with Birch Gold's free info kit. Just text America to the number 989898. That's America to the number 989898. All right, Hamas propaganda is flying around the mainstream media right now. We want you to take a look at this. It's propaganda video, but the West ought to get a message. I'll tell you what it is next.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere to fix that? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast, so strong, and so convenient. It's like putting the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires of your car on a single charge, or inflate a bag full of soccer balls at practice. Bullseye Pro is so advanced, it has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Plus, it can be 100% hands-free. You simply set the target pressure and walk away, keeping you out of harm's way. Bullseye Pro is lightweight, durable, and powerful enough to inflate this massive monster truck tire. Plus, it has 4 ultra-bright LED lights to safely inflate at night. Bullseye Pro comes with 3 custom air nozzles on board, so you can easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Forget driving to the gas station. Bullseye Pro is your anywhere, anytime inflation station. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system, all for the factory direct price of just $79.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to really inflate this offer, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all. An incredible value for one low price. Call or go online to order now.
To order, call 1-800-976-9718 or go to getbullseyepro.com. So call 1-800-976-9718. That's 1-800-976-9718 or order online at getbullseyepro.com. Order now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Welcome back, everyone. I want you to take a look at this video released by the goons of Hamas. That right there is 24-year-old Evitar David. He was taken hostage, I don't know, over 600 days ago, 660 plus days, something crazy like that. He's emaciated. He is allegedly digging his own grave here. He says time is very limited. Now, his family apparently approved the release of this video. It most certainly is a propaganda video on behalf of Hamas. But I want the Western world to take a message away from this as they scream and yell about Gazans being starved to death. What about the hostages? And by the way, the Gazans being starved to death, that is at the hands of Hamas, who is taking all of their food, stealing it, in fact. And then we get this from a guy like John Oliver.
What's happening in Gaza right now is a famine. All the information we have points to that, except for the word of this guy and a few adult junior detectives squinting at each photo of a skeletal child to figure out if they're the right kind of dying.
Didn't you see what happened to Colbert? Stick to comedy. You go down this road of politics, you always get it wrong. All of these late-night failed comedians do. The bottom line is Gazans are being starved to death, if at all, because Hamas is taking the food. And we need to get these hostages back. I want to bring in now Rabbi Michael Barclay. He's been instrumental in getting the word out about how we should be handling things with these hostages. Rabbi, it's great to have you back on the program.
It's great to be here, Grant, and please forgive me. I'm actually on a vacation with my family and on a golf course right now, so please forgive the way I look.
Well, I appreciate you taking time out to talk with us. Very important topic, obviously. Let me ask you, what went through your mind when you saw this video come out of Avatar David?
That we should have leveled Gaza 17 months ago, 21 months ago. We should have made it into a parking lot and gotten rid of it then. That's what went through my mind.
Are you amazed that the world continues, at least it appears to me, to be turning on Israel, even though all the evidence, I'll counter what John Oliver just said, all the evidence in my mind shows to Hamas as brutal goons, stealing food, wreaking havoc on the people of Gaza, and, of course, wreaking havoc on the hostages.
Look, I don't know who John Oliver is, but if he'd like, I'd be happy to take him to Israel, and we can go to Gaza right now. We can go to the border area. The guy's an idiot. It's just that simple. The only forced starvation going on in Israel right now, or in Gaza right now, is the forced starvation of starving the victims, starving the hostages.
Rabbi, how do we get the hostages back now? I mean, obviously, whatever we're doing is not working.
So, a lot of people that watch you are parents. And if you've got a child and he's 5 years old and he's not acting right and he keeps trying to put a fork into the electrical outlet, you do everything you can. If you need to, you push the kid's child away. You take away his candy. Hamas has demonstrated they only respond. They only release hostages when they have no other choice. They know they are winning the war of propaganda. And as a result, their demands have increased from what they were almost 2 years ago. Now they're saying they won't even try to release the hostages unless there's a state of Palestine with Jerusalem as its capital. People need to understand, look at the covenant of 1988. Hamas is not interested in land. They're interested in the destruction and death of every Jew, Christian, every non-Sharia Muslim, everyone they call a kafir.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. And the reason I know this is because they tell you this. This is exactly what they are saying. And why we wouldn't believe them, I have no idea. Let me play you a clip from Senator Tom Cotton talking about Hamas and where he thinks they are.
Well, here we go again. Hamas is on the verge of defeat, so it's cranked up the propaganda machine once again. Now, Hamas wants the world to believe that Israel has undertaken a campaign of deliberate starvation of the Gazan population. And as usual, Hamas can count on an international media and political chorus to fight their battles for them.
Certainly the media has played a role in this, hasn't it, Rabbi?
It has, and there's a deep state in Israel that's just as strong as the deep state here in terms of media and leftist politics. The simple reality is that the BBC Verify, which is, BBC has always been very anti-Israel. BBC Verify even verified that Israel has provided 91 million meals to Gaza. Every day, it sends over 20,000 cubic meters of clean water to Gaza. 650 trucks were left there for a month because the UN didn't want to pick them up. They just sat there for a month until they got spoiled. There's over 250 trucks sitting there right now. And over 80% of the trucks that go into Gaza, if it's not escorted by Israeli forces, they end up getting hijacked by Hamas. Hamas then sells them at a profit, and that's how they pay their soldiers. So Senator Cotton is amazing, and he's wonderful, as is Senator Rubio, and especially God bless President Trump.
Yeah. Well, Rabbi Michael Barclay, I appreciate you coming on the program, taking time out from your vacation for us. We appreciate you. Thank you.
No, Grant, God bless you and all your audience, and just God bless you for what you're doing, brother.
I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you very much. Always humbling to hear that. All right, real quick, President Trump has sent 2 nuclear submarines off the coast of Russia, saying that if Russia's foreign minister is going to start talking tough talk about starting wars, we are going to be ready for them. That is upping the tensions. This as he puts or threatens to put a 25% tariff on India for buying Russian oil. India, in essence, is funding the Russian war machine. President Trump, all he wants is the dying and death to end in Ukraine. That's all we all want, is for dying and death to stop. President Trump's getting it done. It may take a little longer than he thought, but he's getting it done. All right, we have some good news coming out of this Cincinnati attack, which left this woman battered and bruised on the streets. Our man Benny Johnson joins us next to talk about what he has done for that woman. Next.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Well, folks, I want to continue our coverage of that racially motivated attack in Cincinnati, Ohio last week, where a mob of black folks literally unleashed hell on white folks. Specifically, one gentleman who was kicked and beaten. But I think the picture I will never forget is the woman being brutally beat down and knocked unconscious. Watch this. Folks, look at her face. She is out cold. The person responsible needs to go to jail for a very, very long time. We are now learning that woman's name is Holly. This is what she looked like after the attack. If we could throw the picture of her up there on the screen, please. That is Holly after the attack. A Give, Send, Go campaign was started by Benny Johnson, host of the Benny Johnson Show. GiveSendGo.com/support Hillary. They've raised an awful lot of money, as you can see on the screen there. This is Holly saying thank you.
I appreciate everything that you're doing for me and my family. It's been very, very hard, and I'm still recovering. I still have a very bad brain trauma. And it's, thank you everyone.
Well, the man behind that Give, Send, Go campaign is also a friend of mine. He's the host of The Benny Show, Benny Johnson. Welcome to the program. Long time no see, my friend. Welcome back. All right. Do we have Benny's audio there?
Yeah. Hey, guys. Can you hear me? Check, check.
Benny.
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha. Sorry, my friend. So, welcome to the program. What made you start this Give, Send, Go campaign? I'm awful glad you did.
Yeah, thank you, Grant. If you look at the video that you just played of the mob that was attacking Holly, who was simply trying to break up a fight. She's a single mother with a special needs child who lives in Ohio. She's an American, and she was just trying to enjoy herself that night. What you'll notice, even perhaps more cruel than the sucker punch from the man who was half her age, hitting her in the face so that she hits the concrete unconscious, which of course is attempted murder. Any medical professional will tell you that that is how you get a brain hemorrhage. Also, it's important to note that nobody called 911. And that's what I find particularly cruel about all of this, is that there were hundreds of people around and no one did anything. And are we guilty of that, I suppose, is the question, because shows like yours and shows like mine, we play these clips and we show people these things, and then we don't give them a vector to do anything about it, Grant. And that's a real problem for me, because I know the nature of this country and I know the kind of people who live in it, and they want to help. They want to do something. And so they're going to want to donate and help Holly, who has astronomical medical bills, who had to call herself an Uber because there was no ambulance available for her. The police officers who showed up didn't even assist her. She nearly bled out in an Uber on the way to the hospital after being knocked unconscious in a near homicide. So that is the decayed state of our cities, and Holly needed help. And so we set up a Give, Send, Go. And I'm proud to announce that because of incredible audiences like yours and patriotic audiences throughout this country, we have raised $415,000 for Holly. We are rounding the corner on raising $500,000 for Holly.
Well, Benny, you know, that's what America is all about. That's the generosity I know of this country. And it's great patriots that come forward and do that. Now, it wasn't just that she didn't get around to the ambulance. It took cops 6 minutes to show up. The police chief wanted to scold all of us for playing the videos to basically show how bad these blue cities have become. And the blame game is on here. That's the police chief you're looking at on the screen. Benny, when I watch this, I have no doubt in my mind this was a racial attack. Do you have any doubts in your mind about that?
They were in a part of the city that has seen a 19x spike in crime. They're not from Cincinnati. I believe that they didn't know that they were in such a dangerous place. And it was late at night after a music festival. And based on the stories that I have heard directly from Holly, things simply got out of hand. There was perhaps a misunderstanding, but that a vicious mob that outnumbered them, and by them, I mean the middle-aged white couple that was standing there in this very dangerous part of town, they were beaten. But once again, the major crime is, of course, the attempted murder. One of the individuals was hit 37 different times in the head. Holly was left for dead. But also the number of people that were standing around filming, screaming "World Star" and refusing to assist and help. And so this is a real problem.
This also put on display liberal leadership. I want to play a clip for you. This is over the weekend. This is a Cincinnati City Council member. Cut 4 for the guys behind the glass, if you could. Roll that for Benny.
I don't celebrate the fact that he got beat up, but I also understand why he got beat up. And I believe he does too. I'm sorry it happened. But There are actions and reactions. And it has seemed to me that he was looking for trouble, and so he got trouble.
Benny, there's no indication of really where it started. We do know the white guy was getting kicked in the head, did offer up a slap to somebody after there was a stand-up, but nothing deserves what he got after that.
Yeah. So in order for me to ever justify that argument, you're going to have to show me hard and verifiable evidence that the unarmed white couple was somehow threatening the 50 people that were surrounding them, blocking first responders, filming with their phones, cheering on, and they should all be charged in accessories with this crime. Every single one of them should be rounded up and charged with because they stood here and watched and cheered on and agitated and then blocked first responders. No, it was an attempted murder. That's what was intended to happen here. And that member of the city council that you just had on, she celebrated it and said they got what they deserved. Where are the civil rights charges against her? She should be charged with a hate crime by the DOJ. It's just it's a horrible thing, but I want to bring it back to the fundraiser. This Give, Send, Go is the most successful fundraiser in the country right now because Americans don't want to live in a collapsed zero trust society. They want to support each other and they want to send a message and they want to send it right now. 100% of the proceeds go to Holly. I'm in personal contact with her. The videos that you play of her, she sends to me personally, and she's weeping with joy over this. Again, she has a special needs child. She's a single mother. She's simply trying to get by in a time that it's particularly rough to make scratch out there. And so all of this helps Holly and hopefully will help restore justice against the city of Cincinnati. This is something that I know, as a matter of fact, that Holly has retained legal counsel and hopefully will be able to take some legal action against that collapsed, failed state.
And hopefully the justice system in Ohio takes some legal action as well against the thugs responsible for all of that. Betty Johnson, great work on that Give, Send, Go fundraising for Holly. I'm going to give the web address out one more time. Buddy, thank you for coming on. It's givesendgo.com/support Holly. Okay, givesendgo.com/support Holly. Get Stinchfield's army out there in full force. All right, if you assault ICE, you will face justice. We have that story next.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is, holy
words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back, everyone. Time to take back your life. I did with the Energized Health Protocol. And I'll tell you, I lost 15 pounds in 2 weeks, and my results are not abnormal by any means. Watch this.
With the 555, I've lost 17.4 pounds. Oh! When I started this, I could barely move or even get myself out of bed. Frankly, you were my last hope. I didn't want to wake up in the morning anymore. Yesterday, no fatigue. This is the first time in years I'm sleeping. I am starting to dream in vivid color. It's the first time I haven't felt sick in over 2 years. I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. This literally has given me my life back.
All right, so again, 17 pounds. Now, not everybody has the same results, but I'll tell you, everybody has success. They have a success rate of over 99%. It is unbelievable. And so I urge you to start with their 555 challenge. This is 5 pounds in 5 days for just $5. But here's what they are offering, and this is great. They are offering a VIP level, $99. You get your health measurements. All right, this is very, very important. 12 biomarkers you are going to get. Everything you need to take your measurements, get these biomarkers to set you on a path to success. That for just $99. So I urge you, upgrade to the VIP for $99. If you don't want to do that, though, there's still the $5 for the My 555 challenge. You cannot go wrong with this. The results are simply amazing. It's about intracellular hydration. Get that done today, all right? It's my555challenge.com. That's my555challenge.com. All right, now, in immigration news, I'm proud to announce the Wyoming governor, Mark Green, has just announced he is entering a partnership with the federal government where local law enforcement can engage in immigration enforcement duties while on regular duty. So Wyoming becomes the second state to do this. Florida, under Governor Ron DeSantis, was the first state. And by the way, if you attack an ICE agent, this is what happens to you. You will be arrested swiftly. This is ICE agents, a video they released, going after one of these goons that was attacking ICE agents. He's now charged with assault. How did he assault these ICE agents? By spitting on them. So spitting. This is why he has a bag over his head, to protect the agents from the vileness of that alleged thug. All right, so ICE out there going after all the bad guys, they tell us. All right, folks. Up next, we are going to talk about that it's the 20s. It's 2025, and this guy got kicked out of a stadium for wearing a red hat. Figure out what it says on it.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar. offer.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Hey, Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Have we not learned anything, folks? We're still kicking people out of venues for wearing Make America Great Again hats? Apparently so. This is at a St. Louis Stadium, Energizer Park, for the St. Louis SC soccer team game. Here's Michael videotaping what happened to him.
Here's my question to you.
And the only way I can do that is if I enforce it with you.
Oh, you just go out. You're out of handcuffs, so I'm being threatened with arrest. Why am I breaking? What am I?
Well, we ask you to leave.
You're asking me to leave. Am I being evicted from the premises?
You're going to be evicted from the premises.
You want to make a big... We're going to walk up. I'm being evicted from the premises because of Donald Trump. Because we can't wear Donald Trump hats in public.
That, folks, in this day and age is outrageous. President Trump won in a landslide. Make America Great Again shouldn't even be political. Everybody should agree with the idea of making America great again, and yet that happens. I would venture to say nobody's getting kicked out for wearing rainbow shirts, Kamala hats, who knows what. But Trump, they still don't like him in those blue states. It's going to do it for us. Stinchfield's Army rolls. See you tomorrow.
Your TV sounds funny in the evening. You're watching live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Monday night. Welcome to the program. Dish Network Channel 219, Pluto TV Channel 240, 1175 on Samsung TV Plus. Also the Roku channel on Roku TV, Apple TV, Amazon Fire Select TV Channel 106. And remember, follow us on all of the social media platforms that are out there. Rumblers in the Rumble chat, the YouTubers, Facebook, Twitter, X, Kick, Get Her, and the Get Her chat. Chat are still our biggest community, right, Slick?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the Getter Chat Instagram. If you do jump on Instagram, it's LFSXB Show. And, of course, like and share the program. If you're noticing we are missing someone, you are correct. Big D is still out sick. I talked to him this afternoon. Sounded horrible.
Wow.
Terrible. But he said not to rule him out for tomorrow.
Yeah.
He might rally. He said he had a horrible weekend. He, as Slick said, if this was Wednesday through Friday, it'd be his temperature was 103.9.
Exactly.
That's how bad it was.
Wow. It really was 103.
It really was high, yeah.
It was about 103.9.
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy.
Something crazy.
Wow.
But, that's no joke. That'll take down a big man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's no joke.
Yeah,
wow.
so we wish him the best. Hopefully he'll be, he said he might rally for tomorrow. If not, definitely by Wednesday, he thinks. In the meantime, we'll keep the show moving and grooving. If you want to join us, of course, jump in those chats, say hello, and, of course, like and share. Paul Nolan is here on a Monday. Paul, how are you, my friend?
I am well, my friend.
How was your day?
I have some UFOs. Oh, how was my day? I played golf at a charity outing at Hempstead Country Club. It was absolutely beautiful course. And me and my guys, we came in 1 under and 13 under 1. So we were never in it. So we had a really nice day. It was a really nice day.
But it was all about having fun and for charity, right?
It was a great day, great charity, kids with special needs, worth every penny.
Very good. So Paul Nolan is here. He'll be doing some news. We got some stuff to cover. And, of course, Slick Rick is here with sports. Slick, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing good, Rick. Thank you.
How was your day? Anything fun happen over the weekend? Were you out at any more concerts that people recognize you everywhere you went?
Yeah, a little of that. I had a nice weekend, though. We had Fire Island. We went to a fundraiser for a friend of mine whose son had unfortunately committed suicide a few years ago. The Christopher A. Cluccio Foundation was very nice. Over 100 people at a nice bar at the beach, so it was really a good time for a good cause. So I enjoyed doing that and had another party that night. So it was party weekend. I had good fun. Yesterday was a little more work, but today today wasn't a great day.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Slick, because it prompted an image in my head. You going to Fire Island. Now, Fire Island, if people don't know what Fire Island is on Long Island, you basically have to take ferries to get there, back and forth. It's a beach community, right? Several different beach communities dotted along Fire Island. You go out of either Patchogue or Bayshore, and you go to these different places.
Yep, I went over on a cigarette boat, yeah.
Okay,
for starters.
What does Slick Rick wear to the beach?
Oh,
that is. Does it include boots and a jacket?
No, I'll wear them on. No, I have a beautiful pair of slides. I think I wore them on the show once. They're all like beautiful rivets. They're black. They're gorgeous. I mean, people are like, only you. And then I had a really nice black and white checkered like button down and the shorts to match. Very fashionable. I got a lot of nice comments, but it was fun.
Right. So you have beach attire, is what you're saying?
You guess you can call it that. Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, it's nice. It's believe me, it's nice. I got a lot of compliments, so I had to be okay. Yeah.
What's it called when guys wear the shorts that match the shirt? It's a jumper.
What is that? What is it called?
A boxer or a jumper?
No, a jumper I thought is a one piece. Isn't a jumper
a jumper's definitely a one piece. I don't wear that.
You don't wear a jumper?
No,
that's way too like 70s male penthouse or something. I'm not that ain't my thing. No.
You're not going to be in a
no. I can go so many places. I'm not going to go
smoking a cigarette. No. All right.
No one knows what that's called. Where the kids wear like matching top and shorts. It's kind of
it's just like a matching set.
Yeah.
Does it have a name?
No, I don't think so.
Matching set.
Yeah.
Matching set.
It's called terrible. Never wear that.
No, but mine look good. I got a lot.
Well, of course yours look good. You probably
what do you do for a living? What do you do? Yeah, it's like, it was good. Good fun. So it was a nice week. Good summer weekend. Weather was gorgeous.
Yeah, weather was great.
It's going
to be like that all week. And a matter of fact, the weekend was started with a fantastic Friday night at the America First Warehouse. Yeah. Holy crap.
That was unbelievable.
Was that every Friday this seems the crowds get better and better. I think that was the most electric crowd we've had so far.
Joe Box revs him up, man. He does a great job, Joe Box, with the whole crowd and the setup and him and Teresa. Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yeah, great setup. I swear to God, though, if we let Jobob lay down in the middle of the set on the stage, he would just roll around. He loves the attention, boy.
Did you see that Corvette? Me and him in that Corvette at the end of the show.
Right.
That was rock star, man. That's his Stingray. That's a beauty. That
thing
car.
is awesome. He's got all the coolest toys.
He does.
He's like a gigantic child.
He's like a giant
with all the cool toys.
He really is.
He's good fun. I tell you, he loves our country and he loves the president. And I say to Joe, every day is Flag Day. Every time I see that guy, he's got a flag in his hand. You got to love that. Who doesn't love a patriot like that?
You know what's to give. Not a single one. He's a rip.
He is a rip.
And you know what? We do have to acknowledge it was Mom's Night last Friday.
Yeah.
My mom showed up.
Yes.
And your mom showed up.
So great to meet your mom.
It was just so weird that they had a fist fight.
Right.
It was so surprising.
They took it outside.
Right. Whose summer's uglier?
They were both adorable. If anyone's shocked to know, both Rick's moms were so cute.
Yeah.
They were so lovable and nice. It was really cool to see them.
Yeah, and as expected, your mom said I'm her favorite. So thank you, Slick.
Did she? I know. My sister loves Paul.
Your sister was all over Paul.
Yeah, she loves Paul.
Especially with this. He walked in. And by the way, walked in with a nice jacket.
My mother and sister are they're watching the show right now. They watch the show.
Their sister's adorable.
Believe it or not.
Funny like you. She's got a great sense of humor.
Yeah,
well, that was a nice surprise. So we had family members there. Unfortunately, Damon wasn't there to meet them, which would have been fun.
I know.
Because they would have been looking up at someone twice their size, literally.
Yeah.
He is a giant, and they are peanuts.
I know.
Your mom, too, is a peanut.
Yeah, my mother weighs 100 pounds. Yeah. She's a little. Yeah.
They keep shrinking. Soon I'll be able to put her in my pocket and take her everywhere. That'd be great.
But there's a conspiracy in the chat. I don't know if some people believe Damon is actually out sick. I'm telling you, he is very sick.
I spoke
we're not
to him
kidding.
today.
Yeah, someone asked
some
why
prayers for him.
We couldn't say he was sick on Thursday. Was he out though on Thursday?
Thursday was last minute.
Thursday was an inner challenge between Slick and I. Just before we went to air, and this is something nobody saw.
That's true.
Just before we went to air, Slick goes, "Hey, we should not mention Damon at all tonight." I'm like, all right, challenge on, and we did. We went the whole. Even Vin didn't say a word. We didn't mention Damon at all.
I know.
Just to see what people would say.
I mentioned elephant in the room a couple of times. They didn't pick up on that, but yeah. But
yes. So in the chat, they're still asking. Damon had a wicked fever, a massive amount of congestion.
Yeah.
Said he's never felt this awful.
Yeah, he really feels.
I hope he doubles down on his ivermectin. He said he's only taking the regular dosage, but I'd like to see him pound that stuff right now.
Well, like I said, he's doing much better. He sounds way better than he did Friday.
Good.
And he thinks he might be able to rally and get in here tomorrow night. If not, then by Wednesday.
Yeah.
Another thing that came to light over the weekend, I got to throw a shout out to my cousin Eileen, who lives in Minnesota. She's a doctor out there. She and her daughter came across.
I met her.
That's right. You did.
I know her. I went to her house. I was actually at her house.
That's a long story.
Small world. Small. It's Minneapolis. Come on.
But anyhow, so she came across a clip of the show in the New York Times. We were featured, believe it or not. Turns out Paul and I were prominently featured in this article by Ezra Klein. Take a look at the picture. It's called "Why Trump Can't Shake Jeffrey Epstein." It was from July 17th. We didn't know about it.
No.
It's like if a tree falls in the woods with the New York Times these days. Nobody knows they print anything these days. But it was from this opinion writer, Ezra Klein, who I remember way back, I think in the Vox days. Remember Vox when that first came out? I think he was part of that. I tried to do something with the Opie and Anthony show way back in the day. But anyhow, so he did an opinion piece, and Paul and I were prominently featured in Slick. I'm sorry to tell you, but now that we've been prominently featured in the New York Times, I don't know if we'll be able to hang out with you as much anymore.
That's fine. They could tie you in with Epstein anytime. I'll gladly pass on that.
Well, here's the clip. Check this out. We're in the first 45 or 50 seconds or so. Cut number 9. Here it is from the New York Times piece with Ezra Klein. Yours truly and Paul Nolan.
Yeah.
Check it out.
The man pauses for a moment and looks up and says, "Wow. This goes even higher than I thought."
New details this morning in the case of Jeffrey Epstein.
A review from the Justice Department and FBI did not find any evidence that notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein kept a so-called client list.
An unsigned memo that rules out any smoking gun.
That review found, in short, nothing. No client list, no evidence of blackmail, no evidence of foul play in Epstein's death. The memo goes on to explain why further files will not be released by the Trump administration. Information related to Epstein's victims is, quote, intertwined throughout the materials. It says, one of our highest priorities is combating child exploitation and bringing justice to victims. Perpetuating unfounded theories about Epstein serves neither of those ends. So I guess, case closed. Nah, I'm just kidding. MAGA is tearing itself apart over this.
How many of you are not satisfied with the results of the investigation?
People are absolutely not going to accept just a memo that was written that says there is no client list.
I've got to be honest, I blame Pam Bondi.
To me, her days are numbered.
100%.
Goes all downhill.
Paul, we made it, Paul. You can stop it right there. Look at that. We're featured right after Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk, and then sandwiched in between President Trump on the other end.
Three-tenths of a second of fame.
Paul Nolan and I have officially made it. Good night.
Exactly.
I thought I saw my mug in there, too.
By the way, could that guy be more smart? The man pauses
my goodness, yes.
for a moment and jars one of his farts for a later date. Are you kidding me with this guy? Let's get him on the show so we can shred him.
He's one of those pretentious, liberals. That's his.
Everybody's better than Ezra.
I'm making a presentation of a case, and here it goes. And MAGA is tearing itself apart. No, we weren't tearing ourselves apart. We were pointing out the obvious. And that's something that the left does not ever do when it comes to their people. They will believe everything they're told. They'll never question anything. And then they'll sit there and sip their champagne and think, oh, how did it all go so bad? Well, it's because you never challenge the people that you look up to and you support. That's how. Bingo. But Paul and I, Slick, we have crested the mountain.
Yes, you have.
We're big time now.
Yes,
yeah, that 0.3 of a second, man. Don't forget it.
It's been nice working with you. I'm sure agents will be on the phone shortly.
I'm already working on my own show. Don't worry about it.
On a new deal, Paul. So we'll work on things, and
Yeah, I want to renegotiate.
Right,
yeah, renegotiating.
It'll be
man. I want 10 times what I'm getting right now.
Right,
10 times 0 is cut the commercial.
All right, we'll be back. We'll take a quick break. Slick will take it from here. Paul and I are off to our new digs.
There you go.
No, I'm kidding. We'll take a quick break.
We got nowhere else to go.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the truth.
Mayo days. We'll take a quick break. We'll jump in the chat, say hello to everybody on a Monday night. Welcome to the program.
One in 3 U.S. consumers have been a victim of identity theft, even when they did all the right things to protect their personal information.
I thought we did enough to keep a nightmare like this from happening.
Even if you take steps to protect your personal information, banks, hospitals, employers, and many government agencies all have your personal information too. And when they're exposed, careful monitoring of your accounts and credit won't be enough.
It's scary when you think about how easily this kind of stuff occurs.
And you might not find out until the damage is almost impossible to fix. LifeLock alerts you to the widest volume of threats others could miss, far beyond what you could possibly monitor on your own. And if you become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed. Plus, all plans include identity theft restoration, guaranteed, or your money back. Call now or go online and use promo code NOW35 to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further farther than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 Steam Cleaning System, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 Steam Mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Monday night. Welcome back to the program. Paul Nolan is here. He's got some news. I've got some news. We've got some clips we're going to dive into throughout the show. We've also got we've got a guest coming up at 9:30. I'll clue you in as to who that is in just a little bit. But right now, let's cut it over to Slick Rick and do some sports. Slick Rick Sports. Brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. You can use our code LFS6B at checkout. Slick, what do you got going on, man?
Well, let's get to the scoreboard, as we always do, to lead off the show for sports. We got Major League Baseball right now. Astros 5-0 over the Marlins, top of the 7th. The end of the 7 innings there. Tigers in Detroit 6-3 over the Twins. Giants 2-1 over the Pirates, top of the 5th. Bottom 5th, Orioles and Phillies tied at 3. No score, Guardian and Mets up in Citi Field, bottom of the 5th there. Bottom 3rd, Red Sox blanking the Royals 6-zip. Brewers 3-1 over the Braves, top 5. Bottom 1st, no score, Reds and Cubs. Yankees lead the Rangers 1-0 in the top of the 1st inning. Blue Jays and Rockies, 8:40 first pitch. 9:38 Rays at the Angels. 9:40 first pitch. Padres in Arizona taking on the Diamondbacks. And out west in L.A., as is customary, first pitch 10:10. Cardinals visiting the Dodgers. So good stuff there. Going to get to his story I saw a little bit earlier today. Girlfriend of Travis and Jason Kelce's father, dead at 74. Left a lasting impression. Maureen McGuire grew an unexpected love for football later in life. This is Ryan Morick of Fox News. Obviously, the Kelce brothers are, big news, obviously, in the NFL. Certainly, we know, Taylor Swift is involved as well. The Kelce family is suffering from a tough loss as Travis and Jason's father's girlfriend died on Friday. Ed Kelce has been dating Maureen McGuire, originally of the Bronx. She was 74. Ed posted McGuire's obituary to personal Facebook page on Saturday. The obituary read that McGuire built a warm environment home filled with love, laughter, and family traditions. After moving to the suburbs of Philadelphia, Jason spent his entire 13-year career with the Eagles. McGuire devoted herself wholeheartedly to raising her family, a role she embraced with boundless love and care. The obituary reads, Ed Kelce is described as McGuire's beloved friend, whom she attended football games and concerts with and embraced every opportunity to enjoy life to the fullest. The obituary says McGuire grew an unexpected love for football later in life. Obviously went on to talk about her life with the family and obviously embracing Taylor Swift and what have you. So, but sad story just the same for the Kelce brothers. So just wanted to get that story and obviously getting ready for football season. And this story, which one of our viewers had also alerted to me and KDJ over the weekend. In fact, who was the young man's name that alerted me to this, if I can grab that? Herb Foster, who is a watcher. It's Foster, F-O-E-R-S-T-R, from St. Louis City, had picked up this story about a Major League Soccer stadium that was actually throwing a guy out because he was wearing a MAGA hat. Man escorted out of Major League Soccer match for wearing MAGA hat. This is Paul Boy of Breitbart. A man was reportedly booted from a Major League Soccer match in St. Louis, Missouri, for allegedly wearing a Make America Great Again hat. A video posted posted to social media showed the man identified as Michael Weitzel being asked to leave the match at Energizer Park. He claimed it was for his Donald Trump hat. This actually broke late on Friday night, but obviously we were already off of the show, so didn't want to run this story. I thought it was very, very important. A video posted to social media showed the man identified as Michael Weitzel being asked to leave the match at Energizer Park. I am Michael Weitzel, and I've been asked to leave because of the Donald Trump hat, he said in the video as security officers asked him to leave. The security guard, who said he supported Trump himself, could be heard saying, "They are non-political here. They don't want any kind of political messaging." When Weitzel pointed to several people in the stands waving national flags, the security staffer said they are pre-approved. Can you imagine this? According to Fox News, rules at Energizer Park stated that political banners were not allowed in the stadium. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mention anything about hats. While the security officials said that the rules were applied evenly, Weitzel confirmed that he was being evicted from the premises. When he came to the concourse area, Weitzel said Trump is not welcome in St. Louis SC Club. A security staffer said that Weitzel could go back to his seat if he removed his hat, but someone off camera could be heard saying, "We are way past that point. It is not his fault. He's just following the rules," he said of one of the security guards. So this is what happens when you wear a Donald Trump hat in a St. Louis SC game. Political slogans not being allowed at a sporting events has generated controversy in the Trump area, which obviously we know. So bottom line was, apparently somebody said the gentleman, they threatened that he'd be arrested if he didn't remove his hat or leave the stadium. Right. I guess they'd get him for disorderly conduct. So this is the kind of craziness that's going on. So wokeism is not officially dead in all sports, is really my point here. Yeah, Trump is getting there. But yeah, I think the NFL may sing a different tune this year. And I mean, some of the guys in the end zone are dancing to Trump. They're doing
they're doing the towel dance.
Yeah. So anyway, that's a wrap in sports for this segment. Right back to you.
Right there, Slick. And again, Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Use our code LFS6B at checkout, and you'll save yourself a ton of money on some great stuff from Mike Lindell and the people at MyPillow.com. That's MyPillow.com. LFS6B at checkout. I don't know if you saw this. You know how we always play, because Damon should be here for this. We'll talk about it hopefully with him tomorrow. But they're coming after one of Damon's favorite people. Harry Enton. No, Harry Enton. They already took her out. Harry Enton at CNN.
He's great.
He loves the polls, and Damon loves Harry Enton's polls. Well, guess what? CNN viewers, the few that they have left, are slamming Harry Enton because he has called President Trump the most influential president.
Well, he is.
Believe it or not.
So wait, all 11 out of the 11 viewers, how many complained?
Probably
3.
3, yeah. During the yesterday's segment, the beloved news show Run the Numbers anchor Omar Jimenez was joined by chief data analyst Harry Enton. During Enton's appearance, he made the controversial statement about the U.S. president. I don't know what's so controversial about it. It seems to be true. Who made a massive Epstein Files blunder that sent viewers reeling. They say they always have to slide something in negative. They just can't write about whatever it is they're going after. Enton started. Well, you know what? Let's play the clip from Harry Enton on CNN. Here he is, cut number 3. Check this out.
The Donald Trump administration is arguably the most influential this century, and probably as well dating back a good portion of the last century as well. Love it, like it, lump it. Trump is remaking the United States of America. Let's talk about tariffs first, right? There's all this talk that Donald Trump always chickens out when it comes to tariffs. No tacos for Trump. The effective tariff rate, get this, it's 18%, the highest since the FDR administration in the 1930s, up from, get this, just 2% last year. From just 2% last year, we're talking about an effective tariff rate level, get this, 9 times as high this year than last year. But it's not just on tariffs, which of course Donald Trump ran on, in which you're seeing a tremendously influential presidency. What about immigration? Of course, Trump ran and has always run on a very hawkish immigration platform. Get this, 2025 net migration in the United States down at least 60% from last year. In fact, we may be heading for the first time in at least 50 years in which we have net negative migration into the United States. And last year, of course, in 2024, the net migration in the U.S. was 2.8 million. This year, we might be talking about negative net migration. My goodness gracious. He is remaking the country in terms of tariffs. He is remaking the country in terms of net migration. And he is remaking the country in terms of how much policy changes he's putting through in executive orders. As I said, it truly is history making. Love it, like it, or lump it.
Why does he still have a job on CNN? It's a miracle.
Not for long.
Well, they're
to their credit, they
don't
left him on
like
there.
him, they don't love him, and they want to lump him. They're going after Harry Enton. Fans were outraged. Paul, you were correct. The number is 3. Fans were outraged at Enton's segment. One on X said, "So you're praising the fact that we are now being taxed more than we've ever been in nearly a century, and we have a dictator circumventing Congress? You're a disgrace." Viewer number 2 wrote, "At CNN needs to fire you." And the third one, number 3, the big one, "What a stupid comment. Hitler was influential too. Would you use that word to describe him? What a joke CNN has become. Glad I don't watch anymore. Not missing anything." So much. The third one was not watching anymore. That they actually took to X to write that they watched the segment, but they don't watch anymore.
Right.
So
irony is so ironic.
Yes.
So.
I'm so glad I don't watch anymore. So let me put this on social media that I don't watch anymore while I comment on the segment I supposedly didn't watch. All right. Jeez. Good Lord. Amazing. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll do some news, see what's going on in Paul Nolan's world.
Come on.
We just need you guys to hang with us through the break. We'll say hi in the chats. Join us in there. Like and share. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Stay there. We'll be back.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
All right, Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Monday night. Welcome back to the program. Slick Rick has got sports. He'll do some more sports in just a little bit. And he actually threw me for a loop a little earlier because he was like, "Oh, Monday night, put the football game on." I was like, "Monday night football already?" He freaked me out. I was like, I was freaked out. I was like, "Oh my God, what am I missing here?"
But we have football last Thursday night. We'll probably have it next Monday night. Probably preseason.
And when do the preseason games start? This weekend?
Preseason games start. I think there's games Friday. I know the Cowboys play Saturday. They play the Rams Saturday night.
This weekend
7 o'clock.
Starts.
And it's not the sports section, but any word on your boy Micah Parsons? Is there any headway?
Oh, that's a stalemate. That's a tough one. Yeah, a lot of drama
40 million is a lot for a linebacker.
And he's got a bad back too. Jerry keeps reminding everybody about it, and Micah don't appreciate that. So he might be damaged goods. I don't know if they're going to sign him for that kind of number, Paul. It's a lot of wood.
All right.
Do a lot of good things with $40 million.
We'll pay attention with that. But again, the games, I guess the preseason games will start on the weekend.
Yeah.
So who knows? Who knows what will happen? But I know it's Farmer Brook, right? Is that who we're...
Farmer Brook, yeah.
He's got to do his little thing on the side.
Yeah.
He actually already did send in his preseason pick for the game that was on Thursday, and he picked the Chargers. So
he was on that
off
one.
to a good start.
All right,
yeah, Chargers smoked. They smoked Detroit. Detroit didn't even get off the bus for that game.
Yeah, that's true. All right, changing things up. Paul Nolan is here. He's got some news. Paul, what's going on in your world, my friend?
This is going to go out to Damon because we know how much he loves these stories. But according to the New York Post, this article here says that there's a rare interstellar object the size of Manhattan, and it could be an alien probe, according to Harvard scientists. Newly discovered Manhattan-sized interstellar object zooming through our solar system has been identified as a comet,
Comet, right.
But two Harvard scientists argue that there is reason to believe it's really an alien probe. NASA discovered 31 Atlas on July 1st, speeding through the inner solar system at 140,000 miles per hour, according to observations from the Atlas telescope in Chile. Harvard astrophysicist Avi Loeb suggested in a new paper that the object, only the third interstellar object ever detected, could be intelligently directed by aliens observing Earth with possible hostile intentions.
Well, of course. I mean, if they're going to come here, they're not going to be friendly.
Yeah, if they're coming here, what are they
kind of jerks?
We're sending stuff all over to space, debris and everything. But the paper presented several anomalous characteristics of the object, which could indicate that it's not a comet at all, but instead a directed craft. And one of the most puzzling observations is that the object has significant non-gravitational acceleration whilst having now cometary outgassing. Wow. Cometary outgassing. That's like me after 4 beers and a burger. But so this is an interesting story. I figured you would like it.
Yeah.
This is the stuff that, like, when they bring in the New World Order, they're going to say we're under alien attack, and we're all going to have to team up.
Oh, you mean Project Bluebeam?
Right.
Yes, where they can make things, look like they're opening up a portal, and somebody is walking through it, some type of, Jesus Christ-like figure or something like that, where it'll scare the bejesus out of just about everybody. Yes.
Something like that.
Can you tell them into it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You brought in Bluebeam, and when you look at what HARP's capable of doing, who knows? None of us ever know what's going on. That's the fun part of the show. We get to make fun of the fact that we don't know. So I thought that story was somewhat interesting. I'm not sure if Damon would like that very much, but I thought that was interesting.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we whenever there's something like that, we'll touch upon it. I'll usually bring it up, and you guys hammer me for it, just like Slick and Damon always do. Well, with help from Fran.
But some of that stuff is fun to speculate on. So I don't know if you saw this, but Netanyahu approves plan to fully occupy Gaza Strip, force Hamas to release hostages. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has decided to order full military occupation of Gaza Strip and force Hamas to free all its hostages. The expansion of the war would see the military, which already controls 75% of Gaza, take over the remaining areas and conduct operations where hostages are believed to be held. The move was reportedly made without the input of Israel's military chief, Eyal Zamir, with Netanyahu instructing him to fall in line or resign, according to the internal memo sent out. The decision to escalate the 21-month war comes despite calls from within Israel and around the world for find a diplomatic end to the fighting, the growing backlash over the widespread hunger in Gaza, and concern for safety of the hostages. So this is kind of escalating a bit. And lastly on this story, I just wanted to, there's one line here. The Israel army had warned that full occupation of Gaza, including the military presence of crowded civilian areas and a few cities spared from the fighting, would take years to sift through and locate Hamas's remaining cells. So the escalation keeps going, and I just, it's just, I just wish this would, I wish we get a little diplomacy here, but.
Yeah, but can you really have diplomacy with terrorists?
No.
They have this ideology that they don't want you to live. So how do you, and I'm not blaming you, you hear it from them. They're like, oh, we're looking for a diplomatic resolution.
I know, you can't.
How do you rationalize with these people?
You know what? It's, to me at this point, it's to me, this is like, if you're going to go in, go all in. It's really what, so to me, this has been going on for so long. I have no answers for it. I just know it stinks.
Yeah. And again, for those calling for a diplomatic resolution, how do you reason with people who want you dead?
I've gotten so many warnings about a lot of the posts I put on X about, Muslim rape gangs and the violence among Muslims and the horrible way they behave in European countries, how they absolutely positively do not adhere to Western culture. I have been a big supporter of Tommy Robinson. I feel like this poor man has been completely destroyed. But, it's how do you reason with people who have no reasoning skills?
Right. Yeah, exactly. And that's what they're dealing with over there. So
the Muslim leaders is all I want to know. How come none of them denounce and decry all of these rape gangs, all of these violent acts? Let them start on their side with a olive branch of peace, and then we'll see what happens. But
silence is complicity, right?
Yes, it is.
So that's what you got there. Anything else, Paul?
You know what? I had that Elizabeth Warren clip. I'd really like to play that. I had a story to go with it, but the story is pointless at this point. You really just need to see the clip. This is communists exposing themselves for who they are. If you can give me that clip, Aaron.
Yeah, it's cut number 8. It's Senator Elizabeth Warren endorsing the terrorists for New York City mayor
and endorsing socialism.
Yeah.
Progressive social. Is this what the party should look like?
Yes.
The Democratic Party
You bet. The Democratic Party needs to stand up and be clear. We are the party that fights for affordability for working families. That means child care. That means housing. It means health care. It means making this country work better for the working people who make this country work.
Boy, she sounds like a real
I get a little excited about this. Okay. All right.
Man, she should date Carville. That'd be a nice relationship.
She is going all in on communism there because that's what that guy supports.
Yeah, she's 100%. She's full blown.
Right?
That's all in on communism. She thinks the state knows better than you. She thinks the government knows exactly how to run your life. She knows better how you're supposed to live from cradle to grave. She wants to bring you, through her world because they're central planners and they know what to do. It's utterly disgusting how they just have they really have no faith in humanity.
Yeah,
and they think they're above you,
and they quote some of the Marxist stuff too. To each their means or something like that. However it goes.
Yeah.
Here is check this out. This is cut number 4. I think this is a perfect foil to what we just saw there. Julian Epstein on the demise of the Democratic Party that basically is falling right in line to this. And you hear these people. They're like, oh, we support him because he's anti-capitalism. Oh, really? Did you put that? Did you text that on your iPhone? You anti-capitalist? Because everything in those people's lives is due to capitalism.
Right.
They have nothing that they would be on board with that was brought to them by communism because they'd hate it.
Right. See, the people who post that are like from an airplane with Wi-Fi, having their mocha latte while they have their $193 cashmere shawl. And they don't like capitalism.
Yeah, waiting for the Uber driver to come pick them up at the airport because they're going to be late for their surprise party. Here is, like I said, cut number 4, Julian Epstein. Check this out, cut 4.
Well, it's a suicide march, Harris. You know, I remember a day when Democrats insisted that the Republican Party sever ties with David Duke because of his association with the Klan. Well, now the Democrats, large parts of the Democratic Party and the left are associated with a terrorist Nazi movement masquerading as a liberation movement. And it's largely because the leadership doesn't have the spine to stand up and say, this is wrong. They just don't have the moral clarity. You know, the word Nazi, which we've heard a lot of, Harris, means the National Socialist Party, the National Socialist Workers' Party of Germany in the 1930s. The socialist movement has had a long history of anti-Semitism, and either these useful idiots who are demanding, you know, and sort of parroting the language, the rhetoric of Hamas, either don't understand the issue, or they are, in many cases, funded by foreign sources, and it is taking the party to a very dangerous place where I think it is, you know, it could mean the death of the party.
Yeah. Aside from this guy hating his last name, he's probably like, you know, what the hell's going on with because he's a Democrat. He's one of their strategists, and he's probably just throwing up his hands like, what the hell are we doing here?
Yeah, I know. You know, and the irony of it is these women and these like white liberals who, you know, who act like they hate capitalism, the same ones will sell you like a Zoom call for breath work for $400 an hour. You know, like they're just so full of it. They just have absolutely no. They're just so delusional. They really, truly are the useful idiots that, you know.
Yeah, he was so right on by calling them exactly what they are, useful idiots. They're out there. All you got to do is check them out when they're talking about Mamdani and they're talking about AOC, who they think are just the greatest pair they've ever seen because they're so anti-capitalism. Well, capitalism gives you everything you've had in your life. Without capitalism, you would probably be, paying a coyote $10,000 to get to this country.
Yeah, the problem here is that people don't realize is that the world is a pretty bloody, dangerous place to be, no matter how you grew up, where you grew up, at whatever time in history. And things are so easy and so good because of one reason: capitalism. That's the only thing that has made innovation and pulled more people out of poverty than any other system. Is any system perfect? Absolutely not. If the world was perfect, well, we would have AI alien robots leading our lives and we wouldn't have to do a thing. We'd sit on a chair like that cartoon Wall-E, and we wouldn't have to do anything. Just
right, like a blob. We'd end up being a blob.
Yeah, these people are fools.
Yeah.
They're just complete disgusting fools.
And it just reminds me of the phrase, you know, hard times make strong men. Strong men create good times create weak men. And weak men create hard times. Right. And then it's a never-ending cycle. So unfortunately, these people don't understand that way of how the world works, and they just think, everything's going to be unicorns and rainbows and marshmallows if we're just nice to everybody. It don't work that way, honey.
Hey, speaking of marshmallows, we got a story about that Friday night.
Oh, that's right, the marshmallow people.
Remember that?
Remember them?
There you go.
These great kits. These are huge marshmallows.
They are.
I'm going to eat one.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll do some sports. We'll do some. We'll eat some marshmallows. Yes. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Stay there.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America. And get this, did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers your full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Monday night. Paul Dolan is here. He and I are going to be tackling some more news as the show goes along. But let's get a quick update in sports with Slick Rick. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Save yourself a ton of money on some great stuff. And, let's face it, the towels are a big fan. I'm a big fan of the towels because I like to do the towel dance. But you can grab anything.
Shake?
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly. You can grab anything. He's got a lot of great stuff at MyPillow.com. So use our code LFS6B at checkout. Slick, what do you got for us?
All right, well, we got to go to the rodeo. We got to follow up from Friday night. We're going to go to the Dodge City Roundup Rodeo from Dodge City, Kansas. Wrapped up yesterday, and here we are. All-around cowboy was Slade Wood, 1955 for team roping and steer. That's an excellent name for a cowboy, Slade Wood. I love that. And then bareback riding, and this guy's a well-known. Jaco Roper, 88.5 points on Championship Pro Rodeo's Ranch and Company time, $7,544. Nice one. Steer wrestling went to Tristan Martin, 3.2 seconds. Team roping, that ended up with J.C. Yeho and Ross Ashford, 4.1 seconds. Saddle bronc, we had a tie. Shorty Garrett and Frontier Rodeo's Maple Top. Ryan Sanford on Championship Pro Rodeo's Colorado Cool Eye, and Todd Webster on Mo Better Rodeo's Sweet Sue, 85.5 points. All three of them checked in, 64.70 apiece. Nice payday. Tie down roping, we got Kyan Wilhite, 7.6 seconds. And barrel racing, Emily Beisel. We know Emily. 16.89 seconds right there. And steer roping, third round. The winner, Riley O'Rourke, 9.1 seconds. And last but not least, the big one, we got a tie. Again, bull riding. Cody Aldrich on Frontier Rodeo's number 202. And Nash Jones on Front Rodeo number 223. Sounds like they're talking about bourbon. Total payout on that rodeo, $399,500. I got a disturbing story here that I've just got to report on. It just came on a little before the show. Child sex offender entered tennis tournament disguised as trans player. And this is Warner Todd Houston of Breitbart. Yeah, very disturbing. According to a report, a man who has a record as a child molester hid his identity by claiming to be a transgender woman when he joined the U.S. Tennis Association to play against teenage girls. Gary Sutton, who is now 47, entered the tournament as Carrie Sutton after being arrested in the 1990s on 2 counts of statutory rape. He spent 2 years in prison for the crime. Could you imagine 2 years? But after being released, he attempted to become a kids tennis coach. That position led to more charges of sexual abuse of kids, and by 2018, he was arrested again, this time on felony child molestation. He was convicted and required to register as a sex offender, according to Redux. By 2020, though, Sutton began identifying as a woman, and in 2022, he registered as Carrie Sutton and joined the Sandy Springs Tennis Club, where he entered 3 women's tennis events. Over the ensuing years, Sutton continued to enter and participate in women's and girls tennis matches and was competing against girls as young as 14, playing in at least a dozen tournaments. It's not clear if he supplied his actual age or registered under a false age. It wasn't until June of 2023 that the U.S. Tennis Association finally caught onto the real identity and banned him from competition. His name was added to the USTA database of ineligible players. However, he is not listed as a permanently ineligible, meaning he could appeal and be reinstated. You believe what I'm reading here? I hope you follow me here. Additionally, his name was added to the U.S. Center for Safe Sports centralized disciplinary database in October of 23.
It's unbelievable.
This is unbelievable. The identified, well, it's ICONS is the abbreviation of them. Strongly condemns the you got to listen to this. Strongly condemns the participation of a registered male sex offender in girls' tennis tournaments, which endangers female athletes and undermines fair competition. ICONS told Redux. All women and girls deserve a safe, respectful environment to pursue the physical, social, and competitive benefits of tennis. The USTA's longstanding player inclusion policy ignores the well-being of women, compromising the sport's integrity, and creates opportunities for male predators to exploit and creates opportunities for weak leadership and oversight. We are deeply concerned that the USTA continues to ignore federal guidance under the Ted Stevens Act and the Trump administration's executive order protecting women's sports, ICONS added. We call on the USTA, WTA, and ITF to implement robust sex-based eligibility policies. So this is really, really disturbing that this guy could get through. And God knows he's probably in a dressing room with these young ladies and what have you. And man, this is just, I can't believe I'm even reading a story like this. But 2023, and this guy was rolling around for several years.
And how does this even happen? When you talk about, registering...
on the court. Can't they tell?
Registering with the USTA. How do they allow that to happen?
They don't check for ID.
They don't check anything?
Could he have had a license that said Carrie Sutton? So... Anyway, as much as Trump is trying, again, we talked about wokeism. It's still a little bit in sports, and now we're talking about transgenderism. It's in men and women's sports. It's still a little bit there, but it looks like they're flushing it out. And this was a couple of years ago, but just disturbing to even hear it today. Yeah, and that's a wrap.
Crazy. All right, that's sports brought to you by Slick Rick. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com, use our code to check out LFS6B. Hey, did you guys see this? What's going on in Texas? Things are bigger in Texas, aren't they, Paul?
Oh, yes, sir, they are. I'll play along.
So is the Texas Sergeant at Arms for the House in Texas, the House of Representatives of Texas, as they announced earlier today. They voted 85-6 to authorize the House Sergeant of Arms and related officers to track down and civilly arrest Democrats who fled the state. Why did they flee the state? Well, because they don't want to do their job. Check this out. This is cut number 5. Again, this is Texas Sergeant at Arms, cut 5. Check it out.
Being 85 ayes and 6 nays, the motion prevails. The Sergeant at Arms and any officers appointed by her are directed to send for all absentees whose attendance is not excused for the purposes of securing and maintaining their attendance under warrant of arrest if necessary until further order of the House.
Yeah, so there it is. Basically, what's going on? They're trying to do redistricting. You know what redistricting is? Where they call it gerrymandering the state, where they cut it up all of these weird slices. And of course, elections have consequences. We see this when Democrats win, and now we hopefully will see it when Republicans win. That they can, kind of change things up, so make sure their voters count just as much as they should, and we end up getting more House members, more representation in Washington. Well, Democrats didn't like that in Texas, so they fled the state. From what I understand, they're hiding in Chicago or Illinois, in the state of Illinois,
today,
and New York as well. But they can be arrested because, let's face it, they don't want to do their jobs. That's basically what it comes down to.
That's it.
So, Governor Abbott said he's asked the Texas Rangers to investigate these Democrats who left the state for potential law violations, including bribery for soliciting funds to support their efforts. Reports indicate that many absentee Texas House Democrats have solicited and received funds to evade conducting legislative business and casting votes. Oh, so not only do they get paid from the people to actually have the position and do the job, now they're taking money to not do the job.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
I'm going to double down on that fraud story and the next story, and we come back my next time around. What happened with the Sacramento, California School Board, you want to talk about fraud, we'll get into that later. But this is just another example of the running of rampant government bureaucracies that can get away with whatever it wants. And these moron socialists want to give more control to the government to divvy out your little morsels of food. Okay.
Yes. Right.
Have some porridge, sir.
And what's amazing, too, I don't know if you've seen it, between, PBS and NPR and all these things that are kind of drying up. They don't have any money anymore.
No,
I wonder, what stopped giving out money recently that affected, that's right, USAID.
We didn't like the messaging.
I guess that could be a reason why the Democrats don't seem to have the money they usually have to fund all these lunatic things, right?
Yeah, we'll see how many people are. Thank you, donors now.
Yeah, exactly.
Individual donors. Thank you.
Yeah, right. Exactly. We'll see if anybody ponies up any cash to help the Democrats. It doesn't look like they're getting much, but we'll see. All right, we'll take a quick break. Man, a fast first hour one. We come back. We'll do some news with Paul Nolan, more sports, and more with you guys. We'll jump in the chat as well. Live from Studio 6B on a Monday night. We'll be back.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
If they come for me, they can come for you.
I think it's a shame. I think it's a disgrace.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found 2 lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. I went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
If your television sounds funny in the evening, you're watching live from Studio 6B.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Monday night. Dish Network Channel 219, Pluto TV 240, 1175 on Samsung TV Plus. Also Roku TV at the Roku channel, Apple TV, Amazon Fire, and Select TV Channel 106. All the socials, you'll find us there as well. Jumping into the chats throughout the show. Make sure you join us. Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, X, Kick, Getter, and Instagram as well. Make sure you jump in there. Like and share, like and share, like and share. Slick Rick has been doing sports. We'll do some more sports later on in the hour. Paul Nolan's here. He's got some news. And I got some stuff too. I'm eating this damn. This is the most. This is what's left of the marshmallow I've been chewing on.
You're supposed to toast it.
I don't have. Well, one person supposed to toast it on.
There's matches in that kit.
I haven't had a match since Superman. Stop. Anyhow,
you haven't had matches, right?
On a Monday night, a lot of different things going on. I don't know if you guys came across this over the weekend. Of course, we've been talking about the big story last week, and really for, I guess, 10 days. It's just this ongoing uncovering done by DNI Director Tulsi Gabbard and what she's found. And, there's a clip of Bongino talking about this bag of evidence that they found at the FBI about a month or so ago. Then, of course, she's releasing all of this stuff. It's taken them tens and thousands of man hours to go through all this stuff and find this stuff, including the John Durham annex. And here is Stephen Miller, who went on this weekend talking about basically what we have all known, what happened during 2016 into 2017 throughout the Trump presidency is what they tried to do to President Trump. Here it is, cut number 1. Here he is talking with Maria Bartiromo over the weekend. Stephen Miller, cut 1. Check it out.
The Russia collusion hoax against President Trump remains the single greatest hoax and the greatest assault on our democracy in the history of this country. There's no comparison, there's no parallel to anything else. It was a coup. And I'm using that term literally. It was a coup to overthrow a democratically elected government, a coup carried out by the intelligence apparatus of this country, by the deep state, by Hillary Clinton and the Democrat Party. The new information that has been revealed by the Director of National Intelligence and by the FBI eliminates any scintilla of doubt about the intention, the premeditation, the planning and orchestration of this conspiracy. It meets all of the criminal elements of a seditious conspiracy against the United States. It meets the criminal elements of an insurrection. It meets the criminal elements of a conspiracy against the government and the criminal elements of a conspiracy to deprive citizens of their civil rights under color of law. One egregious felony after another. And because it is a conspiracy, as demonstrated by the forethought of realizing and documenting that they understood that this was fake from the beginning, meeting the mens rea standard in law. Because of that, because it is a conspiracy, every single individual actor is now part of that conspiracy. So that includes Brennan and Clapper and Comey and Hillary and Schiff and everybody else who knowingly and willfully perpetrated this plot, this coup, this conspiracy, this scheme against President Trump and the government of the United States. And now is the time and the hour and the moment for accountability so that we can reclaim this democracy, Maria.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Dead on.
They're dead nail to rights, and there's still no accountability. You just got to hope they're building a bigger case, and and honestly, we have to hope that the Epstein stuff is used as leverage now going forward as well. Because this is, if no one fries, if Mueller and Comey don't fry for this, come on, how can anybody not be disgusted by the several tiers of justice in the system? I mean, it's a joke.
Yeah, it's a complete joke.
It's a complete joke.
But you know what? I'm kind of with you on. I'm hoping that they're laying this out because there is so much more. And we heard Bongino say there's so much going on behind the scenes that we don't see. That if just because we don't see it doesn't mean it's not happening.
Right.
So let's hope that they're kind of. I don't know. Maybe this is a way because. This is the way Hollywood works, right? Where they kind of prep us for stuff by throwing stuff out there in movies and TV shows, and we kind of think about it, and all of a sudden, a few years later, you see it, and you're like, oh, you're not as surprised. Is this the way the Trump administration is going? Let's prep everybody because this is going to be huge. We're going after a former president. Like they went after him, but they have evidence now. They have evidence from their own people. So they have the evidence from the Obama administration's own people of what they did and the crimes that they committed. They never got rid of it. And so this stuff is being rolled out. And I think it's kind of, how you kind of, you're prepping the farmland before you start seeding because you got to make sure everything's ready because you want it to take root. Maybe that's what they're doing. That's why
I gotta believe so, right? You gotta believe there's so many layers, and not just that. There are so many layers in this thing of financial impropriety. You think about how much money was shuffled and funneled, how much scam money was run through Ukraine from really 2014 on. That's all connected. All these things. There's so many criminal activities that are intertwined with one another. We never even talk about when we talk about Epstein. His financial crimes, the money laundering system he had of billions and billions of dollars. So I can't believe there's not so many things that are touching and affecting other parts of this case. I don't know how they unravel this web of treachery.
Right.
But you have to believe, you have to hope that somewhere along the way that they will be able to put all these pieces together and legitimately fry people. These people have to go to jail for life. They have to.
Yeah, they have to be held to account, or else
there's no justice.
There's no justice.
It's a banana republic,
and they'll only do it again.
Exactly right. What happens because Trump's numbers are down right now? He's taking some hits in the media, and the media is so great at exacerbating anything that doesn't go to perfect plan. So. If the midterms, if power ends up in the Democrats' hands before accountability is held, this is going to be a disaster. It's going to be disgusting.
Because it's all going to be disappeared.
It's going to disappear.
It's going to be disappeared just like certain witnesses would be disappeared.
Well, and that's the other thing. From what we understand from some, the other, I guess you could say like more underground news reports like, X22 report and stuff like that. There's a lot of whistleblowers coming forward, and they're doing everything in their power to keep them from the media so they're not exposed at any level. And even if they're anonymous whistleblowers, the people who know the whistle's being blown on them know who's blowing that whistle, and they're not safe. So you just got to hope at this point that they're protecting witnesses, they're building a case, and not just any old case, one of the greatest crime syndicates we've ever seen. That's what we have to hope.
Yeah, because this would, I guess this would qualify as a RICO kind of thing because you've got a grand conspiracy.
It's a grand conspiracy.
Is what they're calling it. I'm hoping they've got somebody on the level of a Rudy Giuliani who's done this kind of work with the mob and knows how to kind of tie these things in together. Somebody who's got that type of background to really kind of put this put this stuff together. It says here, Tulsi alleged former President Barack Obama and members of his administration, including Clapper, Brennan, promoted the contrived narrative that we all know that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to benefit Trump was all a lie. Clapper and Brennan, of course, fired back, claims in an essay in the New York Times that nobody read. This is patently false in making those allegations. They seek to rewrite history. We want to set the record straight. In doing so, sound a warning. Okay, set the record straight. Why did you guys change the intelligence that was being handed to you? That would be a great first question, Mr. Clapper, Mr. Brennan. Why did you change it? Because we see it, and they can't say, this is, that's MAGA right-wing intelligence. No, you guys were in charge. These were your people that brought this information to you, and you shushed it away because you didn't like it. Didn't fit your narrative. This is just this is insane stuff. I can't wait to see, and again, it sounds very Jewish. I can't wait to see who the first arrest is.
If there's an arrest at all.
I think there will be.
I think so. Well, I hope so.
There has to be.
There has to be at this point,
but right?
But when was the last time we saw somebody in cuffs of importance?
Right.
You know, these people get away with murder. They get away with whatever they want. Let's just hope. Do you think they'll be?
That's why they do it, because they get away with it. That's exactly why they do it. You know, they know they got to get away with it. I'm not sure, Rick. I hope you're right. I'd like to see an arrest.
I would love to know what the odds on the poly market are. Like, I would love to see where the odds are if a Comey is getting arrested, if a Mueller's getting arrested. These people are criminals and they're traitors, and they have absolutely no regard for the law because they know they're above it.
Yeah.
Talk about Hillary Clinton. She's not going anywhere. She's not getting arrested.
I don't know. That could be the one that shocks the world.
Well, I love your optimism.
Wouldn't that be great?
I hope you're right.
Oh, glass is always half empty. Half full.
That'd be something.
I hope you're right.
I'm a half full kind of guy.
Fantastic.
That would be something.
Now, did you guys see this over the weekend as well? I think it happened over the beginning of the weekend, just after the show on Friday. Trump tells Schumer to go to hell over the Senate nominee deal funding demands after negotiations collapse. Here's basically what it is. The Senate, they're supposed to meet and talk about and vote on these nominees for Donald Trump, right? They get paid a salary to do that job. Chuck Schumer wants to get funding back to all of his pet projects as part of that deal. I'm sorry, Chuck Schmuck. You already get paid for the job. You're not getting more money and the tunes of billions of dollars to approve a small number of highly qualified nominees. It's not going to happen. I'm glad Trump told you to go to hell, kick rocks, go pound sand, because you're already getting paid for this job. So you want a double dip? He wants a double dip. He wants to get the money for his funding projects so they can kick back a little bit. Okay. Maybe. I don't know.
Got to get his beak wet.
Yeah, maybe got to get his beak wet. I don't know. He's got a pretty big beak.
He does have a pretty big beak. That's true.
Careful.
So we don't know what's going on there. Why does he need that extra money to vote when he's already being paid to vote? I don't get it. Maybe you could explain that.
You get it.
I do?
Yeah, he's a greedy bastard.
Oh, God, he sure is.
Is that what you're saying, Paul? You're saying that maybe he's got some other interest involved?
Yeah, I mean...
maybe
I'm not saying nothing.
A shell company here or there with family members?
What's Chuck?
I don't know.
Someone in the chat, tell us what Chuck Schumer's net worth is. How much? Over or under $15 million?
Oh, definitely over.
Over under $30 million?
Yeah. I don't know.
So someone in the chat, get us that, because he's another one of those guys, lifelong politicians, never got a callus.
Nope.
Never woke up before 6 a.m.
Never made a payroll.
Never had to make payroll.
Nope. Never even flipped a burger that was actually cooking on a grill.
Another one.
You can look that up.
Another
you can
rich
see the picture.
kid, just silver spoon in his mouth his whole life.
Just amazing. Oh, this happened on Saturday. I'm glad Trump blew this up. There's no reason. There's no reason they should be, okaying billions of dollars for Chuck Schumer and his little friends and their little pet projects just so they can get votes. Sorry, that's not the way it works. New rules are in effect. You already get paid for the job you do, Chuck. No double dipping. Criminals double dip. Can't do it. It's not allowed. Anyhow, all right, we'll take a quick break. Come back, do a little slickness with sports, do a little more Paul Nolan, and we'll see you guys in the chat. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Stay there.
It's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it. Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Oh, yeah, sounds like the blues. And as the continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve continues putting pressure on the economy and putting us behind the curve again, well, we'll find out. Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown and downturn? And what does it mean for you and your savings? Well, if you're nervous about that, consider diversifying with gold through the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global insecurity, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify today. Use some of your savings, turn it into gold. If you've got an IRA or an old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA and physical gold as well, or just buy some gold that you can kind of throw in your pocket, keep around the house, or throw it in your safe and keep it for a rainy day. First, you need to get educated about gold. Reach out to Birch Gold, get their free info kit on gold. Just text America to 989898. That's America to 989898, and consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. Diversifying is the way, and if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve in the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself and your family by using Birch Gold. Again, text America to 989898. Get your free info kit on gold from Birch Gold Group. America to 989898. Man, oh man. What was I just thinking about? I think I was thinking about the weed torch because I was somebody was talking about
your brain's becoming a marshmallow.
Yeah, I think so, because that marshmallow was awesome. I wish I could remember the ladies who gave us this kit.
One lady was Jill. They were all sweet.
Very nice.
Awesome.
There was three
they
girls.
drove up from Maryland.
Yeah.
I did find their website.
Oh, you did?
I thought they didn't have a website.
No, they have a website, but they can only deliver to the state of Maryland at this time.
Oh,
so
okay.
If you do want to reach out to them, let me find the website. It's smoretrump.com. That's SMORE Trump.com, and you can find out all about their stuff. And hopefully they'll be able to. They're doing a poll. You can find out if they're the greatest or the most beautiful s'mores you've ever seen.
Ironically, I toasted marshmallows on Saturday night. I was thinking of them because I haven't toasted a marshmallow in 30 years. Why I was at a friend's house on the water, they had a fire pit, and I'm toasting a marshmallow. I'm like, oh, those Trumpy marshmallows
You should have brought me over.
Would have been great.
You should have brought me over. I would have brought my weed torch. I would have hooked you up.
Where the heck was mine? Mine was home. I brought two of them home.
Yeah. I had my weed torch.
That's a great idea.
Lighting it up all weekend.
Wait, what do you mean, like as in weed?
Like a weed torch. Oh, you weren't here last year.
Not
I got my weed torch.
like that.
No.
Well, it's no wonder AZ Mikey's loving this show.
Yeah.
Okay, moving along.
All right, let's do some sports with Slick Rick, brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Slick. What do you got?
Wait a minute, you have a weed torch like a fire extinguisher?
Yeah.
We've talked about it. You weren't here that time.
You weren't here.
Yeah.
You were still in the trunk.
I need to try that.
You're still in the trunk.
You know what? It's one of those awesome things you don't know you need until you have it.
You have a flamethrower.
Yeah, it's basically a flamethrower.
All right, back
but you use it to kill weeds.
Incredible. I need one of those.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Slick. Slick's ready to throw some flames. What do you got?
Well, here's a story I didn't initially jump on, but I want to get to it now, and that's the fan accused of throwing sex toy on WNBA court faces multiple charges. USA Today, Scooby Axon reporting. The person who threw a sex toy onto the court during the Golden State Valkyries' 77-75 victory over the Atlanta Dream last week was charged with multiple offenses after he was arrested on Saturday. Delbert, I hope it's not Damon Delbert.
Oh, no.
Delbert Carver.
That's why Damon's sick.
He's sick over this. Was arrested and booked at the Clayton County Jail in Jonesboro, Georgia, on counts of disorderly conduct, public indecency, indecent exposure, and criminal trespass. He was released on an undisclosed bond on Sunday, and according to Clayton County Court, records obtained by USA Today Sports, the case is pending, with a court date still to be determined. During a game on Tuesday, July 29th, a green object was thrown from the crowd at Gateway Center Arena and ended up near the top of the free throw line. Officials let play continue, and a law enforcement officer retrieved the toy by using a towel. Social media quickly picked up on the story. I don't know if you probably did see this. Another sex toy was thrown onto the court on Friday during the third quarter of the Valkyries game against the Chicago Sky. But no one was arrested in that incident. Hard times. The WNBA warned of further action against any fan throwing objects on the court, saying violators would be immediately ejected. I said ejected, and face a minimum of 1 year ban and could face charges from authorities. The safety and well-being of everyone in our arenas is a top priority for our league. The WNBA said in a statement, objects of any kind thrown onto the court or in the seating area can pose a safety risk for players, game officials, and fans in line with the WNBA arena security standards. Any fan who intentionally throws an object onto the court will be immediately ejected and face a minimum 1 year ban, in addition to being subject to arrest and prosecution by local authorities. So, yeah, that wasn't that. But it looks, oh my God, look at that. I tell you. Unidentified flying,
something green thrown at you.
That was really something. Well, let's hope that this doesn't start a trend with this. But yeah, that was a disturbing story. I saw it. I didn't, report on it. I think it was Thursday night initially. But I kind of let it go.
What do you mean it's not going to start a trend? That's already the second story you're doing on it.
Yeah, well, hopefully that'll stop. But I thought that was crazy. And just one more quick story. Obviously, the preseason, and we got college football. Texas is right now topping the list as first team on the preseason coaches poll. So we're getting ready for the odds makers, right, Aaron? We're going to be fired up pretty soon. So Texas, Arch Manning is the man to beat, named after his grandfather, obviously. But college football coaches have entered the chat on who they believe are the best teams in the country, and all alone at the top is Arch Manning and the Texas Longhorns. Rounding out the top five other familiar faces from last year's playoffs, including the second-ranked defending champion Ohio State Buckeyes, of course, the third-place Penn State Nittany Lions, fourth-ranked Georgia Bulldogs, the Dogs, and fifth-ranked Notre Dame Fighting Irish, who had a good year last year as well. So those are your top five. We can't wait. Obviously, a couple of weeks we'll be kicking off. Starts out, I believe, in the Meadowlands is the first game. So we will be following up. We'll get our odds makers going. We're not going to bet on preseason. That's like degenerate gambling. We can't get into that.
Maybe just a little.
Nah, we're not.
Are you sure you won't do just a little, just for fun?
I can't. Preseason, you don't know. You just don't know who they're going to play, not play. And I'll tell you, Trey Lance had a hell of a game, right? Cowboys let him go. Look what happens. Now he's a star for the Chargers.
Preseason game.
Yeah, I know. Right?
On one hand, it's Degenerateville, and now it's the end of the world.
For me. Yeah, well, that's the life of a Dallas Cowboy fan. And that's a wrap in sports. Rick, back to you with 2:40 to go.
All right. Thank you, Slick. And again, Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Paul, you got anything you want to get to?
Yeah, well, this is pretty good news. Attorney General Pam Bondi signed an order for a federal prosecutor to present evidence to a grand jury to mull charges related to the Russia collusion hoax. The move follows Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard's sending criminal referrals to the Justice Department, Department of Justice, The convening of a grand jury does not mean or guarantee the filing of charges. Rather, it is the job of the grand jury, as we all know, to recommend charges if they believe sufficient evidence exists to justify the prosecution. Tulsi Gabbard in July stated that she had sent evidence to DOJ related to the U.S. intelligence officials allegedly politicizing intelligence connected to the Russia collusion investigation, calling the matter a treasonous conspiracy. So the ODNI at the time said the evidence revealed overwhelming evidence that demonstrates how President Trump won the 2016 election against Hillary Clinton. President Obama and his national security cabinet members manufactured and politicized the intelligence to lay the groundwork, which essentially was the years-long coup of President Trump, as we all know. But to me, if we just see something getting in motion here, let's give us something. Give us a win.
This is a big step. The question is, where is she sending this evidence for a grand jury? Because I think in D.C., I think it's not going to go anywhere. But since President Trump was in Florida, maybe Florida might be the place where they, and the Jack Smith investigation was happening in Florida, that could be some place where they can go and at least get a fair indication of what's going on with what they're presenting. So we'll see what happens. We'll take a quick break. We'll talk more about this. Also, more about the culture war going on. No, not at WNBA games. And elsewhere.
Oh, yeah.
I want to get to this Sacramento, California school board news.
We'll get to that as well.
WWE, new king.
Live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice Monday night. Take a quick break. Stay there. We'll be back.
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale.
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back.
Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of.
You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off. This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef. Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days. Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Monday night. Paul Nolan is here. He's got some more news. We'll do that in a little bit. Slick Rick is here with more sports. We'll cover that in a little bit. But right now, it's time to welcome someone you've seen on our show before. She's kind of a big deal around these parts. Her name is Jillian Barberi. Done with Debt is the name of the company. Jillian, welcome back to the program. And how are you tonight?
What an intro. Maybe 20 years when I worked on the NFL, I was a big name. But
you're still kind of a big deal, and you got a cat in the background, so that's fun.
I'm thrilled to be here. Mentioning the NFL, it kind of ties in with what I'm going to talk about today. Done with that. I knew a lot of players that ended up in trouble financially. I ended up in trouble financially. I did trust somebody with my money. That's a whole other story. But if you don't have that little reserve, that nest egg that is going to help you, whether disease hits, disaster with any kind and among your family, God forbid. But there are so many things that can happen. And so what Done with Debt does is they come in and they strategize with you over your debt. When I had my debt, let me tell you something. It wasn't just a ceiling. It was like a building crashing on me. And I kind of went into this survival mode where I wasn't present with anyone. I'd be having dinner with the kids. I was battling breast cancer at the time, whatever, through that now, thank God. But I'd be eating dinner. They'd be asking me questions. And I'd be like, huh? Because I wasn't there.
Right.
What Done with Debt did, they immediately came in. I wish I would have known about them earlier, truthfully. But that's another story again. What they do is they try to strategize for you, right? So they are sort of a legal counsel that surrounds you almost, and they are there to work for you. They don't want to put you into bankruptcy. They don't want to do like a massive conglomerated loan. They want to get you on the right side financially and fiscally, positive. So some clients have walked away with money in their pocket. The bottom line is this. People always say to me, I'm trying to catch up. It's not like I'm spending money on purses and extravagant lifestyles. And, we all can't be Lauren Sanchez. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I used to work for her for 20 years. Yeah. God bless her. But here's the deal. You end up with this debt, and it hangs over your head. And what Done with Debt will do is walk you through it. But the number one thing right now, time is not on your side, it's on their side. When I say their side, the credit card companies, any banking institution, it's not on your side. So before you pay the next bill, at least go to donewiththat.com and see what they can do for you, because they do give free consultations. So it's like you have nothing to lose but the debt.
Right.
They literally saved my life.
So let me ask you this here, Jillian. How quickly can people see a resolution? And like once you reach out to them, is it like the next day somebody's on the phone with you and starting to get your act together for you, or do they give you like a time frame, like, okay, based on what you got here, we can probably get you through this in 6 months, 8 months, 12 months, what have you?
They are master negotiators. So what they do is immediately the nasty phone calls stop, the letters in the mailbox, all the things that you've been trying to avoid all this time, right? It all ends overnight. And then they start to strategize. They are, like I said, masters of negotiation, and it's really tough. They know things that we don't know as consumers, as average Americans, like just trying to get by. Right. They will know the ins and outs of the banking institutions and the credit card industry, so they can really work their way into getting you debt free. And believe me, I know it. I've lived it. I know there's somebody out there, or many of you out there, that are feeling it. I always say to people, it's not just financial, it's mental. Right. Because if you're I was looking after a family. I'm a single mom of 2 kids. I was having cancer. I had a radio job at KBC here in Los Angeles for 6 years, but I didn't reach out for help, right? I thought, I'm going through this alone, and literally alone. And so, I didn't have any support from the ex for the kids, and I'm raising them, and I'm having chemo and all that horrible stuff, but it gets you on the other side. I always say it's like chemo's your friend, don't freak out. And then, by the end of it, I saw this resolution, and I wish I had gone to them earlier. I just didn't know about them. Right. I didn't know. A friend told me.
Now, what would you say to people that they're not sure what to do, and what would you say to them to kind of kick them in the pants and get them started?
Listen, I say this: do not pay your next bill without going, what have you got to lose? Go to donewithdebt.com. Look at all of the people that have worked with them, and they've given up, they tell you their stories, their testimonies, and how great these people are. They will work for you. It's like having your own team around you, and they will really make things work. I would say don't pay another bill until you at least get your free consultation, right, and go from there. Like, hey, what have you got to lose, right? So, talk to them. They're amazing people. Just don't pay the bill before you do that, and stop cramming those bills in your glove compartment, or not answering the phone at dinner time, freaking out. I've been there and I've done it. Yeah, they will make you so much happier on the other side. I'm telling you, my life anxiety free is just so much better.
I was going to say, it sounds like you're living your life again, which is great to see, Jillian. Here's where you can find them. She's mentioned it a few times. Go to donewithdebt.com. That's donewithdebt.com. You got to spell it all out. Donewithdebt.com. And Jillian, thank you so much for joining us tonight and sharing with us. We appreciate it. Donewithdebt.com. Go visit them and tell them Jillian sent you. Right?
Please. Thank you. Yes, please do. Thank you, Rick. It's so nice to see you and be on your show again. Thank you.
All right. Have a great night, and we'll see you again soon. And again, Jillian Barbieri, donewithdebt.com. That's donewithdebt.com. Make sure you tackle it. And, get to, who knows? Even if it's just a little consultation that helps get you going in the right direction, you never know, right? Because debt can be a killer if you're not prepared.
You need guidance, that's for sure.
Yeah. Hey, Paul Nolan is here. He's got some stuff he wants to get into. Paul, what else do you have that you wanted to
So the Sacramento School Board pulled one of the dirtiest scams possibly in the history of school shenanigans, we'll have it. The entire board just resigned after they audited them and found $180 million of taxpayer fraud.
Holy moly.
How much? $180 million of the Californian taxpayers' money. Wow. Fake students, 6-figure jobs for friends and family members, luxury travel, and they billed it all to the taxpayer.
Jail.
Absolute, complete scam.
Jail.
This was a ruse to help refugees. Apparently, this was an adult school meant to teach English to Afghan and Ukrainian immigrants, except the students didn't exist. The results didn't exist. The entire thing was a front on a money laundering scam called, in the name of a charter for a school, into private people's pockets. They literally created ghost classrooms. They padded the rolls, and then they used the money to ball out on the taxpayer dime. And then they made people feel guilty for asking questions. Where's the money? What's going on? Right. Everybody was attacked with the term, you're a racist, you're a bigot, you're xenophobic. Yep. And they said they were a threat to democracy. These are the quotes. Meanwhile, they were out there running a full-blown shell game and using the public education as a front. From Sacramento to Los Angeles, the entire system, it was bloated with fake activists, fake bureaucrats, fake nonprofits, and they made up school boards. And the people of California had no idea. They moved their money around like it was Monopoly. And all roads led back to this school board. They all resigned, and I'm praying you see justice there. Again, these people are disgusting. They're animals, and they've got to be stopped. So root this stuff out, and I just wanted to get to that story because this one really irks me.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's a lot. You know what? Fake students. I'm with Slick. As soon as you started talking, Slick just said jail.
Yeah,
jail.
Yeah,
jail.
That's fraud.
That's crazy.
That's stealing money. You're creating something that isn't there, kind of like a Russia hoax.
Exactly. Well,
right.
And there's Ukraine kids that were teaching,
out of
right?
nothing.
Russia. That is a Russia.
Yeah. But
wow.
So they created this school and said they had all these students and they needed all this money and they were just
that number is staggering.
Pocketing the money, providing family members and themselves with six-figure salaries.
Yeah.
Untold perks.
Sounds like the Democratic Party.
Jets, vacations everywhere. Could you imagine that?
No.
Having a job that doesn't exist. Imagine getting paid for a job that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Where do
That's what we do now.
My guidance counselor sucked. Get me one of those jobs.
I know. That's amazing.
So I got another story here. I think this is in the good news department, Slick. I think you're going to love this. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services on Monday announced the guidance directing the Department of Homeland Security to prevent foreign men from entering the country if they seek to participate in women's sports. The move could prove to be contentious ahead of the LA Olympics as it would effectively bar participation of transgender athletes. Nice. This is Matthew Tragesser. He's the spokesman for the USCIS. Men do not belong in women's sports. The USCIS is closing the loophole for foreign male athletes whose only chance at winning elite sports is to change their gender identity and leverage their biological advantages against women. It's a matter of safety, fairness, respect, and truth that only female athletes receive a visa to come to the U.S. to participate in women's sports. Trump administration is standing up for the silent majority who've been victims of leftist policies that defy common sense. I like that story. That's from Just the News.
Great story.
There's some good positivity cooking right there.
That's excellent.
And jumping back to what we were talking about earlier about the grand jury, breaking grand jury has been impaneled to investigate the Trump-Russia collusion, Obama deep staters. Criminal indictments are possible, and they're going to be using the files provided by DNI Director Tulsi Gabbard. That is the latest from earlier today, a little while ago. They just said they've been impaneled. So there you have it. That's another positive step. Again, let's hope it's not in D.C., because D.C. is going to be ending up being a waste of time when you stop and think about it. But let's hope he gets a grand jury to actually look at all this evidence, and we start to see something, and we start seeing some of these criminal referrals ending up in criminal charges.
So again, let's ask the audience. Check the Rumble, you check the Getter, and I'll go on YouTube. But there'll be an arrest. 2, got kid, nothing.
Before we had a lot of ones, few twos, but a lot of ones that said
we're going to finally get some justice.
I think we finally are. I mean, you can't.
I love your optimism, and I hope so. Maybe I'm jaded, so I'm gonna side with you here, just because I can't stand thinking nothing's going to happen.
Right. Think about it this way: the fact that they're putting out names, Trump is naming names. Tulsi's naming names. Bondi's naming names. Everybody's naming names now, and it's all the same names we've known and we keep hearing. I think it's because they know they have it. There's no way you can throw somebody's name out there and not be sued if you don't have evidence. And we don't see anybody, none of the clappers, Brennans, or anything. Oh, yeah, they're making statements, but they're not suing.
Yeah.
You would think they'd sue immediately. And, try and halt all of this if it was untrue. I think they know that they've got the goods.
I love it.
Which is why they're not going to sue.
I love it.
They're just going to lawyer up and get ready for...
your lips to the good Lord's ears.
Yeah, let's hope. All right. We got, one more segment of the show.
By the way, Bill Maher clip.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do some more culture stuff and some Slick Rick sports. Take a quick break. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Stay right there.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in one day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it. Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Monday night. Fast show tonight. Last segment coming up. Slick Rick has got some sports coming up towards the end of the segment here. But let's, we were talking about some of the culture stuff. We started talking about it last week with the whole Sydney Sweeney thing, how the culture is totally starting to change. I think we've seen it. I was a proponent of it, I think, from last summer when after Trump took the shot that almost, killed him.
Yeah.
That people said, you know what? I'm putting my hat on. I don't care anymore.
Yeah, you saw a lot of that.
Yeah,
after
you saw
after
a lot of that. Everybody just kind of said, you know what? We've had enough.
Yep.
And I think the culture definitely shifted where, maybe they were thinking this way. Now they're not afraid to show it and say it, which is good. Paul Nolan, you've got something here about that as well from the lefties changing up their stripes, huh?
Yeah, well, sometimes this guy gets on my nerves, but I have some respect for him because Bill Maher went and visited President Trump at the urging of Kid Rock and in the name of diplomacy and civility and humanity and just good old-fashioned dialogue. So sometimes this guy surprises me, but other times I just want to. He looks like he's got one of those faces like you need to stick a dirty baby diaper to his. He's such a his sour face drives me nuts. But tell me he doesn't knock it out of the park as he chimes in on Sydney Sweeney here. Did you see this, Slick Rick?
No, I didn't see this.
No.
All right, neither Rick.
All right, so let's go to this. This is cut number 7. Here's Bill Maher, cut 7.
And in other uncomfortable racial news, sad news, we found out this week that Sydney Sweeney is a Nazi. That was just... no, she's not. But you all see the ad that she's out there. This is a very important ad that we're seeing now. There she is, dressed like Jay Leno in all blue denim. And she talks about the fact that she has blue eyes, and then she says, I have great genes, because she's wearing jeans. But according to the woke people, this means that she's a white supremacist. It also doesn't help that her bra size is 36 KKK. And that the name she gave her tits is the Proud Boys. But other than that, no, it's. I will say this, they should have been aware when they wrote this ad that this is what some people were going to think. I don't think they did it on purpose, but I also think it's pretty funny that all the online social justice girls are like, it's racist. There's no such thing as good genes. Right, and then you go on Tinder and swipe left on every bald guy. America.
Yeah.
He's right on, though.
Good point. Yeah, he does, on certain things, he does kind of come out as a voice of reason, especially with some of his lefty liberal lunatics that he has as guests on the show.
Absolutely. He brings people on the fringe of left lunacy to the center, at the very least. Let's have some reasonable dialogue, people. Right. So, there was a stretch where that you couldn't find anyone on the left who was remotely rational at the height of BLM. Yeah. Try to find a rational conversation with somebody from the left during those days. It was an utter impossibility. Right. During COVID, it was just an impossibility. People were fully detached.
Right. And again, you go back to that this is all about marketing. They've had enough of losing money. They wanted to start making money, so they changed back to the strategy that has worked for decades when it comes to marketing is, sex sells.
Yeah.
Right? That's basically it. It's not like, I don't know if you saw this. President Trump also chimed in on the Sydney Sweeney thing. Turns out he now could be a fan. Cut number 2. Here he is, President Trump on Sydney Sweeney. Check it out.
Today.
Cut 2.
Actress Sydney Sweeney had come out this weekend that she was a registered Republican. Any thoughts on that?
That who was?
Sydney Sweeney. She's like a very hot actress right now.
She's a registered Republican?
Yes.
Oh, now I love her ad. Is that right? Is Sydney Sweeney? You'd be surprised at how many people are Republicans. That's what I wouldn't have known, but I'm glad you told me that. If Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican, I think her ad is fantastic. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Of course he does.
So likable.
I love it. I love it.
And again, this goes back to the culture. It's amazing. Just something as simple as a Gene commercial has. And it's really hasn't divided. It hasn't divided the country like they want to tell you it has divided the country. It's only the unfortunate-looking people online that are posting that they're freaking out.
The haters.
Other than that, most people don't care, and everybody that sees it is kind of okay. It's not like if you went to an Ulta store. Have you seen their latest commercial?
No.
Look at this. Look at this. This is a company that this is a company that said, you know what, Bud Light, hold my Bud Light. Cut number 6. Check this out.
JD and hair is now all set, and I'm here to see the display for the first time, you guys. Hi, honey. What's your name?
Charlie.
Nice to meet you, Paulina. Nice to meet you. What's your name, honey?
You're kidding.
Nice to meet you. We're going to see what JD and hair looks like at Ulta for the
marketing
first time. It's going to be ultra fun. Okay, let's see it.
Marketing piece, all right.
Piece that they're doing.
She's so pretty. I got highlights since then. You guys, do you think it's pretty? It's gorgeous. Do you think she's going to get along with all of her other new Ulta friends?
It's a military guy. I'll tell you to shave that beard.
JD and hair is now at Ulta Beauty nationwide. We love the hair you have.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of the bearded ladies coming in to take advantage of that stuff, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh my God!
That's just pure insanity.
That's the fringe. All the way on the left thinking, no, this is the answer to Sydney Sweeney. We got it with this dude.
That's Ulta Nada.
Yeah.
That is terrible, man.
Just terrible. But that's what you get from the left. That's one way to kill your business, Ulta. So there you go.
Yeah. Double down on what Jaguar did.
Where's Dylan Mulvaney when you need him with a Bud Light, right? Remember Dylan Mulvaney?
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, Bud Light, hold my Bud Light. Look at Ulta.
Yeah.
We got a couple minutes to do some sports with Slick Rick. Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code. Slick, what do you got?
All right, quick sweep of the scoreboard. Real quick, Major League Baseball. Mets right now trail the Guardians 7-5. Middle of the 10th inning. Extra innings there. Top of the 5th. Red Sox over the Royals 8-5. Reds and Cubs tied at 2. Top of the 7th. Yankees over the Rangers 5-4. Bottom of the 5th. One quick story on WWE right over the weekend. John Cena passes torch to Cody Rhodes as American Nightmare regains WWE title at SummerSlam. Rhodes is a WWE champion for the second time. Ryan Gaidos of Fox News. The passing of the torch only happens a few times in pro wrestling, and Cody Rhodes and John Cena added another chapter to WWE lore at SummerSlam on Sunday night. Rhodes defeated Cena to regain the undisputed WWE Championship in an epic street fight that finished off an incredible weekend at MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey. It marked the second title reign for Rhodes after he won the championship at WrestleMania 40, way back when, right? Cena came out to his classic My Time Is Now song, and in the apparent full circle, returned to his babyface ways. The crowd at MetLife erupted. Even Rhodes smirked. But the pleasantry soon went away. It was a street fight for the undisputed WWE Championship. So good stuff there. And, Rhodes is the new guy now, so really cool. And, Marv Levy, happy birthday to him as well. He turned 100 years old yesterday.
Wow.
The Buffalo Bills, and he's the old former great head coach, best head coach they ever had, and he's certainly hoping that it's not going to have to wait another 100 years for the Bills to win a championship. And that's a wrap in sports. Rick, back to you.
All right. Well, again, Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. I don't know if you guys saw this. Conor McGregor, speaking of sports, Slick, he was getting a petition together.
For what?
He wants to get a petition, hoping he makes it onto Ireland's presidential ballot. He hasn't given up.
He's had a rough
trying
run
to save
lately.
Ireland, and he's also inviting President Trump to help him out. We'll see what happens with this, but he's launching a petition to save Ireland. He wants President Trump's help. He wants to be the next president of Ireland, and let's face it,
wish him well.
If you see what's going on in Ireland lately. Yeah. They could use it.
And he's going through his own, tribulations with the courts and all, too.
Yeah, and that's
wish him well.
That's one way they take you out is by accusing you of stuff. All right.
Wow. We know that.
It's a wrap on a Monday night. Thank you all for watching. As always, we salute our military, active and retired, our first responders up and down the board, EMTs, firefighters, police, Border Patrol, ICE agents, everybody working the front lines, doctors and nurses as well, and, of course, EMTs. Make sure you take care, everybody, and make sure
hit the like on the way out.
Hit the like on the way out. Like and share, like and share. Thank you to Paul Nolan for coming in and being the patriot that he is. Slick Rick playing with his toys and his shoes. Fran and Aaron in the booth. Everybody in the chats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We will see you tomorrow night between now and then. We hope you have a good evening. Great tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow, Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Peace.
Mama, look. It's just like our new house. Warranty! I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family. Is that us? Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Be part of a historic event. Join Lech Walesa, Nobel Peace Prize winner and one of the world's greatest leaders, on his first ever grand lecture tour across North America. Meet the global hero who changed the course of history and inspired millions. Now, the greatest challenges of our time lie ahead. Walesa will take you behind the scenes of one of history's greatest turning points to draw lessons for a future we must build together. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little bee.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness.
The LAPD apparently doesn't deal with shoplifting, even if there's 25 people there in an organized effort to shoplift. Also, Texas libs run for the hills in yet another show of some sort of political stunt. And speaking of Illinois, which is where they went, libs in Illinois are issuing harsh warnings against what's going on in New York, saying, hey, the guy in Chicago, we're not a big fan of him, and maybe you should watch out. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Jobob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. Now, before we get to any of those stories and our fantastic panel, believe it or not, Sydney Sweeney is still in the news. Now, I'm sure you've heard about this already, but we're going to reiterate it here because it's just too funny. Over the weekend, some internet sleuths did some research and found out that Sydney Sweeney is actually a registered Republican. And not only that, because the last time we talked about Sydney Sweeney and the American Eagle jeans commercial, we talked about the fact that Sydney Sweeney probably has conservative parents. She was pictured at her mom's 60th birthday with a bunch of people in MAGA hats, and her dad was wearing a thin blue stripe. Wasn't really that into the question there. It is pretty obvious. But at this point, she's firmed up her conservative bona fides as a registered Republican. And not only that, not only like, okay, well, you know, in the past, maybe her parents registered to vote. No, in the thick of last year's presidential election in June, Sydney Sweeney registered as a Republican, again, shoring up her bona fides as a conservative. Now, we've got a bunch of fun clips to play here, but let's welcome in our panel. Ari Hoffman is the host of the Ari Hoffman Show, and Bijou McMillian is a conservative commentator. Guys, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Great to be here.
Thank you so much. I'm excited.
So this should come as a shock to no one, Sydney Sweeney being a conservative by any stretch of the imagination. The reason why it's not shocking is because of this video. Go ahead and play cut 2. This has been floating around the internet for a while, and I've been wondering why has nobody picked up on this sooner. Check this out.
Wow, 9:21.
Oh my God, girl! Your first time? That was really good.
You're going dog nuts. I mean,
Ready, girl?
Yes.
find me the gender studies major that can do that. And I left that video a little bit long because this is your first time? No, she may have told them that was her first time, but did you see that reload? Ari, that is not a first time gun user if I've ever seen one. Ari, what does this mean? Do we want to, well, a lot of questions here. Do we want to drag one of the biggest superstars on the planet into the political realm? And if we do, what does it mean that, she probably leans pretty conservatively, especially against her Hollywood friends?
Well, first thing to notice is that she's from Spokane, Washington. Spokane, Washington, Eastern Washington. So my neck of the woods is usually very deep blue, but not Eastern Washington, which is like most states, which have cities like Seattle or Los Angeles or New York, where the rest of the state is all deep red. It's just those cities that are dragging it over to the left. So that girl can clearly shoot, which means she's from Eastern Washington. The left is going nuts about her because she's the direct opposite of all the advertising campaigns they just had. Jaguar does that weird whatever the hell they were trying to advertise. It wasn't cars. 97% of their sales, they dropped 97% in Europe. You have Bud Light lost $1.4 billion on Dylan Mulvaney. So the left is losing their minds. The Babylon Bee actually put it best. They said the Democrats' new mantra is, we hate America, we hate capitalism, we hate hot chicks, and we hate the Jews. That seems to be the Democrats' new mantra going forward. And she is the exact epitome of everything they hate and everything that has been a failure in the marketing and celebrity world for so long.
We hate everyone, including you. Please vote for us. Bijou, I want to play you this clip from President Trump and get your reaction. He found out over the weekend as well. Watch this and we'll hear your thoughts.
Actress Sydney Sweeney, it came out this weekend that she was a registered Republican. Any thoughts on that?
That who was?
Sydney Sweeney. She's like a very hot actress right now.
She's a registered Republican?
Yes.
Oh, now I love her ad. Is that right? Is Sydney Sweeney? You'd be surprised at how many people are Republicans. That's what I wouldn't have known, but I'm glad you told me that. If Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican, I think her ad is fantastic. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
All right, we've been listening.
Bijou, your thoughts?
Oh my gosh, no, that is hilarious. I love that he has he's just putting it straight out there, and immediately he's just saying, hey guys, you know what? She's an actress. She's allowed to have an opinion. And guess what? She is allowed to go and shoot that gun. Oh my gosh, I would love to go shooting with her. That would be absolutely top-notch experience right there. That would be amazing.
Yeah. Again, libs crying themselves a whole new river there. Speaking of libs, Ari, this I thought was fascinating. Texas libs, in response to Greg Abbott issuing some potential redistricting in Texas there, are heading for the hills. They're pulling a political stunt saying, hey, well, if we leave the state, you don't have a quorum. You can't make us come back. They've fled to Illinois because of the redistricting. Now, Ari, I know you're in the state of Washington, and of course, the libs up there are very, very fair with how they redistrict. They don't at all cater to lib districts. They don't at all try and squeeze conservatives out by any stretch of the imagination. Why is Texas Governor Greg Abbott doing such an evil and wrong thing?
Well, he's just balancing the scales. Look, gerrymandering has been around since the 1800s. This is nothing new for anybody. But the fact that the Democrats fled to Illinois, which is one of the most gerrymandered states in the entire union. If you look at the map, it looks like there's a snake going up the middle of it in one of these districts. It's so out of control. Here in Washington, they were doing this the last election season and the one before. And the one before that. California, I love how they're threatening to now they're going to redistrict. You can't redistrict that place anymore. They've already carved up Orange County so badly so that no Republican can ever win ever again. Okay, guys, so what you're mad about is that Republicans are doing the same thing you've been doing literally for decades.
Hold on, what you're saying is that libs across the country aren't super fair and generous to the conservative. That I don't know about that. That feels like it shocks me. Bijou, Kathy Hochul out of New York, the governor there, said she is going to retaliate, which a bunch of the internet people said, okay, well you already did the exact same thing. Not even that long ago, just last election cycle. What's going on with the irony there, the shoe on the other foot circumstances that libs have with this whole redistricting thing?
oh my gosh, they're just saying we don't like how democracy is working, so we're just going to go, we're going to do our own thing. We're going to go on vacation. I mean, it's all just cowardly. It's childish. It's like, and then, when they're leaving right now and they're asking like, oh yeah, we're just going to go to Illinois. We're going to go to all these different spots. Like, you can't legislate from a La Quinta inside of Illinois. It's just not going to happen. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen. So yeah, you're not going to get to go on vacation. Like if I left my job, thankfully I work for my own company now. But if I was working at a job and then I just abdicated for a minute there, that wouldn't really work out. So, might need to put a little note in there.
That's shocking. You mean your clients wouldn't be jumping at the bit to go, hey, do more stuff for us? Yeah, that's unfortunately, the voters in Texas have to deal with part of their legislative branch being, I don't know, absolutely ridiculous. But going to a place that exemplifies ridiculousness is Illinois. Ari, some Illinois libs are actually starting to sound the alarm for what's going on in New York. Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago, who replaced Lori Lightfoot, who, by the way, Lori Lightfoot is awful, but this guy happened to be even worse. Some libs, some people in his own side are saying, hey, this was not a good idea. You better watch out for Ma'am Danny because this is going to be your city. It's going to turn into Chicago, the corrupt, awful, deadly place that is Chicago. What are your thoughts there?
So the problem with Mamdani is that he's being successful. And he's offering the Democrat Party an idea of here's something you can run on. I like that John Fetterman was very optimistic for our side and saying, hey, this guy's going to destroy the Democrat Party. No, quite the opposite, because what's going to happen is every single Democrat who's running for office is going to follow Mamdani's lead. And of course, they're going to say free stuff for you and free stuff for you. And the college kids and the young millennials and everybody else is going to say, that sounds great. And he's the only one not offering doom and gloom and anti-Trump this and anti-Trump that. So it's a message for them to grab onto. And unfortunately, every single Democrat is embracing this guy, which means they're all going to follow his model, whether it's successful, whether it's not. It looks like it's being successful in New York, according to the polling. What you have to worry about is the entire Democrat Party, and some people may say it's there already. You have to worry about the entire Democrat Party going right into socialism, right into Marxism, right into communism. That's exactly what they're going to do because it's the only thing that's worked for them so far.
I would hope if that's the track the Democrats choose to take, that means it's easier for us to win elections. But I also hope to, I wish my parents were rich enough for me to be a socialist growing up, because that seems to be the common factor between all of them. Bijou, Johnson, this is interesting too, just an interesting little tidbit here. We're talking about his own people rallying against him. One of the things that he did was he broke a campaign promise and tried to institute a $300 million property tax increase on the citizens of Chicago, in which he was denied 50-0 by his own city council. Do you think that the sane libs speaking up against the crazies is going to be kind of more routine as we get crazy or further down into Crazyville?
I mean, I hope so. It would be amazing. I mean, we can't hold our breath too much, but the main thing here is we just look at this and we're like, hey, we'll take these wins as they come along. I'm for, sane common sense people. And if we're looking at a democratic socialist that is inside of the office right now, and they're now finally seeing just a sliver of truth, we'll take that and keep running with it. And that's why I think even this show, it's a great thing that we have shows like this out there that are helping people see both sides,
Yeah, well, we see how ridiculous the other side is. That's what we try to do on this show specifically. But yeah, you're right. I think we do a pretty good job here. At least we try to. Ari and Bijou will be right back after the break to discuss the lower vaccination rates for kids going into government schools, which is really interesting. And LAPD, how do they respond to shoplifting? Well, find out after the break. We'll be right back.
Gotta admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Let's check in with Turning Point's White House correspondent, Monica Page, at the White House. Monica, hope you had a great weekend. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Actually, the humidity's down, so we're not sweating as much as we normally do, Jobob. We're doing pretty good.
That is fantastic. We will check in with our White House correspondent's sweat update weekly as we go on in the show. But Monica, more serious-ish news. ICE is putting out a huge recruitment effort, trying to get people on to ICE, including some massive signing bonuses. I actually sent one of these advertisements that I got to one of my friends. It's like, this is pretty enticing. And he texted back, yeah, and it would also be a ton of fun. What is the White House saying? And is it kind of their directive that this ICE campaign push to recruitment is going on? What's the admin saying?
Absolutely, Jobob. This is massive. I mean, this is all completely funded by the One Big Beautiful Bill, thankfully. And the main theme of this recruitment is called Defending the Homeland. So they're trying to recruit at least 10,000 new ICE agents. They're trying to make ICE the largest enforcement agency in the United States. And guess how many applications they've already received? More than 70,000.
Holy
which is
cow.
Wild. I know. So the White House is very excited about this. This is something that it's not only going to be in a small scale, but on a larger scale as well, because playtime is over when it comes to border and immigration. This is like a massive deportation a problem. This is a massive project that they're working on. So you need all hands on deck for something like this. So of course the White House is really pushing for something like this. And there's some great initiatives too. I mean, a $50,000 signing bonus. You've got student loan forgiveness. You've got some enhanced retirement benefits. So there's a lot of good reason to sign up. I actually checked out join.ice.gov and I was like, let's see what kind of positions they're hiring for. So, of course, they've got the deportation officer, the criminal investigator, and a general attorney is what their opening is. And I was wondering, Jobob, where do you think I'd be? I think I'd make a pretty good deportation officer.
I was going to say, the last thing I want to see if I'm an illegal alien is Monica Page coming out of an armored truck headed for me. That sounds like a terrifying situation. Also, I think we should also hit on the irony here. I would guarantee you can find some libs on X saying they're going to forgive ICE officers' student loans. Yeah, didn't you want to forgive everybody's student loans? This is an incentive for a job. It's part of the financial payout structure here. It's very, very different from what you guys were doing. But that being said, that is fantastic. We'll keep an eye on that. Thank you for those numbers. Holy cow, that's a lot of people that's applying. Yeah. Speaking of the White House, the legislative branch is on leave or on their summer vacation, as they always take. What are the priorities for President Trump and the admin overall during that legislative break? What are they trying to accomplish? What are their main goals for when Congress returns back to session?
I'm pretty sure President Trump has all eyes on the economy, all eyes on trade deals and negotiations, tariff deals. We know that billions of dollars were taken in just in July alone from other nations, thanks to these tariffs. And the president is still looking at brokering peace deals. There's a report out by the Middle East Eye report, I believe, that says that the two nations of Armenia and Azerbaijan will be coming here to the White House to sign a potential peace deal. They had the draft kind of figured out in March, but the president is ready to make peace deals. He's ready to just keep the nation, keep the economy hot, as he says on Truth Social. and try and make global peace, give this man a Nobel Peace Prize. So it'll be very interesting to see how the two nations come together, especially in that region. It's been pretty tense over the last couple of years. So that's really the president's main focus, the economy and global peace.
Global peace on the docket. Love it. Monica, you have the inside track on this. What are the chances we see President Trump shirtless on a beach somewhere?
Little to none, unfortunately, for all those who want to see that. I don't think that's happening. I mean, you'll see him sweaty at a golf course, making more deals and connecting with people, but I don't know, shirtless on a beach is not one of them.
It's amazing that the past administration let that happen during their summer breaks, and thank God we won't be seeing that coming out of this White House. Monica Page, 30 Points White House correspondent, thanks so much for checking in.
Thanks so much, you guys.
Thank you. Vaccination rates among kids going into government schools the exemptions for vaccination is at its highest. So I guess obviously those are inversely related. So the vaccination rate is down, but the exemption is up, which makes a lot of sense. I don't know why I'm twisting my own numbers here, but bottom line is more parents than ever around this country are exempting their kids from vaccines going into schools, government schools specifically. Let's bring in our panel of not doctors, including myself. Ari, I am not a doctor. Bijou, I'm also not a doctor. None of us here are doctors, so we're not giving you medical advice whatsoever. Having said that, Ari, this is pretty interesting that the numbers keep ticking up. The 2024-2025 school year was the highest on record of parents submitting exemptions for their kids to get vaccinated going to government schools. Why do you think that is?
Well, I did play a doctor in college one time in the play. Let's be fair. I did do that one time. I have a little bit of expertise. Well, speaking as a parent, I've got 3 kids. And the amount of shots they are giving kids these days, it was far outnumbering what we used to get as kids, or even what they got a few years before that. And so a lot of parents are saying, you know what, it's not that I'm skeptical of vaccines, is that why are you giving them all these things at all the same time? You factor into that also the COVID insanity, and you have some healthy skepticism. Now, what a lot of people didn't take into account is herd immunity during COVID. What herd immunity is 75%. In fact, the schools have a certain number of kids that can be unvaccinated for religious reasons, for anything else, and you still have herd immunity. But what's happening right now is you have this skepticism of the medical field because people were lied to. They know they were lied to. Oh, if you get the vax, you can't spread it. It'll stop everything. So they don't believe what their own doctors are telling them anymore. You factor into that how many people have left the public school system, how many people have gone to the homeschool system, how many people have gone to the charter school system, how many people have gone to the private school system. And this is something that is spreading more and more and more. It's all the medical field's fault.
Ari, it seems that you're questioning our Lord and Savior, Dr. Fauci. You better be careful. You might get canceled for that sort of hateful rhetoric. Bijou, this is, they've mentioned in this article that there's been an uptick in various diseases, but what they don't say is, well, everyone who's gotten it has all of a sudden died. Oh, that's not the case. You know, some kids might get sick, and hopefully their immunity can be better. Like Ari was talking about, the herd immunity. Most of these exemptions also, too, are for personal or religious bases. They're not medical bases. What do you think this says about the culture and kind of the shifting elements of how we navigate our medical system, our own health, and all of the things involved with that?
Yeah, no, I 100% agree that parents should have that right to make a decision for their kids. Like, I mean, the CDC has been changing its mind more times than a toddler changes its clothes in the day. And no wonder a parent is going and saying, you know what, I have major doubts right now. I have major doubts. At least at this point, like, even if you're not anti-vax, wait till they're older to make your decisions. Give yourself some time to figure this stuff out. You don't need to hit them with, you know, all those shots right away when they're at a young age. And gosh, I mean, I got vaccines when I was very young. I thankfully didn't get a ton of them. My mom learned later on, but I even had my own reactions to it. My brother had, he had to get surgery because the vaccines just over the years, and that's not even talking about like the COVID vaccine. Thankfully, we figured it out by then. So, you know, I think it's like for every parent to decide for sure, but this is definitely a trust crisis. And even on the religious note, like I totally agree. I think medical freedom should not be something that's political. It's personal. It's something that you make with your family.
You know, I just want to reiterate the fact that none of us on this panel are doctors. Again, even though Ari played one in a play in college, do not take our medical advice. Just, go in with a little bit of a healthy skepticism, which we are all well earned during the COVID years. Although we're not doctors, we all do have eyeballs, which is why I want to show you this clip from Los Angeles. This is a unfortunately common occurrence among many convenience stores in the LA area that has lost all hope of sanity. Watch this and we'll discuss.
Sudden burst of young thieves as 24 kids take over the Chevron station in Lincoln Heights.
Just ambushed the store and ransacked it pretty much.
Owner Jerry Salib says it happened in an instant. You can see the young boys grabbing boxes full of candy, as many chips as they could carry, even cases of beer. Salib says they got away with more than $1,200 worth of goods. Adding to his frustration, he says the LAPD couldn't help.
They said there was nothing they can do about it. They said it's considered shoplifting, and shoplifting isn't something they can really go after.
Salib says given their tactics, he's sure the thieves have struck before, and he's hoping they'll be held accountable before they commit another calculated crime.
Ari, I'm curious about the more esoteric approach here. We can talk all day about the California decriminalizing crime bills and laws that they've put into place. But what happens when the police don't actually go after this sort of stuff, and where could that potentially lead us?
You get San Francisco, you get downtown San Francisco, you get Seattle, you get all these cities like Portland, where the downtown corridors, all these shops are moving out. Because who wants to deal with these problems on the regular? In fact, you get something more than that. Now, a lot of these big chains are telling their employees, just let them walk out, which leads to more and more. Here's something else you get. You get more expensive prices for you and me. Because to offset that amount of loss that they're taking, they raise the prices on products. They raise the prices on goods. Here in Washington, you can steal up to $1,000 and not have a problem, just like in California. People are leaving Lowe's with a lawnmower just walking out the front door. I see it happen at my local shop, which is right across the street from a homeless shelter. So this is the kind of stuff you're seeing, which is the end of our urban cities because of theft, and people are just moving away. They are fleeing the urban centers. And this is why Florida has so many people living in it, because people left during COVID, people left from the crime. And if Mamdani gets elected in New York, you're going to see another mass exodus out of New York City down to Florida. Every time I watch a Mets game, there's more people cheering for the Mets than the Marlins down in Florida these days.
Yeah, I think the most egregious part about your statement there is the fact that you're a Mets fan, but we'll move on from that. Bijou, so my biggest concern is, sorry to take it back seriously, my biggest concern is, okay, well, what inevitably happens if I'm the store owner, I start to take matters in my own hands, and unfortunately, that'll probably lead to people getting hurt, if not worse. How do we as a society and as a culture get past that?
Yeah, I mean, if you're in Texas, I don't think this would fly as much, but, it just depends on where you're at. So there's a little bit of it's putting everybody in a hard place. You're putting the shop owners into a hard spot. You're putting the customers in danger. You're actually even putting the thieves themselves into danger, because at some point somebody is going to snap. And then it's going to be the news story that's going to be everywhere. So, California, they're having this motto right now of like, oh, if you can carry it, it's yours. And it's just not going to fly. It's not going to fly for very much longer.
Yeah, geez, the whole you can carry it if it's yours. That is coming more and more prevalent as the time goes on. Scary, but I don't know. Hopefully I'm optimistic that people start realizing how ridiculous that is. Ari, Bijou, thanks guys for so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Such a pleasure. Thanks for having us, buddy.
Thank you. Coming up next here on Turning Point tonight, we got a fantastic clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Gotta admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Hi, Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Okay, you had some air purifier videos that went super viral. What should people actually look for in an air purifier when they're buying one to help with allergies? And what were you saying in this video that
So this was it's a good question. Number one, you want to make sure the air purifier is the appropriate size for your room. So don't get a little tiny air purifier and then put it in your living room and think it's going to do anything. So you have to make sure that it's it'll tell you the measurements and the square footage and stuff. So you have to do a little math, but make sure it's the appropriate size for the room. The second is you want to make sure you have an activated carbon filter if you're wanting to get what we call volatile organic compounds out of the air. So these are these off gases and stuff, whether it's from molds or it's from composite wood furniture or any plastic furniture and stuff like that. People don't think about their indoor microbiome and the air that you're breathing. And we spend 90% of our time indoors. And so if there's paint, or again, you just buy new furniture. Do you ever have a smell to your furniture?
Oh, 100%.
Those are toxins.
Yeah. A very old episode I did a couple years ago, which was all about having a non-toxic home. They were talking about that. The worst thing you could do ever is buy a new couch and immediately put it in your living room.
Yeah.
Buy a new couch, have it sit outside if you can, if the weather permits, have it sit outside for a couple days before moving it in and all this. And that your furniture's got to air out and off gas.
Well, it's crazy. It's why don't we have better furniture standards? Why is it that there can be off gassing and all of these chemicals, and it comes from the composite furniture? It's the adhesive glue that's in there. These things, even chemical flame retardants that your mattress is treated with or the couch is treated with, this all gets suspended back into the air and can be very irritating. So anyway, The air filter should be activated carbon to get rid of those volatile organic compounds that are circulating around, as well as like small particles like smoke and things like that. And then you also want a HEPA filter as well, because that's what's going to capture the allergens. So you want it to be those two things. If it's not, what can happen with an air filter or air purifier is it sucks in this air. It doesn't have the proper filtration system. And then the air goes back up and like recirculates with all that junk inside of it. So you really want to be careful with your air purifier.
Well, someone tell RFK we need a furniture chemical division of Maha, I think.
It's the same thing. It's like we're talking about the ultra processed foods. We're talking about the synthetic fragrances present in cosmetics and the preservatives are in cosmetics. And then the third bucket is the stuff that we're bringing into our home.
Bringing into the home and also building our homes with.
Exactly.
Like
and there's
stuff
no
that's allowed in
standards.
carpet and
no standards.
Yeah.
In California, they at least have a standard that says this contains something that will be harmful to your respiratory health. But it's the only state that even requires it.
Yeah, we need to look into that.
And
That's
at least
like
it's a label. I mean, it's a label. We're still not saying you can't have it, just as you have to make people aware of it.
Right.
But why is that only the standard in one state and then everywhere else you don't require that?
Good questions you're asking.
Not okay.
How reliable are at-home allergy tests compared to what you do in the clinic? And then when should people skip the DIY kits?
So the science has gotten a lot better with the DIY allergy kits. But like, let's start here with you can have a skin test or you can have a blood test, right? And then within blood tests, you can have either a blood draw or you can have a finger prick test, right? So the DIY kits that you can have in your home are a finger prick test. So this is a newer science, but it's gotten really good where you squeeze a little bit of them out and you put it on blotting paper and they send it to the lab. There have been validation studies that show that certain test kits are almost as good as having a blood draw. So like the science has gotten pretty good. So basically like directionally accurate, right? If it's a positive test, you can trust that you likely have what we call sensitization, and then we correlate that with your history. So there's value in just the finger prick tests, right? Blood draw versus the skin prick test that we would do in the doctor's office, pretty much equivalent. We used to say that a skin prick test that's done in the doctor's office, and what that is we take the tiny allergenic proteins, we drop it on your skin, and then we literally prick your skin. We like scratch your skin, and then you get like all these welts on you. We used to say that that was more likely to pick up more allergens or more allergies. Now the science is such that we say the blood test is just as good. And the benefit of the blood draw test is that you don't have to stop taking your allergy medicines in order to do it. Because when you're taking something like an antihistamine, like a Zyrtec or a Claritin or something, and you have the skin prick test, it'll blunt the response. You won't react because you have antihistamines in you.
I'm sure that you've had to help solve like some really mysterious allergy situations before. So how do you play detective when the allergy trigger isn't super obvious?
It's like why I became a doctor. It's like the most fun thing because you just have to listen and you have to like be really attentive and be like, okay, what were you doing on this day? Like, who were you with? Where were you? What were you eating? What were you wearing? Like, it's so multifactorial. I've had people react to like their wool clothing, you know, and they thought, oh my gosh, I had hives from a food. And it was like, no, I was wearing this new like Angora wool sweater that I just got from like Brazil or whatever. And like, you know, it's like, where's the location of your rash? You know, have you eaten those foods again and then not have an allergy? Okay, so the foods are ruled out. So it's real detective work. When it comes to food allergy, the hardest ones to diagnose are spice allergy. And about 2% of the population will have that. And I mean like you're allergic to garlic powder, onion powder, cinnamon, some kind of spice.
What a horrible hell to live in.
So we've had to go to like restaurants and be like, okay, what's the ingredient list? And like compare the list. Was there a different chef on that day? Did you run out of a particular oil? Did you run out of it? Did you swap out a spice and like interview people? But it's like really fun. You're partnering with the patient and then you're using your expertise to be like, okay, well, what about this? Like, let's go down this rabbit hole together. Let's go down that rabbit hole together. And you kind of just like look at things from every angle to identify what the trigger is. And then the other thing that's really important is like to have access. And it's sort of why I got into digital health and telemedicine, because it's like, I want to know exactly when this reaction happens. If it happens again, like call me, FaceTime me, right? So we're able to be like, oh my gosh, it happened again. Where are you? Okay, FaceTime me. Let's look around. Let's assess the situation. And then you're able to be like, it's that hanging tapestry you have in your bedroom that's like, whatever, full of dust that's probably triggering your symptoms. Like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we didn't realize this because I was asking you about carpets and I wasn't asking about a tapestry you had hanging. So stuff like that where you get the environmental context, you're like there with the patient.
Did you have a severe allergy? Is that why you decided to become an allergist?
No, it was well, I'll tell you, a little bit of lifestyle, right? There's not like huge emergencies. So that's one piece, which like, I don't care what anyone doctor says, like they think about like what their life's going to be like, right? So it was that piece where I wanted something where I had like a lifestyle where I wasn't like in the emergency room or in the operating room or in the hospital all the time. And then the second was when you're an allergist, you're also an immunologist, right? So you really understand the basic science of how the immune system works. So we don't really talk about that much, but we deal with like really rare disorders, what we call primary immune deficiencies. We can understand why certain people are like more prone to different types of infections, where they may have deficiencies in certain immune system cells and things like that. So that was super, like, I like to geek out on that stuff.
Yeah.
And then I loved like the whole diagnostic dilemma.
And you also have 2 little kids. What are you feeding your kids in their first year of life to make sure that you're strengthening their immune system and helping with allergies and stuff?
Anything that's not a choking hazard. And if it's a choking hazard, I smush it up.
Yeah.
And I also,
so nothing's off limits.
No.
What about honey?
Great. I mean, unless you're like concerned that like you're feeding them raw honey and then there's a risk of like some sort of infection or something like that, or, you know, you want to be like concerned from that perspective as their immune system isn't developed. So you don't want to like introduce things that maybe like haven't been pasteurized and stuff like that because they're more prone to picking up a virus, developing an infection. But other than that,
so are you anti-raw milk for kids under 1?
There's always a risk benefit, right? Some people would say like, well, I appreciate the immune benefit, right? Great. Also understand that there's a risk of infection. Like you make that decision, you make that choice, right?
Does stress amplify allergies?
Oh my gosh. Think about what happens when you're stressed out. Doesn't like your face get all red and you get all flushed because you have an dilation of your blood vessels, opening up of your blood vessels, and then all the blood rushes right to your face, to your cheeks and everything. We've seen people who break out in hives or have like a worsening of their allergy attacks due to stress. Absolutely.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25 Minute Speed Train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Gotta admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
It is getting hot where I am, and if you're really anywhere around the country, I'm imagining summer is kicking in for you as well. If it hasn't already, I'm sure if you're on the East Coast, you've experienced the heat dome, which of course was caused by man, and we of course need to promote climate change policy that will fix that sort of thing and change the weather if you pay more taxes. But holy cow, I got off on a rant there. Basically, it's hot outside and you're going to want to have a cooler to keep your drinks cold. Go to tpusa.com where you get that free cooler with a donation of any amount. tpusa.com. Free cooler. If you're inviting me to a function and that function doesn't have cold drinks because you don't have a cooler, I'm not going to go. Just plain and simple, not going to go. TPUSA.com, donation of any amount gets you a free cooler. You can also email the show anytime you want, night or day, rain or shine, although I'm not sure what the weather would have to do on whether or not you email the show. But tpt@tpusa.com, you can email whether you agree with every single thing we've ever said on this show or you're wrong. It doesn't matter. You can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. We love reading your emails and we love getting sent these videos that so many of you fantastic folks send us. It's not always to the email. Sometimes you're commenting. I know the show airs on a bunch of different other platforms other than the actual traditional TV cable news style. So wherever you're watching, send us a comment, a message, an email, tpt@tpusa.com. Send us videos like this, which I thought were hilarious. This young woman is just trying to find love. Watch this.
I don't think there's anything harder than finding a liberal boyfriend. Where is he? Where is he? Who of my people? Are you guys having liberal boyfriends? Who has a liberal boyfriend? Raise your hand. Where'd you find him? It's such a problem for me. It really is. It really is a problem. And if you don't understand why it's a problem, then you just don't get it. Not even a liberal, like maybe like a Democrat, like a registered Democrat. I just want to find a dude that voted for Kamala Harris. I'm really struggling. I know 70 million people voted for her, so there's got to be one that is attractive and my type and in the general vicinity of me.
This poor young woman appears to need advice as to where to find a liberal boyfriend. Now, if you can go into the comment section or send us an email, your suggestions, mine would be go into your local Whole Foods, find the vegan aisle, identify the malnourished white dude who looks like he can get blown over when a child sneezes. That's your man right there. But I'm sure there's many other places where I would love to hear your creative reasonings as to where you can find liberal men. But even then, we're deciding to participate in a phrase that I'm not even sure really exists, especially comedically speaking. Does liberal men, is that an oxymoron? Is a man who voted for Kamala Harris really a man? I'm not so sure. Going on to a tangent on a tangent on a tangent, I watched a clip Charlie put out the other day about testosterone, and you have to wonder if a man has the appropriate amount of testosterone in his system, therefore is a man, he sure as heck ain't voting for Kamala Harris. I'll tell you that right now. I would guess to venture that he wouldn't even be considered a liberal by any stretch of the imagination. So that probably likely gives you some insight as to why this young woman unfortunately can't find a liberal man, because one, they're very, very, very difficult to find, and two, I'm not even sure they exist. They might be like the Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot. Do liberal men, and I'm using men as the actual term, do they actually exist? I would venture to guess no, which is why this young woman is having such a problem. In totally other news, on the backs of the news that ICE is putting out major incentives to try and recruit ICE agents, this young person has decided he is going to apply to be a part of immigration enforcement. Watch this.
What's up, guys? I just applied to be an ICE agent, and my plan is that any information I get on ICE raids, I'm going to report back to the Mexican community and, just try to help you guys out. Also, every time a Mexican gets deported, I'm sneaking 2 Mexicans back into the United States. I'm just here to help. That's my plan. I will update you guys along the way. Thank you.
The bad news is that guy is serious. I thought when I first saw this, for sure this has to be satire. You have to know that Mexicans aren't the only people that are here illegally. I don't care where you're from. If you don't share our ideals and our cultural values, and especially if you're here illegally, get the hell out of here. That is the bad news. This guy is 100% serious. I went and found his whole profile, scrolled through a little bit. This is serious. The good news, as producer Glenn pointed out earlier in the show, I think we found that lady's boyfriend. I think we might have found him. That actually might be the guy right there. There's your liberal boyfriend. I'm not sure you're going to want him because of the, mental impairment that is afflicting him, but you do have one in this young man, again, assuming he identifies as a man or doesn't, or I don't know. I don't know all the qualifications. I'm not in this dating pool. Don't look to me for your advice, but maybe the good news is she may have found him there. That's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. We really appreciate you sticking around and tuning in each and every night. Charlie Kirk is going to take us out from one of the myriad of his speeches or his show, whatever it is we've got queued up. Don't go, we'll be right back, but we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. God bless America.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
We did not vote for mass amnesty, and we expect our leaders to deliver it and bring back our country to a place of citizenship and Americans being put first. Number 2, very important, it is more than past time for our elected leaders to understand that they're going to have to put the economics of the next generation into their calculus. This is something that Mom Donnie does, but he does it so sloppily. He says, if you're bitter and you don't like the country, vote for me and I'm going to give you a bunch of free stuff. Everybody, endless tax cuts just for the wealthy. That's fine. I like tax cuts. It's good. My radio show does really well. Podcast does well. But I'll tell you right now, you are going to see a massive breakdown of the political order. If people don't own stuff, our politics are about to get a lot more radical. But let's go a step further. We need to celebrate, embrace, platform, and sometimes, if necessary, subsidize getting married and having children. We are not having enough children in this country. This is a national crisis. I don't want to hear about, well, you know, racism is a threat to America. It's a bunch of horsepucky. Oh, environmentalism, climate change. Do you know what a threat to our country is? We're not having enough babies. Now, my wife and I, we are doing our part. We have 2 young children, and we'll see what else the Lord has in store. But I was fascinated today by talking to our amazing young patriots as part of Turning Point USA. I was so moved, and they say, Charlie, I want to get married, I want to have kids. It's hard to find other people that share my values. By the way, for everyone watching online, if you want to find your future husband or wife, that's why you should be here in Tampa, Florida, because there's a lot of eligible bachelor and bachelorettes here, a lot. But we must prioritize it. We should tell our young ladies that if you want to go be the CEO of a shoe company, that's fine. But do you know what's really going to matter 30 years from now? What's going to matter is whether or not you have the love of your life and you have decided to raise children. It doesn't matter how many trips to Thailand you make. It doesn't matter how many nights out at the club. What matters is what lasts. And what matters is things that are hard. What strikes me about this generation is the most conservative generation that we have seen in well over 50 years, and the numbers show it. This is the greatest generational realignment since Woodstock. We have never seen a generation move so quickly and so fast, and you guys are making all the liberals confused. They thought you were going to be the most liberal generation. But part of the reasons why this happened is those of you that are here in this audience and the millions of people that voted for President Trump and that are part of our movement, you were lied to so repeatedly. Wear the mask. Take the vaccine, no prom, no graduation, school closures. America's a racist country. You experienced the worst of the American left. And your politics now is a rejection of all of that garbage. No more political correctness. And you know what's amazing? Church attendance was going down steadily in America the last 20 years. It's gone up slightly because this is the most religious generation that we have seen in 40 years. Do you understand the significance of that? Because at its core, what we are fighting is a spiritual battle. This is a spiritual sickness throughout the West. And if you're here and you don't believe in God, okay, fine, I'll pray for you. And I hope you find Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, because it will change your life. But understand, you should even be cheering for a religious revival. You get the worst ideas when you have secularism. Men give birth. No borders. America's a terrible country. These things are almost all outgrowths of secularism. But this generation, you guys want something deeper. You want something more. And let me put this in existential terms. If we do not deliver, we are going to see all of these gains made by Donald Trump, and many of these people will either not vote at all, or they'll be scooped up by some Democrat opportunist. What needs to happen is a couple things. I'm still waiting for it. Where is the national apology to you guys, this generation, for what happened to you during COVID? Where is the apology saying we never should have shut down the schools? We never should have taken graduation from you. We never should have forced a vaccine on you that doesn't work and kicked you out of school if you didn't take it. And the lack of the apology shows that we are in, dare I say, a turning point. We are in a place where decisions need to be made, a time for choosing. And our leaders in D.C. better start to get the memo, because there is a movement coming. And yes, it is the most conservative generation, but that doesn't mean they're going to support every single Republican. If you're a Republican and you support, yay, more foreign aid to endless countries, Gen Z doesn't want that, actually. They want Americans to be put first, not foreigners to be put first. If you're a Republican and all of a sudden you say, we're just going to, let the market do its job, and we don't care even though things are incredibly out of reach, you're going to say, you know what, no. I like what President Trump is doing at tariffs. I want stuff made in America again. You see, there is a new ascendant movement. I've done my best to try to warn people what is coming, and I think it's exciting. I think it's new. I think it's fresh. I think it's authentic. Because if you look at the last 50 years, we've had a ton of problems in this country, from our debts and our deficits to our hyperinflation to mass migration. And another thing that this generation increasingly believes, they don't necessarily believe that immigration makes your country better. You only get Mamdani, you get Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib not just because of illegal immigration. It's legal immigration that is also the problem. When you allow a bunch of people into your country legally and they don't share your values, turns out they don't always assimilate. Mamdani and his entire family came here legally. They didn't come across the southern border. No one can tell me that that person is improving the United States of America. He's a self-righteous, narcissistic parasite on New York City and should be expelled from politics. But we let him in. Maybe it's time. Maybe it is time for us to reconsider almost all of our political orthodoxies. Do immigrants really make our country better? Some do. Some of our amazing Cuban immigrants here that I see in the audience, you've assimilated, you make America better. But if you come from Somalia and you refuse to learn our language, adopt to our customs, and assimilate, I'm sorry, America is closed to the third world until further notice. We are not a dumping ground for the rest of the planet.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
I don't think that it's an accident that Donald Trump picked up the phone, called down to Texas, told Abbott what he was going to do, and like a small, ridiculous child, he just fell in order. I don't think any of that was an accident. This is racist, what they are doing.
I'm sick of the gerrymandering, but if Donald Trump is going to push to gerrymander Texas, he's going to break the rules in order to win. He can't win by the rules they are right now, so he thinks you should break the rules. For Democrats to sit back and just say, okay, we're going to play by the Queen's rules, no. I'm telling you right now, we need to win in the midterm. We need to stop him from cheating, from lying, and from stealing the election.
I think what the American people want is nonpartisan map drawing
The Constitution states that this should be one person, one vote. No group should be reduced or eliminated, and that everyone should have fair maps. You can't have unilateral disarmament. You have to fight fire with fire. Otherwise, the Republicans will rig the election.
There was a benefit to shining a light on what it was that they were trying to do in the dark in Texas. So unfortunately, we've seen our numbers fall now that they have these voter restrictions in place. But I do think it's important for us to have the conversation.
One, of course, other major area where the Trump administration is changing the lives of Americans is with tariffs. We're seeing this regime go into effect after months of delay. And there are some signs that many of the warnings economists had about it haven't come to pass. There is revenue coming in. There are manufacturers who have committed to building factories in the U.S.
How about net migration into the United States? Get this, it's down. It's going to be down at least 60%. We may be dealing with, get this, negative net migration to the United States in 2025. That would be the first time there is negative net migration in this country in at least 50 years. We're talking about down from 2.8 million in 2024.
So what I think I hear you saying is there is still an opportunity for indictments, potential prosecutions, accountability from those people who may have lied under oath, like John Brennan, James Comey, and perhaps Hillary Clinton.
Well, that's why I've made the referrals that I have. D&I Gabbard has made referrals. Yeah. And why we're going to continue to share the intelligence that would support the ability of our Department of Justice to make bring fair and just claims against those who have perpetrated this hoax against the American people and this stain on our country.
If we have a country where we can continue to have FBI careerists and CIA careerists, deep staters who will fabricate and doctor evidence, who will create and produce fake material, fabricated material, phony information to try to go after their political enemies up to and including the president. If we continue to create the impression and the reality that there is not a severe criminal penalty for such conduct, it will never stop. It will never desist. It will keep on going forever. And we will continue to have a country that is sabotaged endlessly by the production of fake documents, fake material, fake plots against democratically elected officials. We can't have that. There must be consequences.
We'll feel a lot more like Russian citizens, where we can't believe anything the government says, where we essentially take the same view of administration officials as Russians take of the Politburo or Pravda. They know they can't believe anything from the state organizations. And it will mean that basically the civil service is eviscerated. We won't have professionals in different agencies. We'll have political hacks. And that is already manifesting itself as they roll out more and more of this Project 2025. Frankly, I don't want to live in a thugocracy, a kleptocracy like Russia. We're going to see our corruption index go up and up and up as our rule of law deteriorates further.
I have long operated under the assumption it's going to take us about 40 years to get out of this hole. I'm sorry. I believe in
40 years.
40 years. I believe in cyclical history. 1820s, 1860s, 1920s, 1960s. We're in the 2020s. We're not getting out this to the 2060s.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to number 1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checker. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, happy Monday here at the Bitcoin.com mobile studio. Honored to be with you guys as always. You can email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. There is a lot going on. In Texas, we covered this story last week. President Donald Trump is working with Governor Greg Abbott to redraw the congressional maps in Texas. The new proposal would add up to 5 Republican-leaning districts ahead of the 2026 midterms, shifting power in the U.S. House. Now, the entire plan really hinges upon the idea that Hispanics will continue to vote Republican. This is all being done legally. This is completely kosher. And now the Democrats are starting to run away. Why are they running away? Well, Texas law requires 2/3 quorum, 100 of 150 members to conduct House business. And therefore, they need at least 51 members to abstain. Over 50 Democrats have traveled to Illinois and some to New York and Boston, making the minimum quorum impossible and stalling the vote. Most have gathered thanks to the aid of my least favorite person in American politics, Governor J.B. Pritzker, who is giving them a little bit of air cover. Now, they're fleeing the state because, in fact, in most states, the police can force a lawmaker to attend a legislative session. So the only way to avoid being present is to flee the state entirely and therefore beyond their jurisdiction. So the Democrats are fleeing, and naturally, of course, to my home state of Illinois. Well, at least we think they are. Maybe they just got stuck by J.B. Pritzker's irresistible gravitational pull. Now, Illinois is quite a funny place to flee to. This is how you know the Democrats have really lost a step. Of all the states to flee to, you are going to flee to Illinois. Illinois, which is known for their ridiculous gerrymandering. I know it because I grew up as a political campaign volunteer working in the districts in the suburbs of Chicago. And I kid you not, where I grew up outside of Wheeling, Illinois, literally there would be carve-outs of little micro neighborhoods of across the street would be Illinois' 9th congressional district. We would be in Illinois' 10th congressional district. And then literally on the stone throws away would be Illinois' 8th congressional district. All kind of weirdly conformed. It was like a gender reassignment surgery met a congressional map. So of all the places, you look on screen, just some of the examples here. It looks like a Jackson Pollock painting. Look at the entire map. Just random streaks of color across your screen. That's where they're going to go fight gerrymandering. Illinois is the worst offender of all the states across the country. Again, just look at Illinois' 13th congressional district up on screen. It's basically a 15-mile wide strip connecting 5 different Democrat cities across 300 miles, from East St. Louis through Springfield to Decatur to Urbana-Champaign. The Chicago area is a massive mess, and I know this. I lived through it. The lines snaking all across random districts. Black district here, Hispanic district here. Let's show up some of the other pictures on screen, guys, of the other maps. So Democrats are howling that, there you go, that in Illinois. If you could zoom in on Cook County, Illinois is the Wuhan Institute of Virology of gerrymandering. They invented it and they brought it to the rest of the world. Good old Mike Madigan. Do you know who Mike Madigan is? Oh, Mike Madigan was Illinois Speaker of the House. I don't know if he's still alive, but he got arrested finally after nearly 50 years of naked corruption running the entire Illinois House. Remember, we used to say, Illinois is not broken, it's fixed. a crook, he would hold the power over the Illinois gerrymandering maps as a way to try to prevent Republicans from getting more representation. Now, if you're a bit older, this might feel a little bit like, haven't I seen this movie before? And it should. Remember back in 2003, Texas did another redistricting effort, and Democrats fled en masse to Oklahoma, then to New Mexico. But, of course, in essence, they had to come back. In 2021, Texas Democrats fled again, trying to block election integrity laws. They failed again. This will be a failed effort. And do you remember back in 2011, Democrats fled Wisconsin when Scott Walker was governor to go to Illinois. In 2011, 14 Democrat state senators fled Illinois to block a vote on Scott Walker's union reforms. They had to cross state lines instead of facing a debate, and Scott Walker ended up winning. This is Cook. Yeah, that's the excerpts of Crook County. Put that up, 294. Put 294 up on screen. Does that make any sense to you, especially on the upper right hand of your corner? Look at those little slivers, the deformity of these districts, especially on the right side of your screen. There is no rhyme, no reason, no harmony. There's nothing behind it except pure naked political power grabs. So Illinois has the worst of all of it. At first, when I saw this, I thought it was a flood map. I thought it was like, this is different parts of Cook County that have different flood thresholds. So this is the state that is hosting the Texas Republicans. And I got to give some credit to the Texas Republicans. And let this be a message to Republicans across the country. More of this, more hardball, more being willing to use political power to stop the Democrats from running roughshod over us. More of this kind of energy. When they come back to Texas, if they violated laws, arrest them. Fill their vacant seats. The main crux of this is something called coalition districts. It's basically intersectionality weaponized to reduce Republican representation. They combine minority groups to box out conservatives. And again, put 294 up on screen. On the upper right hand of your screen, you see they'll do this and they'll kind of carve in. So traditionally, DuPage County in the suburbs of Chicago was very Republican. So what they did, this was old Judy Biggart's congressional seat. What they did after the 2010 census is they would configure enough of Chicago to go into DuPage to dilute representation. Or how about Illinois' 10th congressional district, which used to be represented by Mark Kirk, who became senator, and then Bob Dole. No, they had to give some of Illinois' 10th congressional district with some of Evanston. You get the point. They have to try and disfigure these districts in a way to dilute Republican voice and representation. 4 of Texas's congressional districts were unconstitutional, the Department of Justice warned a couple years ago. 3, the 19th, 18th, and the 33rd. They were unconstitutional coalition districts where black and Hispanic voters combined to form a majority. The 29th, while a majority Hispanic, was also unconstitutional, the letter said. It said, quote, "It is well established so-called coalition districts run afoul of the Voting Rights Act and the 14th Amendment." Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon wrote, threatening legal action if Texas didn't bring the districts into compliance. Now, here's the funny part. So the Department of Justice has called these coalition districts unconstitutional. 5 years ago, Democrats would have been thrilled with the new Texas map. Can we put up the proposed Texas map? 5 years ago, Democrats would have been like, yes, this is a great map. But do you know what changed? Donald Trump moved the Hispanic vote 10 to 15 points. So this new map actually gives more representation to Hispanics. Now, it's a gamble. This is a Texas gamble. This will be known as the big ol' Texas gamble. Win a big prize or lose everything. It's a big roll of the dice. It's the Texas Gambit. And you could tell because what it is more representation to Hispanics that voted very right-wing in 2024. So be careful, Texas Republicans. You have a little bit of caution. You really have no choice but to do this. But it is a gambit. It's not rock solid. Now, if Hispanics keep on going our direction, we could eliminate the Democrat Party in Texas for generations to come. So Democrats are either fighting this because they think the theater helps them or they know it's a real problem. And it's just pure theater. That's why J.B. Pritzker, he wants to run for president. And J.B. Pritzker has never ran for anything in his life. So it'll be the first time the man has ever run when he runs for president. It'll be quite a sight to see because he has never run, ever. The man has never, ever had anything even more than a light brisk of a pace walk. Man was born on third and thought he hit a triple. He's a nepotistic slob that ruined my home state. Besides that, he's a lovely person. I want to encourage you guys to check out the Culture and Christianity event that we have coming up in Tennessee. It is the Culture and Christianity event with Alan Jackson. It's alanjackson.com/Charlie. It's ALLEN Jackson.com/Charlie. My friend, Pastor Alan Jackson, organized this conference so we can address the issues we're facing in today's culture, but through the lens of God's truth. We'll talk about what's happening in the church, the media, and with our health. When you attend, you'll gain insight and valuable perspectives on what's happening in the world today. Learn how to reorganize truth from deception. Join me, Pastor Alan Sage Steele, Dr. Bill Lyle, and many more September 19th and 20th. Registration is now open. Go to alanjackson.com/Charlie. It's ALLEN Jackson.com/Charlie. It's going to be an amazing event. I can't wait to see you guys there. Terrific speakers. alanjackson.com/Charlie. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We'll be right back.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. I want to tell you guys about YREFI. That is YREFY.com. YREFI is an incredible way that you guys can get out of private student loan debt. Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of it is labeled as distressed. YREFI refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others won't touch. They provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. Why Refi is not a debt settlement company, and they work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. Why Refi can reduce your monthly payment and guarantees interest rates under 6%, ensuring affordability and financial relief. Why Refi does not care what your credit score is when the payment on your distressed or defaulted private student loan is so big that you can't ever get ahead. Call Why Refi. That is YREFY.com. That is YRefi.com. You can even skip a payment every 6 months with a 12 times up penalty. It may not be available in all 50 states. Go to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We're number 8 right now in Apple News. So thank you for the support. Stay right there. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. So the Democrats are reacting predictably. The extremely classy, very polite, let me just tell you right now, men out there, do not marry women like Jasmine Crockett, okay? Just that whole thing, just stay away. She's just big problems. Just the whole ensemble, whiny, yammering, the whole way she presents herself, smug, terrible, nasty, cruel, wrong, dumb. The whole operation, young men, better for you to become a Catholic priest. I'm just going to tell you right now, avoid that entire freight train because it is a-coming. The Jasmine Crockett shtick is why a lot of young men are checking out of the dating pool, because young ladies say, I got to act like, I mean, they don't say they want to act like Jasmine Crockett, but this whole thing she's got going here. And apparently we're all Anglos now. Okay, I guess it's a badge of honor. I don't know. She calls it, there's no longer white. You see, they're trying to change their vocabulary. It's no longer white majority. We're Anglo majorities. Okay. Yeah, I am a WASP. What are you going to do about it, Jasmine Crockett? Does that make me bad? Does that make me racist? Play cut 270.
What this legislature is consistently been found to be guilty of doing, which is to make sure that they can do an overemphasis of Anglo voices in this state. Only 40% of this state is Anglo, yet somehow we have more than 60% of our seats that are elected by Anglo majority districts. As I said in 2021, as I argued against these maps, the math ain't mathing.
Okay, again, so first of all, this is just white hate, pure and simple, naked hate of the white race. And by the way, that's the connective tissue, right? The Sydney Sweeney thing, the war on white people is so clear. And I'm sorry, Jasmine Crockett, what do you have against white people so much? You talk about them all the time. All the time. Play cut 272. This is Josie Garcia trying to say that these seats are for blacks. Play cut 272.
Do you know how many black seats there are in Congress for the entire state of Texas, ma'am?
No, ma'am, I don't. I do not know if there is a black seat or
there are historically black serving seats, ma'am, and of the 5 that there are that represent the entire state of Texas, of the 30 and plus, 3 of them were set to be dismantled. So I'm just curious. Of the 4 seats that were identified, 3 of them were historically black seats. 1 of them is a historically Latino seat. Okay. You don't see the race in that?
No, ma'am, because I don't think a seat belongs to any race.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting.
First of all, that woman's got to stop chain smoking. Her voice is completely destroyed, and it's very unattractive. She smokes like 3 packs a day. Again, what are we doing here? The reason why young men are staying single hour? I mean, how many more cuts can we play here? Like this, first of all, young men don't like to take orders from women. They definitely don't want to take orders from women like that. That's like supremely unattractive to men. At the core of the Democrat Party is a coalition of resentment, envy, and hate. None of this is racist. In fact, this actually expands representation of Hispanics. The entire project is actually about expanding voices to Hispanics that are now voting for Republican. Oh, and by the way, just so we're clear, Jasmine Crockett's district, you're getting eliminated. Sorry, you're going to have to go be an influencer. Jasmine Crockett, what skill set does she have? I think we all know. Let's play another one. This is her yelling that the maps are racist. Okay. No. Anglo racism. 271.
I don't think that it's an accident that Donald Trump picked up the phone, called down to Texas, told Abbott what he was going to do, and like a small, ridiculous child, he just fell in order. I don't think any of that was an accident. This is racist, what they are doing.
Give your life to Jesus, because I'm convinced in the seventh circle of hell that is just played on a repeat. It's just on total repeat. The shrill, the yelling, the screaming, the yammering, the caterwauling. The great replacement of white people is far more sinister than any redistricting project. That is at the core of the Democrat project, at the core. And Jasmine Crockett is just some circus act in that entire operation. But it's deathly serious. You shouldn't take what she says seriously. It's just a joke. What she represents is very serious, which is the continued attempt to eliminate the white population in this country. Mark Wayne Mullen joins us next.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25 Minute Speed Train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Welcome
back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. The political focus in Texas this morning is the state's newly redrawn voting map, which is expected to give Republicans 5 more winnable congressional seats in that state. The bigger picture is that the change could help pad the currently thin GOP majority in the House during the upcoming midterm elections. However, many Texas House Democrats left the state on Sunday in order to block today's scheduled vote on the maps. It's still not clear how long the lawmakers will stay out of state. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is now threatening to try and remove protesting Democratic lawmakers from office if they don't return. You may remember, Texas Democrats pulled a similar stunt 4 years ago and stayed away for 38 days in protest. Then it was over a new voting restrictions bill that absolutely and ultimately passed anyway, despite the Democrat exodus. In order to pass the measure, at least 2/3 of lawmakers in the body must be present to vote. At least 51 Democrats in the majority GOP chamber have left the state. While Texas works to elect more Republicans to Congress, South Carolina is at risk of losing one member of Congress to the governor's mansion. Congresswoman Nancy Mace is the latest Palmetto State Republican to throw her hat in the ring for the state's top job. The fiery Republican just announced her candidacy this morning, saying, "I'm running to put South Carolina first." You're looking at her newly released campaign announcement video. South Carolina's gubernatorial race is already shaping up to be a pretty crowded one on the Republican side. Along with Representative Mace and Congressman Ralph Norman, State Senator Josh Kimbrell and longtime South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson are also in the race. The GOP field could get even more crowded leading up to next year's election to replace term-limited Henry McMaster. And now that President Trump's tariffs are live, he is out with some good news for Americans. The commander-in-chief says the country is doing good business with its trade partners. Some $29 billion was reportedly taken in tariff revenue just last month. And the president says that means some Americans could get a paycheck as a result. That's a quick check of your headlines.
This movement will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Just a second, we'll have Senator Mark Wayne Mullen from the great state of Oklahoma, one of my favorite places in the world. Oklahoma is a wonderful place with phenomenal people. It's the people that make the place. But first, I need to tell you guys how we have gone viral on TikTok. TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Right now, over 7.5 million businesses in America are thriving on TikTok, including ours. It's how we reach the next generation. It's how we go viral. It's how we get our messaging out. From Dan O Seasoning from Kentucky, who used TikTok to reach new customers and grow from a one-man show to a team of 45, or Arizona Taco King in Arizona, able to employ over 28 people and pay them well thanks to the foot traffic that TikTok brings in. When small businesses thrive on TikTok, so do the communities around them. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Let's play one of the videos that has gone very viral. Play cut 8.
Why don't you believe that white privilege exists? I just want to get your understanding first, and then we could go from there.
Well, let's just, is there anything that you can't do that I can do?
No, we could do the same things if we put our minds to it.
Good. Then there's no white privilege. That has gone viral, been seen tens of millions of times. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com to see the entirety of the video and so many like it, TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Joining us now is Senator Mark Wayne Mullen from the great state of Oklahoma. Senator, you tweeted out, quote, "It's Saturday, August 2nd, and I'm still voting. I'll stay in session. We're looking at 3 options to clear the jam with POTUS." Give us the latest on what is the jam, and is the Senate going to stay in session all of August?
Well, President Trump actually did a pivot on it. He was done with it. The reason why is he got tired of negotiating with Chuck Schumer in bad faith and said, "Screw it." I'm paraphrasing that word, by the way. And late Saturday night, he said, "I'm not going to be held hostage from. I'm not going to deal with this. We're going to work on changing the rules over August. Send everybody home except those that are going to work on it." So there's a group of us working on the rules change. When we get back in September, we're going to propose it to the conference and go straight to votes. But there was a lot that took place. And the 3 options really were, 1, we strike a deal. The President Trump really wanted to strike a deal because it's very complicated to get to the recess appointments. We can talk about that, so we can break that down. It gets a little wonky, but he wanted to get a deal. He thought he had a deal. We had 61 that are reported out of committee on the House or on the Senate floor ready to be voted. That was bipartisan, meaning they came out of the committee with Democrat and Republican support. He said, let me clear the deck on that one. We'll work with you on some other of your pet projects. And then let's work on a package that would get away from us having to confirm 1,200 people and clear the deck for 300 to 400 individuals that are really individuals we shouldn't be voting on to confirm. At first, we were told by Angus King that they would accept it. And then their price tag on that, because everything comes with the negotiating, they had $800 million in funding that was being held up by FY25 appropriations. That was part of kind of the rescission packages that was coming through. In return, let the money go through. We had tentatively said we would try doing something like that with President Trump negotiating. I mean, President Trump for 3 days, Charlie, was extremely engaged with negotiating. Talked to him multiple times. J.D. Vance was involved in it. Everybody was all hands on deck. They came back with another offer. President Trump didn't like it, but he said, well, let's negotiate. He was, as he was getting on the plane, he called me and he says, hey, get this deal done. Let's do it and let's move on. He says, I've got nominees that are waiting that need to get paid. And so we went to go back and negotiate. They came back 3 times, and every time they kept dropping the number and raising the price to the point where President Trump told them to go pound sand. Said, forget it. Go tell Schumer to pound sand. I'm not negotiating. You guys go home. Let's change the rules. So that's where we ended up.
So Senator, I'm not going to question the president's wisdom or judgment here, nor yours, but I'm going to have to get a little bit deeper into this, and I want you to further explain it. Because look, I'm not thrilled with this, and obviously Chuck Schumer is to blame, but there's 160 nominees lingering. A term is only 4 years, and we're 7 months into this one with huge chunks of the government unstaffed. This is pure dysfunction. And Senator, understand my compassion to what you have to with this, but I think it's kind of outrageous. We have to wait till September. So walk me through this on a deeper level, because waiting another 30 days to change the rules, I mean, we have very important positions that need to happen now, very important ambassadorships. Did Chuck Schumer get what he wanted here by kind of blowing it all up and by delaying? Make the case and explain further, please.
So the president right now can already put these people in position. They just can't hold the title, but they can do the job as long as the president has deemed them to do a special envoy, like, for instance, Steve Witkoff. He can go ahead and put these people in position, but they're working essentially without pay. So if you go ahead and you do the recess appointments, like I know you've talked about, we've talked about, it's a much more complicated process of that, because what it takes.
That's correct. I'm not even getting into that. Yeah, I'm not even.
Okay, so you don't want to chase that rabbit hole. So the recess appointments was going to cause a lot of complications. So for us to stay in, it was going to open the floor essentially for the Democrats to constantly take these votes. Republicans were willing to do it. 100% we were willing to do it. It was going to take a vote of Rama for us to do it, essentially, because we was going to have to keep the floor occupied. And in the meantime, they could continue to put in these ridiculous votes that was going to make the Republicans take a vote on them. The president didn't want those votes to be taken, and so the solution is if we do go into recess, then the Democrats have a political play that they could play the entire month of August, which wouldn't move the needle at all. Since these people can already do their job, they're just going to do it without pay. By the way, if we do it underneath recess appointments, they're still going to do it without pay. If we go back and we go ahead and change the rules, what happens at that point, we can start clearing the slate rather than having to go through a recess appointment over and over again. Because remember, recess appointments mean we got to recess for a minimum of 10 days. If we can change the rules, then we continue to move forward steadily and get all these people confirmed. Now, talk real numbers. This time in 2017, we only had 55 nominations confirmed for President Trump in 2017 versus today. Right now, as we speak, we've already confirmed 136. So we're way past double what President Trump had in 17. He's happy with where we're at. We wouldn't have ever we would have never made a motion to adjourn if President Trump didn't want us to, because I'm telling you, Charlie, he was on the phone with us almost every other hour. It was Lindsey Graham, Leader Thune, myself, Katie Britt, Eric Schmidt, and Jim Rich was all talking with the president multiple times a day.
For sure. No, I get that. And I'm not, and Senator, I'm not trying to question the wisdom of the president here. It just looks like the president just got so ticked off with Chuck Schumer, said, forget it, just threw up his hands. Like, I'm not going to negotiate with a terrorist. And I understand
but that's the best thing that could happen. But I'm not kidding when I say this. Charlie, yesterday.
Tell me why. Tell me why that, so make the case. No, please. I want to hear it.
Yeah, because he was willing to tell Chuck Schumer to go pound sand. That's not the way normal politics works. Normal politics is negotiate, and then you get to a 50-50. President Trump had a clear stopping point. Chuck Schumer pushed him too far, and President Trump was willing to tell him, go pound sand. I'm not so desperate that I have to have these appointments. I will work around you by appointing these people as a special envoy. I'm not going to give you one single penny. And because you've done this, now you're going to force us to go change the House rules or the Senate rules. So when he comes back and says we're using the nuclear option, no, we're able to pin it on Schumer and say, no, because you have filibustered every single one of President Trump's nominees, which is unheard of. It has never been taken place. It's never happened in the history of the United States. You have forced us to make this change. So it gives President Trump all month to make the case to the American people that Chuck Schumer took the nuclear option, and now we're going to make the rule change to make the Senate work more efficient, which is honestly the best outcome. I would make the argument because we're doing the rule change, we can fix this for the long term.
Well, hold on. But so two things. What will the rule change be? And if I'm drawing on memory of some of our other conversations, doesn't the rule change require 60 votes or 67 or some goofy number?
Yeah, so it technically used to require 67. Chuck Schumer changed it when he was in office, and Mitch McConnell actually made a speech in 2017 and said, because you did this, you have forever changed the norms of the Senate. And so Mitch McConnell was the one that warned Schumer for making the change. He did make the change, and now it put us in this situation. So now we can do 51, and we can do now we'll have to overrule the parliamentarian, which it's fine. We'll have the votes to overrule the parliamentarian. Chuck Schumer did that prior to 2017. So we'll simply have to overrule the parliamentarian by a simple vote of 51, and then we can do the rule change at 51. What the rules change would be, we have several options. One, if we got to look at the tiers, so outside the president's cabinet and outside of second tier individuals and outside of judges. So those would be still set at 30-hour debates. Everybody else below that, we have two options. Easiest option is that we take the motion from a 2-hour debate down to a 15-minute debate, and we're able to stay in executive session all day. What happens right now is after every vote, we go automatically back to legislative session, and we have to go back into executive session, which requires us to have 2 extra votes. So every nominee takes 4 votes. Each vote will take about 35 minutes to do, plus a 2-hour debate. So you got 4 hours plus on every person. If we take away the executive calendar from the legislative calendar and have to go in and out, we can stay in it all day, and we can just simply vote to end cloture, 15-minute debate, vote. The other option on that one, and so we go from 4 votes to 2 votes. The other option on that one is to assume that the nominee that comes out of the committee to the floor would be a non-debatable, and we could move them straight to the floor and for a floor vote. That is a tougher option because that takes rule change actually out into the committee too, and a lot of committee chairmen are territorial about that. But you could do it. I think the more likely option will be that we will do a similar vote, which will mean that anybody that comes out of the committee with a bipartisan vote can go straight to the floor for a vote. and anyone else would take a 15-minute debate. I mean, there hasn't.
Stay right there.
To make the argument on the debate. Okay.
No, just one more. We got to take a break, Senator. Stay right there. People are confused, and just we'll talk in a second. Okay, let's go to Z-Factor. ReliefFactor.com. If you guys want to get better sleep, go to ReliefFactor.com. Z-Factor goes beyond just melatonin. Z-Factor uses a combination of 4 natural ingredients to help relax your mind so you fall asleep quicker. Once you fall asleep, it helps you stay asleep. It's 100% drug-free, so it's safe to take regularly. Z-Factor was developed by Relief Factor, so you can count on the science behind it. Right now, pay only $19.95 for a 30-day supply of 46% savings. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit ReliefFactor.com. Better sleep without drugs. See how Z-Factor from Relief Factor can get you the Z's that you want. Z-Factor goes beyond just melatonin. It uses a combination of 4 natural ingredients to help you relax your mind so you fall asleep quicker. Once you're asleep, it helps you stay asleep. It's 100% drug-free, so no groggy feeling when you wake up. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen continues after the break. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We need full, wholesale, systemic change in the U.S. Senate. It is a dysfunctional institution. Be right back.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
100% American made. And darn proud of it. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Want to play one of our very viral clips right now that people are enjoying. Let's go to this one. Let's go to cut 7, please.
What would you say are the long-term or short-term consequences of mass illegal immigration on social services and the economy?
Yeah, I mean, it will flood schools, flood hospitals, but even more than that, it's the destruction of the rule of law. And it's an insult to your family that followed the law. Your family came here the right way and filled out the paperwork and waited your turn. You did not cut in line.
Yeah.
So we have to make a decision. Are we going to be a country that follows and honors the rules or rewards rule breakers? And we teach our kids at 2 years old, rule breakers get punished. Don't cut in line. Wait your turn. Yet when it comes to immigration, we act as if it's something totally different. We want people like your family to come here the right way, legally, not breaking in line and then all of a sudden getting rewards because of that.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great again.
Thank you. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. Okay, we're here at the mobilebitcoin.com studio. Senator, you were going to make a point here, but can we expect wholesale systemic changes? Because, Senator, you can agree with us. It's wrong to win an election and have a whole year pass by without 160 of your own people.
Yeah, I agree. And by the way, Charlie, one of these days I'm going to grow up and be able to explain things as easy as you can, because this stuff gets wonky. Yes, you can expect wholesale change. And what's interesting about this is we got a bunch of old guards in the Senate. And when I say old guards, I mean they protect the establishment like this, like you do this and bow down to it, like when I used to walk into walk into a map. But anyways, my point is Mitch McConnell's the one leading the change on this. He stood up in conference, and mind you, there's a few people that still listen to Mitch really heavy. He stood up and made the argument why we have to do this change. So yes, you're going to expect real change. Our goal is to be able to make the Senate work more efficiently. Now, to keep in mind, there's a lot of Democrats that want the change too, because they're tired of the same thing. They see what's happening with Chuck Schumer. They understand that this is, we're not always, I hope we do, but traditionally speaking, we're not always going to have a Republican president. And this is going to be pushed on them too. So they would like to have change so we can move this along. 80% of our time right now in the Senate is used on executive calendars trying to get these noms across the finish line. And that's on both sides. Listen, I wasn't a supporter of Biden at all. Neither were you. But the fact is they still need their people in place because we still need government to operate.
Yeah, I mean, well, and here's the thing. You need your people, especially if you have a Senate majority. Now, if you're not in the majority, then with a whole different ballgame, advise and consent. But we have the majority. We won. Dave McCormick's a U.S. Senator. We won elections to be able to do this. And it is an overcompensation because, Senator, I think you would agree, this is the last question, all of these archaic, old crow ancestry rules are back when the U.S. Senate, unfortunately, your colleagues actually wanted what was best, and now they want something completely different. The Senate, it was a club built on honor, and it was built on mutual respect. I think that is gone, and the rules need to reflect the new character or lack thereof of the U.S. Senate. Final thought, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen.
1,000% correct, Charlie. We used to, there was decorum in the Senate that put America first. That's why the Senate is elected to 6 years, because you don't have to constantly having to play politics back home, because politics do play a role in legislation. The Senate was supposed to be somewhat above that. But you have Chuck Schumer that is literally afraid of his own shadow right now. The fact is he knows he can't work with us because he's up for re-election, and he's afraid AOC is going to run against him and beat him in his seat, which is absolutely accurate. So therefore, it puts him in an inability to be able to negotiate. Then you have Cory Booker, who is clearly running for president in 2028, and you have Chris Murphy, who is running for president in 2028. They aren't willing to negotiate, and most of this stuff takes unanimous consent for us to be able to move forward. So the only option we have is to make these changes. And so therefore we will make these changes. But when we come back in September, I think it's September 2nd, we will immediately proceed with a package that we're going to be working on literally all month, trying to get prepared and ready to vote on the rules change so we can start moving forward. By the way, the president is, I can't express this enough, Charlie, how much he's involved in this. He's put a team on it that's working with us.
And I'm not questioning any of those decisions or wisdom. I'm expressing skepticism that we're going to be able to get systemic change. So I need you guys to keep the pressure on. And forget the Democrats. We won we keep on having these deadlines. But my goodness, man, by the one-year election of Donald Trump's victory in November, if we don't have that 160 number to be zero, you will have a stolen presidency via personnel. The last thing I'll say, Senator, is I know.
Let me address that real quick.
I know that. Really quick,
we can't
30
get
seconds.
to zero. Yeah, we can't get to zero because we're constantly confirming more people. They're constantly sending people over to us. So we have 150 that we're waiting on paperwork to be sent back to us from the White House, plus 160 that we have. So this is going to be an ongoing process, but we should have the backlog caught up.
Fine. Yes, yeah, right. So how about anyone that was submitted in January should be done in the next couple, like the next 30 to 60 days, right? Someone that had their nomination form signed by the President of the United States on January 26th. Come on, we got to get through that. Yep. Senator, thank you so much. And our eyes are watching the Senate. We know it's not easy right now. Thank you.
Charlie, thank you.
Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Time to play hardball. Same thing with the redistricting fight in Texas. The Democrats, they don't want what's best. They're gumming up the works. They're experts at that. They are delay, bureaucratic obstructionists. Run them over. We won the election. They didn't. Second hour coming up.
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25-minute speed train free at bodywithaneye.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Chronic health issues. Those have become daily challenges for many Americans. Hi, everyone. I'm Terrence Bates. We appreciate you being here with us. Days tend to turn into weeks, which of course turn into years, but help is just $5 and a keyboard away.
With the 555, I've lost 17.4 pounds.
Oh!
When I started this, I could barely move or even get myself out of bed. Frankly, you were my last hope. I didn't want to wake up in the morning anymore. Yesterday, no fatigue. This is the first time in years I'm sleeping. I am starting to dream in vivid color. It's the first time I haven't felt sick in over 2 years.
She's talking about how Energized Health helped turn things around for her, the founder of Energized Health. John Jubilee joining me now to share how you, too, can have a testimony just like what you just heard. John, good to see you.
Great to see you, Terrence.
So what are some of the things that you guys are doing to be able to help people? You and I talk all the time, but I continue to see these testimonies, and I think I'm becoming a believer.
Well, you know what, Terrence? 28 years, tens of thousands of documented testimonials where people have gotten off their high blood pressure medication, they got off their insulin, they've reversed ailments and diseases, spinal stenosis, arthritis, asthma, allergies, you name it. There's a funny thing, Terrence, if you look online, and there's nowhere to hide online anymore, which we love that at Energized Health, because all we have is miracle stories of people that say it sounded too good to be true, but it changed my life. And so it's so joyful, Terrence, for almost 30 years now to have helped tens of thousands of people to achieve what they never thought was achievable. And I got to tell you one quick story, Terrence, of a grandmother. She owned a hair salon, and she had horrible digestive issues, and she thought she was going to have to retire because she'd have to run to the bathroom, like every hour on the hour because of her irritable bowel syndrome and her digestive issues she was dealing with. And she just was getting fatigued, and one of her friends told her about the 555 challenge. So she went on that, and then she joined our full 88-day protocol. But Terrence, she just reported in about a year later. She said, John, I just had to report in and tell you what I did. I did something that wasn't even on my bucket list. She said, I just climbed 8.5 hours straight up a mountain. I never thought I'd be a mountain climber. She said, but as a grandmother, she said, I'm climbing mountains now. She said, I couldn't hardly walk back and forth to my chair in my salon. I'm doing what I never dreamed I would do.
And John, what you're really helping people do is get to the root of their issues. And for most of the issues that people are facing, you say it's deep inside of us. It's really at the cellular level. That's where it starts. And so that's what you're addressing.
Well, we totally are, Terrence. Look, the doctors say, which we have hundreds of doctors now and thousands of nurses that are our clients who have done our medically approved, science-backed research protocol. It's a patent-pending science. But literally, Terrence, the doctors say, you guys cracked the code. You cracked the code of health and wellness because you went to the root cause, which was that cellular dehydration. You're getting us and our patients, which, by the way, all these doctors and nurses became our client because they saw what happened to their patient, and they'd never seen anything like that before. They didn't see somebody, in 30 to 60 days reverse diabetes or high blood pressure or bad cholesterol or A1C, whatever it was. But they saw a miracle in their own doctor's office. They decided, I want to participate in this. And after they did, they realized, no wonder you guys are pushing out all the inflammation. You're pushing out all the toxins. You are truly getting people healthy at the cellular level. This is what the medical community needs to make people well.
Wow. And folks, if you want more information, it's right there at the bottom of your screen, my555challenge.com. Log on. You can hear the testimonials there. And then if you want to get involved, feel free. That's going to do it for us. We appreciate you being here with us.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the Truth Bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. They don't know what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That's the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Joining us now is one of our favorite guests, Mark Halperin, editor-in-chief of Two Way and host of Next Up on the Megyn Kelly Network. Mark, great to see you. Thank you for taking the time. Mark, I want to begin by asking you about this Texas redistricting fight. Do you think this will trigger more gerrymandering fights from Democrat states and further disfiguring our already unrecognizable congressional districts in many states across the country?
I mean, they'll talk about it in about 5 or 6 states, but the laws are all different, right? And I'm not sure they'll be able to both get it executed and actually take advantage of it. Because as is true in Texas, when you start playing with the maps, you risk endangering seats you hold currently by trying to move around Republican support. So I'd be surprised if more than 1 or 2 Democratic states actually tried this for real. And I'm not sure they'd execute it. So there's a lot of talk about it, and it's an interesting, tit for tat story. But if you go state by state and look at the laws, it's not clear to me where Democrats would pick up the seats to offset what Texas is almost certainly going to do.
But a lot of this hinges on the Republicans believing Hispanics will continue to go right wing. If that doesn't happen, then this redraw ends up becoming maybe even a Democrat positive. Talk about how the Hispanic move in Texas makes this a Republican move. 10 years ago, this wouldn't have actually been that way. And how much of the Texas gambit is really reliant on the continuing changing of the Republican Party's core demographics?
It's a big factor, right? And, for 15, 20 years, the big line from Democrats and some Republicans was demography is destiny. Hispanics vote overwhelmingly Democrat. Texas will become a purple state and then a solidly blue state. And what disrupted that was not just Donald Trump, but the party's identity overall and some other Republican candidates developing the capacity to appeal to Hispanic voters, working class voters, religious voters, conservatives, people who want to be tough on the border, people who think the U.S. should not be funding NATO. Hispanic voters have some differences, but a lot of them are like the rest of the electorate. They're ready to vote with the candidate or the party that appeals to them. So it's clear that it's up for grabs, but it's also clear that the inexorable move of Texas to purple and then blue has been disrupted by several factors. Most of all, the ability to compete for Hispanic voters, a growing share of the electorate in Texas.
Let's play cut 300. This is Governor Hochul threatening to redraw the maps. Play cut 300.
While Donald Trump and his co-conspirator, Greg Abbott, erode our democracy and drag us toward authoritarianism. Now, what Texas and Republican states are doing at the direction of Donald Trump, I say is nothing short of a legal insurrection against our capital. If Republicans are willing to rewrite these rules to give themselves an advantage, then they're leaving us no choice. We must do the same. There's a phrase, you have to fight fire with fire. That is a true statement of how we're feeling right now. And as I've said, another overused but applicable phrase, all's fair in love and war. That's why I'm exploring with our leaders every option to redraw our state congressional lines as soon as possible.
Well, first of all, she says we're at war. That's quite sweet. New York redrew their maps, though, to eliminate 3 Republican seats in 2023. This is not a new concept for major states to try and the 2022 to try and change lines to benefit one political party?
Well, it's as old as the Republic, practically. And I find it somewhat hilarious to hear these Democrats on their high horse about how horrible it is to redistrict for political advantage, because both parties have done it. Particularly ironic that some of the Texas Democratic legislators took refuge in Illinois, a state that has one of the most aggressive Democratic redistricting. And the Democrats basically have the attitude, and I wouldn't say Republicans differ, we're for redistricting in blue states that benefit us, but red states, they shouldn't do it. And, Republicans say the opposite. So if Kathy Hochul thinks she can wring more Democratic states out of the map, and if the legislature will go along with her and they can execute, maybe she can offset the gains Democrats and Republicans expect in Texas. We went through a period where good government types prevailed in a lot of states to say, redistricting should be nonpartisan. There shouldn't be anything close to this, that the line should be drawn to keep communities together, not so-called gerrymandered, where you're drawing them with sophisticated technology specifically to try to maximize the partisan edge of one side. And of course, statistically, you can see where it's effective and where those who believe it shouldn't be done are losing out, because how many people vote in the state for Democrats and Republicans. That should represent the rough balance of what makes up the congressional delegation. But we see in state after state that's not the case, even though some states have adopted nonpartisan commissions and other efforts to keep this from being political. But Texas wants to make it political. It's not surprising these Democratic states want to. I'm just not sure they'll be able to execute on it.
One of the reasons we love having you on the program, Mark, is you are an honest reporter. You got the Biden story right and correct well before anybody else. And you talk to people on the left quite frequently. There's a piece of tape here that I want to find. Guys, can you find that one where he says it's going to take 40 years to reverse it? I'm trying to find this here. Where essentially I want to play this piece of tape and see and get your take on whether or not this is accurate of the type of Democrat mentality you're seeing and sensing. Let's play cut 256.
I have long operated under the assumption it's going to take us about 40 years to get out of this hole. I'm sorry. I believe in
40 years.
40 years. I believe in cyclical history. 1820s, 1860s, 1920s, 1960s. We're in the 2020s. We're not getting out this to the 2060s. It's going to take a long time to fix these.
I mean, it might not take 40 years, Mark, but are Democrats really that demoralized?
Some of them are, because Donald Trump's victory, as you well know, Charlie, because you've studied it, it's not just he won the popular vote. It's the move of these demographic groups towards him, the moves of many counties towards him, and the lack of ideas. Right now, why are Democrats all jazzed up about this redistricting thing? Because they can fight Donald Trump in a dramatic way. They'll get a lot of news coverage for it, but there are no ideas behind this. It's a process fight. Donald Trump fights on process, but that's not why he won 2 out of 3 elections. He talks about ideas that real Americans think about will impact their real lives in a positive way. And so Democrats who think they're going to be in the wilderness for a while see a lack of leadership, see a lack of fundraising, see a lack of Democratic shows like yours. But I think most of what they see is just a lack of ideas, a lack of capacity to say to the American people, we can make your life better.
Again, this show is not a show where we're always like, oh, the red wave is coming and Democrats are always going to be wiped out. But Mark, at this point of time, I would have expected a lot more small dollar Democrat fundraising, a lot more candidate recruitment. Can you at least give us a little bit of an idea what is going on in the kind of mechanics, the gritty of the Democrat Party? Are we seeing 2017 type energy? What is this a parallel to? 1 minute remaining.
Okay, well, make no mistake. They won all those Senate races in the contested states that Donald Trump won. They may well take control of the House. So it's not like they're going down to a 14% party. What's happening is the DNC is not sophisticated. They're behind by more than they realize on technology used for voter registration, voter turnout, and small dollar fundraising is going to be depressed if you don't have charismatic leaders who are doing stuff that people are excited about. Quite the contrary. They're depressed about having much money they gave Kamala Harris only to see her lose. So they need to get that virtuous cycle going. They need some victories. And that's part of what this is about, this redistricting thing. They're trying to get in the news to say to their tribe, give us money. We know what we're doing. We're going to fight Donald Trump. We're going to fight the Republicans, but they're not there. And part of it, again, is the lack of ideas, but also a lot on the mechanic side where they're, as I said, they're further behind, I think, than they realize.
Mark Halperin, stay right there. We have you for another segment. Everybody, email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We're here at the mobilebitcoin.com studio. I want to tell you guys about one of our partners, ReliefFactor.com. Get out of pain today at ReliefFactor.com. 100% drug-free Relief Factor. With the Relief Factor, you can break up with pain just like Anthony did. He wrote in, quote, I was dealing with debilitating pain and fatigue. I've been taking Relief Factor for about 2 months, and now I'm back to running my business, fishing, gardening, and doing the things that really matter to me. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free, and it targets the inflammation that causes pain so you can move better, feel better, and actually enjoy life again. Try the 3-week quick start for just $19.95. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. Break up with pain and get back to what matters. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Knee pain, back pain, joint pain, elbow pain. So take a look at it right now at ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. And get involved with Turning Point USA at TPUSA.com. Mark Halperin, phenomenal guest and host of Two-Way TV, continues through the break.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Visit or call SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
The next great awakening is here. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I want to tell you guys about YRefi. That is YRefi.com, YREFY.com. YRefi is wonderful. I think you guys will really check it out. It's amazing. In order to get out of private student loan debt, can you imagine being debt-free and not living under this burden anymore? The first step is contacting YRefi. If you go to YRefi.com, you can read testimonials from other people who have been where you are and how they've escaped. Bad credit is accepted, and YRefi offers a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact. You can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times without penalty. Just call 888-YRefi34 or log on to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states. It's not a debt settlement company. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation, and you will not be calling a faceless call center. YRefi can reduce your monthly payment and guarantees interest rates under 6%, ensuring affordability and financial relief. Go to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. So check it out right now, YRefi.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. More with Mark Halperin in just a second. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Okay, Mark Halperin, you're going to have to explain this to me. New York Times writes a piece, what to do when the president acts like a 5-year-old. I really don't like the term Trump derangement syndrome, but it's just accurate. I haven't found a better one to fill it, TDS. The TDS in mainstream media has reached a new fever pitch. What is driving it? What is behind it? And is there any hope to cure this disease?
Well, I mean, we largely cured measles and the mumps, so maybe. Trump derangement syndrome is
coming
the natural,
back, Mark. I'm kidding.
Exactly.
I'm kidding.
I know. It's the natural resting state of the what I call the dominant media. They want to be in opposition to Donald Trump. And after 2016, and he won, there was like a 5-minute thing where the New York Times said, we really need to understand America. And then it was basically 4 years of Trump derangement syndrome, and then 4 more years. And then after he won in 2024 and got off to such a fast start in the transition, I think it was at its low point within the media, which is they respected his victory. They were embarrassed privately about Joe Biden and their role in covering up his loss of mental acuity. And if you look at the coverage in the transition and through the first few months, it wasn't laudatory, but it wasn't as reflective of Trump derangement syndrome. In the last few weeks, it's all come back. And so back to their natural state. The information on the economy is mixed, but now it's all being reported as negative. Even some Republicans will say they're not crazy about the president's firing the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. But now that's being turned into a metaphor for what a horrible guy Donald Trump is. Donald Trump, says some inaccurate things quite regularly. And so now they're attributing that to both him being a huge liar and loss of mental acuity on his part, covering it way more than Joe Biden was ever covered. So I don't believe there's a cure for this Trump derangement syndrome. And I believe most of all that Donald Trump benefits so much from Trump derangement syndrome, so much. And that's the ultimate irony of the media's Trump derangement syndrome. They're helping the very person they're trying to destroy.
Yeah. And so the Democrat Party, I'm endlessly interested. I know you've mentioned this before, but where is the political entrepreneurs of the Democrat Party? I mean, there's plenty of opportunities. We saw this actually in 2017, 2018. Everyone would be starting new groups, new protest movements. I'm not saying that there's no energy, but I suppose Mamdani is a little bit of a manifestation of this. But there's so obvious shortfalls. For example, they've tried a couple very just like low energy, just lackluster attempts to try to win over younger people to come after Turning Point USA. I suppose when you're talking to Democrat operatives, how are they assessing their lack of bottom-up political entrepreneurs?
Yeah, it's 3 things. One is it's just, I don't know if you call it luck, bad luck, whatever, but they just don't have the kind of people like you and others who are both talented content creators and also people who believe in the cause. You've got, the guys at Crooked Media. they're just as likely to take a dump on a presidential candidate of their own party than they are to look for the good. So that's number one, is they just don't have the horses. Number two, it again, they're so spoiled by having the dominant media on their side. You all rose up in reaction to an absence in the market of voices to be counterposed. Even though the dominant media is nowhere near as powerful as it used to be, even though Biden and Harris have caused a bit of a fissure, it's still every game's a home game for them. And so they just don't have the same incentive.
It's so good.
The right. Fierce necessity to rise up, because every day they can turn on NBC and open the New York Times website and see their side. And then lastly, it's again back to the absence of ideas. You can build voices and grassroots around tactics and strategy and famous people and, creative ideas like your group does. But in the end, people want to know what's going to make their life better. And so your events are fun and interesting and filled with energy, but there's lots of conversation about policy ideas at the state, local, and national level that people can be excited about. They just haven't generated those ideas in such a long time.
It's such a great point. And Mark, in person, I'd love to explore this topic deeper. Again, this is not just trying to celebrate everything done at Turning Point USA, which I do believe is worthy of appreciation, but it's perplexing, right? Because you look at that Voters of Tomorrow summit that Nancy Pelosi spoke at. I mean, that was pathetic. I mean, it was maybe 200 people, and that is the former Speaker of the House, and they had Kamala Harris. It wasn't as if they weren't able to get the big guns, but there's something missing there. I'm not there to help them at all. But there's definitely a major disconnect in the landscape. Everyone, check out Two Way TV and Mark Halperin's wonderful program. I think you guys next up. I think you'll really enjoy it. Mark, thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you. Take care.
You too. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. Joining us next is the first ever appearance on the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm excited about this, and he has a great new book out called One Nation, Always Under God by Senator Tim Scott, Profiles in Christian Courage. Senator Tim Scott joins us next.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checker. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice News Break. Thanks so much for being here with us. Now that President Trump's tariffs are live, he is out with some good news for Americans. The commander-in-chief says the country is doing good business with its trade partners. Some $29 billion was reportedly taken in tariff revenue just last month.
Well, we're going to pay down debt. We have a lot of money coming in, much more money than the country's ever seen, by hundreds of billions of dollars. And there could be a distribution or a dividend to the people of our country. I would say for people that would be middle-income people and lower-income people, we could do a dividend. But one of the things we're going to be doing is reducing debt. But we have hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our country now. We should have done this many years ago.
Meantime, the commander-in-chief says he is sending peace envoy Steve Witkoff to Russia this week ahead of the sanctions deadline Vladimir Putin and his country are facing. The president has also ordered 2 nuclear submarines to be deployed as a show of force against Russia. 47 set a deadline of the end of the week for Russia to take steps to end the Ukraine war or otherwise face sanctions. Talking to reporters on Sunday, he said the best way for Russia to avoid sanctions is to, quote, set a deal where people stop getting killed. We'll, of course, keep you updated. The political focus in Texas this morning is the state's newly redrawn voting map, which is expected to give Republicans 5 more winnable congressional seats in Texas. The bigger picture, however, is that the change could help pad the currently thin GOP majority in the House during the upcoming midterm elections. However, many Texas House Democrats left the state on Sunday in order to block today's scheduled vote on the voting maps. It's not clear how long those lawmakers will stay out of state. Texas Governor Greg Abbott, though, now threatening to try and remove protesting Democratic lawmakers from office if they don't return. You may remember Texas Democrats pulled a similar stunt 4 years ago and stayed away for 38 days in protest. Then it was over a new voting restrictions bill that ultimately passed anyway, despite the Democrat exodus. That's it.
We will not comply. You're listening to the sound of freedom. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, I want to tell you guys about Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is amazing. I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are the new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for. Not only is Patriot Mobile leading the way in the red economy, but Patriot Mobile also outgains the competition when it comes to technology. It's time to make the switch today. They're offering unlimited data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, internet backup, and so much more. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT and use promo code Charlie for a free month of service. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Make the switch away from woke wireless. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Patriot Mobile is one of the only carriers with access to all 3 mobile networks. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Joining us now is a great man, an author of a phenomenal new book, One Nation, Always Under God, Profiles in Christian Courage. Senator Tim Scott joins us. Senator Scott, thank you so much for joining the program, and congratulations on the 1-year wedding anniversary. Senator, great to see you.
Thank you, Charlie, very much for having me on the program. Certainly 1 year. I'm always excited about how God fulfills your prayers. It took me 50 plus years to get here, but I'm thankful to be here now. So it's a good day.
Hey, you're finishing strong with all that matters, my friend. So, Senator, I love, and I have to be honest, I love how you are always mentioning your faith in Jesus Christ, our Lord. You're unafraid to do that, and I wish more lawmakers were also unafraid. Can you just introduce, I mean, people know your story roughly, but I want to get to your book, but why is it that you have such boldness and conviction to proclaim Jesus as our Lord and Christ as our King? Because in politics, it feels so materialistic and power hungry. So please elaborate on that, sir.
Yeah. Well, Charlie, for me, it comes right down to one thing. As a kid growing up in poverty, single parent household, one of the most devastating realities of our country is too many kids grow up in fatherless homes. And as one of those kids, I got to tell you, you either turn to drugs, you turn to gangs, you turn to team sports, you turn to something to help you understand who you are. And I was blessed by a praying grandmother and a praying mother who taught me that my identity isn't in gangs or drugs or even in sports, even though I love them. My identity would only be found in Christ. And so, long story short, Charlie, I had a great friend who taught me that he was happy because Jesus Christ was the Lord of his life. And this is a white guy. He was living in a single wide trailer. His family, they were poor, almost as poor as we were. But he had this energy, this enthusiasm about life. And he said it came from this source called Jesus. And I literally asked the question, what else? Because there must be something else besides Jesus. And I learned as a freshman in college that when you give your life to Jesus, nothing is the same. And you find the Father you're looking for. Ephesians 2 writes the story of our lives, giving us the identity that we need in Christ Jesus. And Galatians 3:28 tells me I was adopted into the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords family. And so I could always be confident and strong in who I am in Christ. I might not be strong in who I am without Christ, but in him I can celebrate. And so I always make sure that I never forget where I come from and now whose I am. And that's always a time to celebrate. And frankly, Charlie, my mother wanted a preacher, so I'm trying to be short because once I start winding up on Christ, sometimes I go a little long. But let me just simply say this.
Oh, I love it. Well, you got the I love it. No, please finish.
Yeah, the foundations of this country are a Judeo-Christian foundation. Anyone who suggests otherwise, they are just lying to you or completely misled. Number two, our future will be defined by our adherence to that Judeo-Christian ethos that has been the foundation of the greatest story on earth, and it's called America.
Oh, I love it. No, Senator, I was going to make a joke. I said, you got the preacher energy and the Senate floor speaking energy kind of together. And so you could just keep going. I love it. So, and
well,
Senator,
Charlie,
I just want to
that's
continue
the nicest
to encourage
way
you.
anyone's
Don't
ever
stop,
said.
Please.
Charlie, that's the nicest way anyone has ever said. You're long-winded. I appreciate that. That was funny. I was trying to tell a joke there.
Well, thank you. So I want to get to your book here. It's One Nation, Always Under God. We're showing it up on screen. I want everyone to check it out. Profiles in Christian Courage. And I just want to continue to encourage you to speak about your faith at all times because I notice it and I see it and so many others do. Tell us about some of these stories here, like abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison. I knew nothing about him before beginning to read your book. Tell us about it, Senator.
Yeah, one of the things I wanted to do, one of the most controversial things I've ever said, I think, as a public official, is that America is not a racist country. And I was attacked vehemently in response to President Biden's comments and Kamala Harris's comments, and the whole world went crazy. And so when I wrote this book, I had that in the back of my mind. See, America, we certainly have an original sin. We all do. We were born into sin and conceived in wickedness in a way. The truth of the matter, though, is that we've always fought for our identity through the Declaration of Independence, that God gave us these inalienable rights that come from God, not from man. So I wanted to tell the story of a little-known guy named William Lloyd Garrison, who fought tooth and nail for the freedom he believed only comes from God. And as a result, He was a journalist. Thank God for Holy Ghost-filled journalists back in those days. We could use some now. I wanted to tell the story about... We really do. We really do. But here's a guy willing to lose his fortune, lose his fame, and frankly, lose his life just so that he could do what God had called him to do. And it's a fantastic story. Buy the book, One Nation Always Under God, and hear how he overcame the challenges, how he escaped a mob because he felt like he had to go into the fire to come out looking like gold. And that's what God does with ordinary people time and time again. Hey, listen, I've watched your YouTubes, Charlie, and the one thing I can tell you about your YouTubes, you're on fire when you were challenging the most liberal orthodoxy on college campuses and around this country because you believe that there's this core to your soul that is anchored in Christ, and you have an obligation, a responsibility, and frankly, the good fortune to educate the misinformed, to educate the miseducated, and to educate the indoctrinated. We need to have more stories like yours and William Lloyd Garrison to remind people of our future.
Well, thank you for saying that, and that means a lot, Senator. And the book One Nation Always Under God includes a man that I actually had a chance to shake his hand. There is a restaurant in the suburbs of Chicago called Lovell's. I had a chance to meet Jim Lovell once, actually, Apollo 13 astronaut whose faith sustained him 200,000 miles from Earth. Tell us about Jim Lovell and his faith.
Well, Charlie, here's another great story. You are a blessed man to have shaken his hand. What an amazing life he lived. But perhaps the most important part of his life is how he connected his faith and how he overcame the crisis at the time. Here's a guy 200,000 miles away from home. He had been prepared to be an astronaut. He had dreamt about it. He was living his dream. And then everything that could go wrong, including running out of oxygen hundreds of thousands of miles, not just from home, but from Earth. What did he do? He prayed. He thought. One of the scriptures I love in the Bible is Matthew 22:37 that says we should love the Lord our God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength. Well, how do we love the Lord our God with all of our minds? I think we have to develop our minds. God gave us tremendous capacity. And what you'll read in Jim Lovell's story is how he developed his mind about the things of being an astronaut. And as a result, under pressure, your mind instinctively goes to where it has spent a lot of time. And fortunately for the other astronauts out in space with him, his mind went to problem solving. He figured out how to calm his nerves. 1 Peter 5:7 reminds us that we can cast all of our cares upon the Lord, for he cares for us. In that state, he found peace that allowed him to put together how to conserve the oxygen, get back to Earth, and save the lives of his fellow astronauts, all while praising the Lord. I believe that we are not always going to have great times. Sometimes we run into something that seems insurmountable. What do you do then? You do what Jim Lovell did. You have great faith, whether it works or whether it doesn't. You're always better off leaning into your faith during times of crisis. Jim Lovell's story in One Nation Always Under God is a great place to understand what to do when you find yourself in an extraordinary circumstance that requires an extraordinary God.
So it's so beautifully said. We only have a couple of minutes remaining here, Senator. Again, the book is One Nation Always Under God, Profiles in Christian Courage. What would you say is the through line between William Lloyd Garrison, Jim Lovell, Dorothea Dix, Norman Borlaug that you talk about in this book? When you were putting this book together, when you were composing it, they all had Christian courage, but is there a biblical character consistency between all of these people that you try to then apply to your entire life? Was there a spiritual discipline? Was there a practice? Was there a humility? Yeah. Was there a piety? Tell us what you learned as far as similarities between all of these people in different walks of life, in different times, in different centuries, the commonalities and the similarities that some of them had.
Genesis 12, 1 and 2 reminds us, 2 and 3 actually, tells us that the good Lord will make your name great here upon the earth as you adhere to the gospel message, so to speak. In the Old Testament, of course, they didn't call it the gospel message, but in the New Testament, we refer to it. One of the things you'll find through all the stories in the book is the faith of Abraham. Abraham is the father of the faithful, but before he was Abraham, he was just Abram. Abram was a guy that had some doubts, some inconsistencies, and some insecurities. And as a result, he tried to do things his own way. Kind of like me, probably not like you, but I've tried to do things my own way, Charlie, and it always leads to the wrong direction. But when I become Abraham, when I see the Lord and the things that I'm doing, I find the through line in my book is the Abrahamic spirit that faith adhered to and applied where I have an expertise always produces the best results for me, and more importantly, for the nation or for the world where I'm called to serve. And whether it's Norman Burlock, whether it's Dorothea Dix fighting for those who are mentally challenged, all what we see through all of their lives is this dependence on God under pressure, and how their faith is bolstered, not by the results, but by the peace that comes in the midst of a crisis. You can have that. And if you read the book, One Nation Always Under God, you'll find how to have peace in the midst of challenges and how to believe that America's best days are ahead of us. And thank God they are.
Amen. Praise the Lord. Senator, thank you so much, and we'll be praying for you, and thank you for being an example of a godly Christian leader in the U.S. Senate. One Nation Always Under God by Senator Tim Scott. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charlie. God bless you. I hope to see you sometime on the show again.
Yes, sir. You're welcome anytime. Thank you. That was beautiful. I love leaders that are unafraid to preach the gospel in the public square. So necessary, so needed, so rare. PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. Make the switch today. The truth is there's only one that boldly stands in the gap, and that is Patriot Mobile. Cut off your woke wireless today at PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. That is PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. So check it out right now, PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. All right, guys, breaking news. 2025, the Pope is a registered Republican, and somebody else is also a registered Republican. I'll tell you who after the break.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Letting everyone know socialism sucks. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to play you some of our viral TikTok videos we have going on right now. Let's go to cut 4. I personally do not drink alcohol. If you want to drink alcohol, that's fine. If you want to do that, that's fine. But if you want to be a high performer, Donald Trump doesn't drink alcohol. Tucker Carlson doesn't drink alcohol. I don't drink alcohol. It will set you back. Mornings will be a little bit more sluggish. You'll forget stuff. Nothing good happens after midnight while both parties are drunk. So if you want to have a life of ease, go keep drinking. But if you want to go do heroic and great stuff, maybe it's time for you to battle your flesh and not just always get drunk every single night and say, you know what? No, instead of drinking alcohol, I'm going to go to the gym. Instead of drinking alcohol, I'm going to hang out with friends and talk about deeper, more purposeful things. I'm going to go to a Bible study instead of a bar. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. That was our remark to our Turning Point USA students at the Chapter Leadership Summit. That's right. In eternity, what will matter more, if you go to a bar or a Bible study? Stay right there. Okay, check it out right now at mypatriotsupply.com. That is mypatriotsupply.com. Think you guys should take a look at it. We are 9 meals away from anarchy at mypatriotsupply.com. My Patriot Supply is amazing. You guys can check it out. Again, there's a lot happening in the news. A company I personally trust with a 3-month food kit is their best seller for a reason. Over 2,000 calories a day for 3 full months with meals that last up to 25 years. Right now, My Patriot Supply is offering an exclusive deal on this kit just for our listeners, but it will not last long. Go to mypatriotsupply.com. That is mypatriotsupply.com, and grab your 3-month emergency food kit with lightning fast free shipping. It could be at your door in just 2 to 3 days. Just head to mypatriotsupply.com. That is mypatriotsupply.com. Breaking news over the weekend. So the left is going on and on about how Sydney Sweeney and her new ad for American Eagle is Nazi propaganda and right-wing fascism. But somebody decided to go look up her voter registration, and it turns out that Sydney Sweeney, put 311 up on screen, is a registered Republican. That's right. Sydney Sweeney is a right-winger. Now, this has people very confused and surprised, and you haven't been paying attention about how young people have been moving to the right, but there, of course, the very easy explanation. Sydney Sweeney, she knows her audience. Her audience is a bunch of young Gen Z men that have been moving dramatically to the right. And of course, after this, Sydney Sweeney has not responded to this at all. You got to imagine this is only further radicalizing her to the right. She's an all-American girl. She grew up near Spokane, right near the Idaho border. We don't know how conservative she is, to be clear, but she doesn't have to default to being a lib just to survive as a celebrity. You had to do that for a long time, and she has not put out some sort of, oh, well, actually, I hate XYZ. And now this is American Eagle stock, put 313 up on screen. Boom! Look at the stock of American Eagle skyrocketing. That is American Eagle that is up 33% in the last month just since the Sydney Sweeney ad. All of a sudden, people are talking about buying American Eagle just to show solidarity. And of course, President Donald Trump, you know, I'll tell you right now. No, I'm not going to say it. Play cut 312.
Sydney Sweeney, she's like a very hot actress right now.
She's a registered Republican? Oh, now I love her ad. Is that right? Is Sydney Sweeney? You'd be surprised at how many people are Republicans. That's what I wouldn't have known, but I'm glad you told me that. If Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican, I think her ad is fantastic.
284, President Donald Trump puts up on Truth Social. Sydney Sweeney, a registered Republican, has the hottest ad out there. It's for American Eagle, and the jeans are flying off the shelves. Go get them, Sydney. And the other side of the ledger, Jaguar did a stupid, seriously woke advertisement. That's a total disaster. It goes on. President Donald Trump is a cultural phenomenon and a cultural force. And he has helped lead this entire right-wing revolution. The Democrats are now, look, if you really want to lose men for a generation, if you want to lose men permanently, keep on doing what you're doing. I don't think there's an easier way to lose young men. The best equivalent I could give for an older audience, could you imagine if the Democrat Party would have attacked Farrah Fawcett for being a fascist, or would have attacked Kathy Ireland or Brooke Shields or Pamela Anderson or Carmen Electra in generations prior? Every time they call Sydney Sweeney a fascist, a young man registers as a Republican. A floundering, aimless, desperate political movement. And now there's new footage that shows that Sydney Sweeney she shoots guns. 309 B-roll up on screen as I keep going. And they say this was a fascist right-wing advertisement. Well, now I guess she's a terrible person because she knows how to fire a gun rather well, I might say. I think I know the exact shooting range she was at there, by the way. That's where I saw Joe Rogan. I think I know exactly. It's right near Camarillo, I think. I know exactly where that is, where a lot of celebrities go to shoot. It's where I ran into Rogan once. The situation in front of the Democrats right now is rather perplexing. But honestly, the more that they're just going to attack a non-controversial, kind of just nothing, not nothing ad, but the more young men continue to move to the right. Their cultural dominance is just dead. They used to have complete monopoly over the culture, and this shows that they have no such control, no such dominance. And the country is moving further and further to the right. Woke is a zombie, and the future is American. Dare I say, American Eagle. See you guys tomorrow.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes, and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise you up, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount now because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
What happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare?
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is King.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Matt Lauer in New York, and we do have a special report from NBC News. There has been a massive explosion at a federal building in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. It happened just a short time ago. A large portion of that building has collapsed.
The A.P. Murrah Federal Building, that's the correct name of it. We're now told it is a complex in downtown Oklahoma City, housing more than 500 workers. How many civilians who were there doing business at the time, we don't know for sure.
There has been considerable loss of life, including the deaths of more than 12 young children at a daycare center.
It just kept falling. It was a horrible noise. Horrible noise.
On April 19th, 1995, Timothy McVeigh, an American Gulf War veteran, shocked America when he committed what was at that time the most devastating terrorist attack on American soil.
Debris, part of the building has been blown away.
We're getting reports of numerous fatalities.
Hard to believe we are looking at our own backyard.
Leaving 168 people dead and hundreds more injured.
The first lady we found, she grabbed me by the collar and said, "Young man, there's a daycare center on the second floor. You've got to get up there and get those babies."
The blast destroyed nearly half of the building, collapsing its entire north wall. It also left a 16-block radius of destruction. 25 buildings were completely destroyed. 850 people were injured, many in the surrounding area.
Things flash before you, your children, your loved ones, whether you're going to get to see them again.
More than 200 FBI agents are now involved in a massive manhunt for the bomber.
What is so evil in someone's heart that would make them do this?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard for a very special edition today of Human Events Daily on Real America's Voice. This is Blowback, the untold story of the FBI and the Oklahoma City bombing. And I want to take you back to the 1990s, and for some of you, you may never have heard the story at all. But believe it or not, in the 1990s, the FBI, the federal agencies, the intelligence community, the national security apparatus, the government was seen as sacrosanct. Putting an FBI agent on the stand was all you needed for a conviction at trial, because everyone believed the word of the FBI as gospel truth. And yet over the years, that's changed. And believe me, I know. I was there as a member of the intelligence community as well. I've worked with the FBI. I've worked with every three-letter agency you can think of. But we've learned something, and I think we've come to a different place as a country and as a society regarding the power of these agencies and the things that happen behind closed doors. For years, the official story of the Oklahoma City bombing has been etched into stone. Timothy McVeigh, a lone wolf, fueled by rage and racism, took it upon himself to blow up a federal building. End of story. Case closed. But what if I told you that's not the full picture? A new book is making waves. Blowback by Margaret Roberts. And it's not fiction. It lays out piece by piece a staggering case. The Oklahoma City bombing may not have been a simple act of domestic terrorism, but the tragic result of an FBI entrapment operation gone horribly wrong. We've learned a lot in the last 10 years, haven't we? From the Whitmer kidnapping plot, where half the crew turned out to be FBI informants, to revelations about federal involvement on January 6th, to internal whistleblowers exposing corruption, censorship, political targeting, the American people are waking up. And the idea that the FBI might have had advanced knowledge, that informants were involved with McVeigh or Nichols, and that key evidence was buried. 10 years ago, that was unthinkable. Today, it's not just plausible, it's worth investigating. And this book doesn't ask you to take its word for it. It shows you declassified memos, redacted interview notes, internal communications the media ignored, and it takes you right into actual death row interviews. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. America is ready now, ready to ask the hard questions, ready to revisit one of the darkest days in our history with clear eyes, not to excuse it, but to understand what really happened and to find out if we have been lied to for so long. The victims deserve clarity. And in fact, many of the families of the victims of this horrific act are involved in pushing for these answers as well. I've been talking about this on social media, and I've been getting pushback already from federal agents and former federal agents who were involved in this. But I'm not going to stop, and neither should you, and neither did the author of this book, Margaret Roberts, because it's time for all of America to ask these questions and to find out the truth, because the victims deserve that. The families deserve that, and the country deserves that. Because if we don't face the truth, no matter how ugly, it's going to happen again. Maybe it already has. We'll be right back. Jack Posobiec, Real America's Voice, the untold story of the FBI and the Oklahoma City bombing.
Heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini. I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Nothing will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live here, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice, Washington, D.C. We're taking a special day, to go through this new book, and we're devoting the entire show to it because it's that important. The book is Blowback, The Untold Story of the FBI and the Oklahoma City Bombing. And we have with us today, she's so gracious to spend the entire hour with us, Margaret Roberts, the author and also the former news director of America's Most Wanted. Margaret, how are you?
Great to be with you, Jack. Thanks.
Well, and I have to say thank you for putting together this book. And even so, I've finished the book. We had you on briefly a couple of days ago, and I said I have to get the book immediately. I got it. I downloaded it. I couldn't put it down. And I didn't realize that you actually play a role in the book itself in a number of these interviews, working as a paralegal. Tell us a little bit about that as your specific role in uncovering this information.
Sure. Well, I got onto the case 10 years after the Oklahoma City bombing, though, like millions of Americans, I had witnessed the atrocity and the devastation of that day. But it wasn't until 10 years later, as I was prowling around for my old friends at America's Most Wanted, where I had been the news director, thinking about an anniversary piece on the mystery man of the Oklahoma City bombing, known only as John Doe II, one of the great mysteries of American crime. He rode next to Timothy McVeigh in the bomb truck. He was seen by 24 witnesses, and yet he vanished into thin air. So I was looking into that, Jack, and I got a phone call from a victim in Oklahoma City, a survivor, a grandmother who lost 2 babies in that daycare center, slaughtered there that day. And 10 years after the bombing, having attended 2 trials, she was convinced that the government was not telling the truth about what really happened.
And this idea then that the victims, and this is something because for a lot of people saying, oh, how can you reopen this? And that I think it's so important for people to understand that there are victim families that have reached out, and they appear, by the way, every step of the way because of the access that they have to information that they've gotten through discovery, or that they've gotten in through various cases, or just information they have because, of course, the victims' families are directly related to many of the eyewitnesses in this case, that they are the ones who have been demanding answers for 30 years. And this year, of course, is the 30-year anniversary.
That's absolutely right. There were Kathy Sanders and her husband, Glenn Wilburn, right after the bombing and for the next 2 years, were pivotal in unearthing hard evidence about the bombing that no one, including the FBI, was turning up. And they did so because they just had a burning desire to know the truth about what happened to their 2 grandchildren, also slaughtered in that daycare center.
And it's impossible to say no when someone asks you a question like that. When someone comes to you and says, "I need to know the truth about what happened." I'm a dad. I've got 2 little boys, and so reading through this, it's it's something you think about, in this day and age, ever since then, that, whenever you drop them off at school or at daycare, you never really know.
It is impossible to say no, Jack. And I was sitting in my writer's studio in Los Angeles when the phone rang, and Janie Coverdale, the grandmother, barely introduced herself and just said, "We need your help out here." Before I knew it, I was on a plane to Oklahoma City, as if I was still the news director of America's Most Wanted, but I wasn't. It was just me on that plane.
So we know the official story. The official story, it's Timothy McVeigh. Terry Nichols kind of gets involved, but then pulls out. He gets picked up later in Kansas. Where was it for you that official story, and of course, you're hearing this from all the victim families, where was it for you that some cracks started to appear in that official narrative?
Well, at the very beginning, it was the first year of the investigation. Again, long before I became actively involved in the case, I was a news junkie and a witness, a citizen witness, like millions of Americans, so shocked about what I saw that day, the agony, the devastation, the injury on April 19, 1995. But I had this other perspective, which was that I had been the news director of America's Most Wanted. And I had worked hand in glove with the FBI. I got as close to the high-profile manhunt stories as any journalist could. So I looked at the scene and the early coverage of the bombing, and almost immediately red flags went up. On the one hand, I was wishing for a minute that I was back at America's Most Wanted and I could push the story. But on the other hand, I was seeing cracks in this narrative almost immediately. The 24 eyewitnesses to the bombing in Oklahoma City that day, on the bombing run, as Timothy McVeigh delivered and detonated that bomb, are absolutely critical, because they saw not just Timothy McVeigh, but they saw the man never identified who rode next to him in the bomb truck. So that was a big red flag for a story that was heading for, this was lone wolf terror by Timothy McVeigh. He built the bomb and he delivered it by himself. That's what prosecutors would tell the jury, and that's what would bury Timothy McVeigh. Meanwhile, top journalists were reporting that the FBI had collected surveillance videotape of that moment, the delivery of the bomb truck. They had McVeigh and his never identified accomplice on videotape, which the American public has never been allowed to see. And thirdly, in that first sequence of the investigation, a grand juror on the McVeigh grand jury was so distressed by what he saw inside that jury that he went rogue. He started leaking to the Daily Oklahoman and eventually wrote a letter to the judge accusing federal prosecutors of rigging that grand jury, and specifically because they were hiding the identity of John Doe 2. So those were enormous cracks in the case. And if I could add one more, which is just kind of an incredible X-Files moment, recovery workers brought a severed human leg out of the rubble of the Mura building that was never connected to any of the bombing victims. So there was someone else out there, and experts would later tell Timothy McVeigh's defense team that in all likelihood, or very possibly, this leg belonged to one of the bombers. Again, completely defying the idea of lone wolf terror.
So this and this really becomes, I think, the backbone of all of this, where and it blows up the official narrative right on its head to say, wait a minute, someone else was in the truck, a John Doe 2, who, by the way, and for folks who don't know, this was not Terry Nichols. Terry Nichols was not even in Oklahoma City. So I know in the public mind, people think, oh, we know who his co-conspirator was. It was Terry Nichols. This is not him. So this is someone who was in the truck with him that day, who was originally reported by eyewitnesses. There was a sketch. There was a manhunt, which, by the way, in your original capacity at America's Most Wanted, that's exactly what America's Most Wanted did, is you ran manhunts.
Absolutely.
And so here it comes that there's a manhunt that gets closed off and shut down, and suddenly that entire narrative goes away. And we're coming up here on a break in a minute, but let me ask you this, Margaret. In your capacity at America's Most Wanted, did you ever have a situation where such a high-profile manhunt was just suddenly called off?
Never. Absolutely never. And it was called off in a way, just quickly, that was so preposterous. In mid-June, the FBI came out and announced that, oh, whoops, the mechanic whose description generated this wanted poster at the rental agency where the bomb truck was rented, he must have just made a mistake. He must have been talking about two other guys who were coming into the store, into the agency the next day. So it was all just a mistake, and the eyewitnesses were mistaken, and this just never happened.
Something from the start didn't add up about John Doe 2. We'll be right back. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
Today, you talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. We're on with Margaret Roberts, the author of the new book, Blowback, The Untold Story of the FBI and the Oklahoma City Bombing. And we've been talking all about John Doe 2. And John Doe 2 was this individual, a wanted man, an unidentified man, who had a description, had a police sketch, was posted up all over the country, all over the media. Margaret Roberts used to work at America's Most Wanted. This is exactly the type of case that they would get into, running manhunts, helping the agencies work with the public to identify these people who were on the run. And yet suddenly the manhunt gets called off. We're told that John Doe 2 didn't exist. It was all a big mistake. But Margaret, in the opening chapter of your book, you introduce the readers to someone known as Kenneth Trenadu. Who was Kenneth Trenadu, and why does he play such a role in this case?
Yes, Kenneth Trenadu is really the mystery inside the enigma of the Oklahoma City bombing. And the grandmother I told you about, who summoned me to Oklahoma City 10 years after the bombing, and after I sat with her for a lesson in her journey in the bombing and why she believed the government wasn't telling the public the truth, that grandmother sent me to meet Jesse Trenadu, an attorney in Salt Lake City. And really all she told me was, he knows a lot about this case, and he has a theory about who John Doe 2 was, and you need to meet him. So I took her word for that and went on to Salt Lake City, where attorney Jesse Trenadu met me outside his law office on a cold morning in 2006 and told me a staggering story. Jesse's first words were, "The FBI murdered my brother." And coming from an attorney, a former law professor, a Marine, and a former All-American track star at the University of Southern California, I was just stunned by these words. And in the story that he told me over the next couple of hours, probably, about his brother is really what riveted me and hooked me on this investigation. Kenneth Trenadu was a 44-year-old laborer in Southern California. He had been in the Army. He was Jesse's younger brother. He enlisted in the Army at the age 17 during the Vietnam War, and he came home hooked on heroin, like a lot of soldiers did. And he started, robbing pharmacies and then savings and loans to feed his habit. And eventually he was caught. He pleaded guilty. He went to prison in California, did his time, got out. And in June of 1990, he crossed swords, had a falling out with his parole officer, who refused to allow him to have a beer at the end of the day, at the end of a hard day's labor as a construction worker, which just didn't sit with Kenneth Trenadu. So he just stopped going to his parole officer meetings, and nobody was looking for him for years when he crossed the southern border where he was visiting his wife's family in Mexico, coming back into California on June 10, 1995, this is now 2 months after the Oklahoma City bombing, he was arrested and jailed for the parole violation, awaiting his hearing, which he sat awaiting for 2 months in California until suddenly and inexplicably he was transferred to Oklahoma City in August of 1995. That was 4 months after the bombing. 3 days later, Kenneth Trinidad was found tortured and murdered in his suicide-proof solitary confinement cell in the federal facility in Oklahoma City. So that was the beginning of Jesse's crusade for justice for Kenneth.
And I want to show the audience now, because we've set this up. We've got a picture here of Kenneth Trinidad, and I want to show the side by side with John Doe 2, who was the subject of this manhunt. A dead ringer, and as you wrote in the book, even down to the dragon tattoo on his left arm. The only problem was Kenneth Trinidad had no connection whatsoever to Oklahoma City, to Timothy McVeigh, to any of the people involved. Obviously, as you just mentioned, his spouse was Mexican. It's not exactly something you would see from a member of the Aryan Republican Army or a member of a white nationalist group. And yet they brought him in and tortured him, allegedly, hoping to get more information out about others that may have been involved in this plot. So suddenly this creates a huge problem because, wait a minute, I thought we were told it was a lone wolf. Who's this John Doe 2? And you're picking up lookalikes who I admit are dead ringers, but even though they have no connection, this creates a huge issue when they go to take Timothy McVeigh to court. And in the next segment, we're going to explain how this death has unraveled a much larger story. Be right back. Jack Posobiec, Real America's Voice.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth bomber.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they played pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
Jack Posobiec here, our Back Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. We're talking blowback, the untold story of the FBI and the Oklahoma City bombing. And we just got to this huge bombshell in the story in the last segment, talking about the FBI picking up this guy, or, eventually getting into custody, this guy, John Doe, who they believed was John Doe 2, Kenneth Trenadu. Turns out it was a case of mistaken identity. And so we're on with the author, Margaret Roberts. Margaret, if Kenneth Trenadu, who turns up dead with all of these signs of torture around him, even though we're told it's suicide, if he wasn't John Doe 2, then who was?
Well, a great question, Jack. The story begins to unravel, weirdly enough, with a clue that Timothy McVeigh himself on death row sends to Jesse Trenadu in the year 2000. And Timothy McVeigh had been, of course, Kenneth's case was a cause célèbre in prison, and Timothy McVeigh was fascinated by it. And he sent Jesse a clue, a message saying, the FBI killed your brother, mistaking him for Richard Lee Guthrie. That's the clue to who John Doe 2 might have been. Richard Lee Guthrie was the leader of this Aryan Republican Army terror group that hid out in an eastern Oklahoma enclave known as Elohim City. So this is how, for Jesse, the Aryan Republican Army became the center of his investigation, and then mine as well. On death row, in exclusive interviews for 23 months, leading up to the execution of Timothy McVeigh, he told this subversive story to his death row cell block mate, David Hammer. And Timothy McVeigh's account to Hammer put the Aryan Republican Army members as his support squad in Oklahoma City on the day of the bombing. The question of which of them was John Doe 2, it could have been Richard Guthrie, it could have been another member of the gang, but McVeigh's clue brought the Aryan Republican Army front and center in Jesse Trenadu's investigation.
Now, this Elohim City group, what do we know about this group? What has come out? And do they have any connections to any wider organization?
Well, they were a way station for the white power movement. People came and went through Elohim City, the Aryan Republican Army, which, by the way, carried out 22 bank robberies in the Midwest in the 2 years before the bombing. And their haul was $250,000, twice that in today's money. None of it was ever recovered. They donated it generously to white power groups. So that's who they were. And we know about them incredibly because the ATF in the months before the Oklahoma City bombing, had an informant embedded in Elohim City, watching and listening to this conspiracy, this plot, warning her handlers that a bombing was coming and that Oklahoma City was on the short list. So, and to a reporter that she trusted at the time, named J.D. Cash, she named the names of the Aryan Republican Army as being in the center of the plot to bomb the Mira building in Oklahoma City.
And so if she's making these reports, wouldn't they presumably, hopefully, law enforcement or the ATF or reach out to their FBI compatriots? They certainly would have gone forward and stopped it, yet they didn't. What happened?
Well, there's an astounding moment that comes just about 2 months before the bombing, in which the FBI discovers and the ATF discover that there are actually 2 undercover operations afoot in Elohim City. They both were surveilling this plot. And the FBI essentially kicked ATF off its surveillance. So the FBI was left, and very little is known about the FBI's operation, either before or after that moment. But the ATF was soon dispatched, and their informant was also kicked off the case. And unbelievably, none of what she has been warning and telling her ATF handlers seems to have made it into the mix of what happened next as the plot went forward in Oklahoma City.
What is PatCon?
PatCon was the FBI's 1990s very secret infiltration program targeting white supremacists, extreme right-wing radicals. And PatCon was surveilling Timothy McVeigh and at least some members of the Aryan Republican Army before the bombing. As in my investigation, one of the pivotal turning points comes in 2011 when an FBI whistleblower, a former top spy in PatCon, reaches out to Jesse Trinidad. There are a lot of Marines in this story. Jesse and John Matthews, the FBI whistleblower, are both Marines. And Matthews had been following Jesse's story, his crusade for his brother. And he called Jesse and said, I want to come to Salt Lake City and tell you about PatCon.
So PatCon, and it stands for Patriot Conspiracy, it sounds like these are entrapment operations. This sounds very, and then to folks who have been watching me for the last couple of years, when we talk about things that went on during the Michigan militia with Whitmer, things that went on with January 6th, this is starting to sound a little bit familiar to us.
Absolutely. The picture that emerges of the Oklahoma City bombing is very like the Whitmer kidnap plot, as we discovered one potential undercover operative after the next over the period of time we were looking at the bombing and looking for answers.
And it's one of those things. And by the way, I'll throw out here that the Oklahoma City bombing, it's 2 years to the day, April 19th, 2 years to the day after the end of the Waco siege, the end of the Waco siege, so the raid on Waco, then 2 years to the day of the Oklahoma City bombing, and prior to all of that, you have Ruby Ridge. So there's all of these elements throughout the 1990s that seem to be feeding one another. You have these federal law enforcement operating domestically, and then you also have these various militia groups, but all of which also seem to have direct ties to things like PACCON or things like informants, or again and again, the question of where the lines are drawn between, okay, who is a true member of this organization? Who is someone who's entrapped? Who is someone that's operating under federal authority or federal orders? And you even just mentioned that there wasn't just one, but two federal operations in this one group of Elohim City, all of which were prior to the Oklahoma City bombing, which at the very least, provided advanced knowledge that there was a plot to target the federal building in Oklahoma City before the bombing ever took place. Quick break, right back. Jack Posobiec, Human Events, the Mark Boyd.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back. Our final segment with Margaret Roberts, the author of this incredible new book. As you can tell, I read it cover to cover because I couldn't put it down. It's called Blowback: The Untold Story of the FBI and the Oklahoma City Bombing. It starts with a wrongful death of a man who was wrongfully identified, mistakenly identified as a member of the plot to bomb the Oklahoma City building. And it deals with government informants over and over, multiple agencies, a group called PATCON, the Patriot Conspiracy, a project that was run covertly by the FBI during the 1990s to set up essentially militia groups purportedly being racist and white nationalists, and then entrap people in these various schemes. And there are whistleblowers that have come forward saying that, hey, this case, Oklahoma City, was one of these entrapment operations that went really, really wrong. Margaret Roberts, you're on with us. And by the way, everyone, just go buy the book. You won't be able to put it down. I could do an entire week on this. Maybe we will at some point. But Margaret, the name of the game right now, the name of the day has been accountability. And files have been released on so many things just in the last few weeks. Russiagate, JFK, Martin Luther King. Obviously, there's a push for the Epstein files. Jailhouse interviews of Ghislaine Maxwell are being held right now by the Deputy Attorney General. So there's so much pressure here. I would love for the Oklahoma City files to also be added to this list of potential releases. We've mentioned this FBI surveillance video that purportedly exists, and yet they say they can't find it. The PATCON files as well, Patriot Conspiracy. What all do you think, and what else should people be asking for when it comes to disclosure on this?
Well, great question, Jack. The surveillance videotapes are so critical. I mean, just think about it. Almost no one even knows this videotape exists. And Jesse Trinidue's most recent landmark Freedom of Information lawsuit seeks to force the disclosure of those videotapes, because, to bring our mystery full circle, the images that the American public has never been allowed to see are going to show who was on the ground with Timothy McVeigh, who certainly was not alone that day, and also might reveal who shot that videotape. There is a thought that maybe it was PATCON that shot that videotape. John Matthews, the whistleblower who came forward, said PATCON shot everything, videotaped everything. So that is one very current thrust of this. We don't have time to go into how it has languished for 11 years, but the tip of the iceberg is that John Matthews agreed to be Jesse's star witness at that videotapes trial until he pulled out on the eve of his testimony, telling Jesse that the FBI had pressured him into withdrawing from that, from testifying, and that he feared they would take his medical benefits and his pension. And in almost a plea, he told Jesse, I don't want to just be another vet, homeless vet living under a bridge. So that witness tampering is still under investigation, and behind it is the judgment from the judge about whether to release those videotapes or not. And another very current thrust of this investigation is the sealed deposition that John Matthews gave, and which quite possibly he lays out the entire operation and scope of this rogue PATCON infiltration program, of which very little is known. And if we knew what was inside that deposition, it might tell us a lot about the evolution of what is essentially a surveillance crisis in America that has progressed from Oklahoma City, perhaps to include the Boston Marathon bombing and more recent cases and tragedies, all the way up to Russiagate. So the path runs through the path of our need for transparency that we do not have runs through Oklahoma City. And if I could say one,
please,
just, blowback, the title of my book, I think we should recognize that this cover-up that has been perpetuated for 30 years, what has kept this story alive has been individuals, from survivors of the bombing to Jesse Trinidad with his amazing and dogged investigation, to some maverick journalists who spoke truth to power, even when major news media were turning a blind eye, or worse, helping to hide this story. So those people are really what has kept the truth alive here. And your viewers, Jack, who have already weighed in on social media, having the reaction, wait, what? I always wondered about the witnesses, the coverage. All of us are having this reaction now, and this is very current now, to our need for transparency because of what those whistleblowers, witnesses, survivors have done individually to keep the story alive.
Well, and certainly you are speaking for them. And people need to remember this. These are the family members of victims who suffered an unspeakable tragedy that none of them deserve. And their family members are the ones that have been fighting for truth, some of which for 30 years now. And we haven't even had time, just due to the constraints here, to get this out, to talk about all of the other mysteries involved in this. Terrence Yeakey is the one that pops to the top of my head, a hero police sergeant and first responder who dies mysteriously after raising questions about this, and other witnesses who claim to have seen Timothy McVeigh working with other people all over the place before the bombing happened, and then they all mysteriously either step off or are killed, or some other situation happens to them. The book, by the way, I'm going to say it again, so people need to get this, because you need to get this one. It's Blowback. It is I would say it's your beach read. It's not a fun read, but it's an important read. And if you're someone who's a voracious reader who wants to understand the truth about what's going on behind the scenes in your own country and possibly predict what might happen next, go read Blowback. It's incumbent upon all patriots to go read Blowback, The Untold Story, FBI, and the Oklahoma City Bombing. Margaret Roberts, thank you so much for being so gracious for your time and being dogged to put yourself through all of this and put it all together.
Thank you, Jack.
And God bless you. God bless the victims of this attack, of any attack. God bless the families, and the fight for truth. The truth tellers will continue as long as there is breath in our lungs. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to play a short.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says This one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800 is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve